So what about this cashmere effect? Talking about soft sweaters. Have something to do with gravity. Take like one cashmere sweater and put it next to another one, and like kind of phenomena is happening.
What up, Gillian?
Good day, Jeremy. Hope all is well, man.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're about to get it popping here. I just want to say, nice work the other day during your event.
Thanks, man.
In the middle of a fucking Glover boycott and a McToon event, you still had like, I don't know, I think it was like 50 people between the VC and YouTube. So that
Shut
was
up.
big.
On which presentation? The shroud?
The last one, yeah.
Bro, thanks for that. I
It
love
was more. It
numbers.
was even more impressive. Like those numbers wouldn't have been so as impressive as if we weren't in the middle of a Glover boycott and the McToon thing. So that's what made it like really impressive.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm a big numbers guy, so hearing that back as a report, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
No doubt, yeah, I'm a numbers.
I think my next one, I've already done it before, but I think my next one I'm gonna bring to the community is Noah's Ark off of Noah's Ark. I think that'll be the next one I do. Appreciate
No
that, man.
doubt.
How's your morning been so far? Just getting cracking?
You hear that? Yeah, the roof's up there getting roof put on. Then we're getting solar panels put on after that.
Yo,
Yeah,
I
in a
do.
loud fucking morning.
So solar panels are going in today,
No, they're doing the roof today.
dude. So you new shingles?
Yeah,
Nice. That's a good move because when the
30
shingles go
year.
up, then they'll put the clips in for the panels. Like I do the approvals for panel installation here in my municipality. So yeah, man, that's sick. That's so awesome. After hearing what you've done to the house yesterday, fantastic, dude. Really proud of you, man. Well
And
done.
oh yeah, our house is gonna be worth it. It's yeah. But if you get a new roof and then you get solar panels within 1 year, they reimburse you for part of the roof that has panels on it. So
That's
pretty good.
awesome. Yeah, the rebate. That's fantastic. And it really makes you think, right? Like you're collecting energy for the grid, and then you've got people out there paying for that same energy that you're collecting. And it really makes you start to think, like, what are we paying for in terms of energy if people are collecting it and literally giving it back to the grid for free? Because that's what you're doing, right?
Yeah, we're about to be running at 109%, I think, with the roofs.
Wow.
With the panels, yeah. We got a great south facing. My street's almost perfectly east west, and the whole one side of our house is like it's pitched at towards the road. So
Yeah, so you got full exposure.
south facing. Yeah,
That's sick.
yeah. So I didn't know when we bought it, but after we were here for a little bit, I'm like, yo, this is like almost perfectly south. It's like a little bit off, but it's not bad.
How many kids do you have, man?
5, a bunch of them are older though. 3 of them are over 18, so
That's awesome.
we're
Dynamic
almost in
family,
there.
buddy. That's awesome.
I'll tell you what's not awesome is the roofers up there at fucking 6 a.m. pounding away and shit. Holy shit, they're gonna do this in one day. These guys are no fucking joke.
Have they had the shingles delivered yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think they got the whole roof ripped off already. They started at like 6,
But like
6:30 maybe.
what was crazy when I had my roof done years ago is watching them deliver the shingles. They literally they have the crane, he pulls up to the curbside and they crane the shingles onto the roof and just left them there. I'm like, wow, that's so
I've
cool.
seen that. Yeah, I've seen that done before too. That's awesome when they do that. But not if they don't do that though. They dropped them in our driveway last night. But what they do is they got a ladder with like a little motor thingy on it, and put a couple bundles on it and shoot it, and like they like ring and just go up.
Oh, so they
And
have
then
like
they
a
grab it.
conveyor system, like a conveyor system.
Yeah, it's a ladder, but it's just got like a motor thingy on it with a little platform, so you can set the shingles on it.
It's like a conveyor belt. That's sick. What you would see at the airport carrying baggage.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
dope.
it's neat. Good stuff. I've done roofs before, and I'll tell you what, if they didn't have that shit before, you had to carry them shits up the ladder on your shoulder.
I've seen that. That's you
Fucking
used to
brutal.
hook those things up yourself?
I did a couple times, yeah.
Wow.
One
'Cause you
time we
gotta
had them
really-
dropped off on the roof, though. My boy was like, "Yo, I'm gonna just have them drop it on the roof." I'm like, "Yo, do that every time, bro."
But like, okay, so how many shingles are you hoofing up the ladder on a go? Because you got to throw that on your shoulder and then run up 4-point, right?
I just do one bundle when I did it.
Bro.
Some guys would do two. I'm not fucking trying to be Hulk Hogan.
Nah, you don't need to say how strong you are when you're going up a ladder. Bust your ass.
Yeah, like this ain't the time to fucking test my strength skills. I don't fucking around.
Going up a ladder is not the time to be testing your strength skills. Let me tell you.
Yeah, this isn't fucking world strongman competition and shit. Like, let's take it easy, guys.
Guys, please. In the famous words of Jeremy. Oh shit. That's crazy, dude.
Roofs are fun though. We did the chief of police roof in this one town before, and I smoked a joint on his roof back when it was still illegal.
Take that,
That was
bitch.
fun.
Get a little picture of it. Like, what's up now?
Yeah, man. People love the events, dude.
Yeah,
Whenever you want, feel free.
appreciate it. Well, I mean, I messaged Gio and I was like, "Yo," and I say this obviously respectfully. Just make me a mod, and I'll just like make my own events. I don't have to trouble anybody with anything, and run with it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no.
I'll talk to him.
Next go around, I'd love to put my hand up for that.
No doubt. Yeah, we're gonna be doing events. You're on the list. All right, tonight.
Thank you so much, man.
You're on the
Appreciate
list.
Now, when I walk up to the bouncer, I can be like, "Yo, I'm on the list." Remember back in the day going to clubs, be like, "I'm on guest list." What's your name? Gillian. No, we don't have anybody by that. Okay, check G for Gilligan. Oh yeah, we found him. Okay, cool, thanks.
Bro, we've been putting up banging numbers despite the boycott. Like, we cap out at like 55, almost 60 every day.
Pretty dope.
So these guys boycott. The shit's just not working. You know what? You know what it is? They're listening. They're just adding to our numbers. Just listening on YouTube. So, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but the server's been much calmer. So much calm. The chaos level's down at almost nothing at this point.
Yeah,
Small little eruptions here and there. Nothing big.
but like actual conversations are being held versus not us.
Yeah, I know. We talk about some cool ass shit without having it. See, the thing is, when the Globers are in here and we want to talk about some cool ass shit, we can't because they challenge us, and now we're debating them. You know what I mean? Whereas if they're not here, we can talk about cool ass shit, and we'll still challenge each other's ideas slightly, but we can at least like kick around some neat ideas and shit.
Exactly.
Which is what Gio, I think, wanted for this. Like, he didn't want it to be like nonstop bickering and debating and arguing and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, no ideas get through when it's constant bickering.
You know, as I always say, like being a stick in the mud to the actual conversation being at hand, you're not helping the conversation progress forward.
Yeah, yeah, we need progression. I know, and I'm sick of the debate myself. Anyways, I don't know. I've been debating for years and years.
I remember when I used to come, when I first started coming to Geos, and I'd you step in and literally be asking for clarification from them, right? So that they could steel man whatever it is they're saying. And that's appreciated. Because even when it comes to moderation, at times, you know, you've got people talking about stuff, and you're like, hey, what are you really saying right now? Like, can somebody try to, like, you know, again, steel man this, round this up, and put a little picture on it so we all understand it a little bit better? Because I'm not
I
seeing how
like
you're
that
saying that's
steel man
perfect.
thing. I love that steel man thing. It's like, yo, why don't you just steel man hit each other's positions real quick so we all know what we're saying, and that way
Exactly.
we can get each other's positions nice and clear and shit when it is a debate. Yeah.
Well, that's, and I mean, the steel man is basically like you. The idea with understanding somebody what they're saying is like you engage with them on a Socratic level, so you be through questioning you begin to understand what they're trying to say. Like, how do you understand it to be? How do you? And then at the end of that, you should be able to steel man what that person has just said to you or rendered to you through answering of your Socratic questioning, and be able to portray what they're saying, and then you turn and start fucking picking it apart. It doesn't work because of this. It doesn't work because of that. So on and so forth.
I don't know what happened. There was days when I used to wake up and it would be like there'd be like 20 people in a room. You know what? We have slow summers, is what it is. This happened last summer too.
Well, I think this is an Eastern time zone predominant server. I think that just kind of rolls through. People get their days going and shit.
Bro, we used to have this Australian guy, bandsaw. He'd fucking have it.
Bandsaw, I
He'd have it
remember
roll.
Bandsaw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro, he'd have
Bandsaw
it
was pretty
rolling all
shit.
night.
Yeah, Bandsaw was one of the first guys I really connected with here. Um, he'd be around. Obviously yourself. This was like what, last summer, I want to say. Uh, Who's dropping it? We got peeps. Bacon's in the chat. Cars in the chat. Stone Cold's in the chat. What's up, friends?
But
Just working.
Bacon, what do you do, dude?
Software development.
Hey, nice. That's awesome. What kind of software?
Currently microservices.
Sorry, macro services?
Micro.
Microservices. An example of that would be,
Um, it would be a rules engine for the anti-fraud department of a company.
got it. Very nice, dude. Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome.
long time, Bacon, long time. How we doing?
I'm doing alright. What about you?
I'm good. We got everything under control in here now, I think. Should be good.
Nice.
Should be good. I have to ask permission to leave my house. The roofer's got the whole shit blocked off. Yeah, we got everything nice and tidied up, under control. Shouldn't be any more issues. And we're good to go. I mean, dude, this is an intense thing. It's gonna get heated, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be moments it gets a little crazy. You gotta just roll with it.
What happened? Some go down?
I don't know. A lot of the Globers were complaining and shit. That's why they're boycotting us.
What are they complaining about?
I think maybe unbiased or a biased moderation and shit. Maybe I don't know.
Oh man.
I mean, we try to be as fair as possible. Maybe it does get out of hand a little bit sometimes. We make it, but we try to keep it under control.
Anyways, I mean, there's a huge part of reality that checks in when you're constantly having to appeal to authorities and whatnot, right? Appeal to celestial bodies. But it was like, that's just me. I'll shut my mouth.
Sorry, what'd you say, Killian? It's fucking chaotic here. Never a minute's rest. What'd you say?
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, it's hard to how do I put this? With the argument that's in place, right? And you're gonna say it's bias moderation, but in the same breath, there's always the constant appeal to authority or a celestial body that's in place. And we've just been sitting asking for all this time for an actual observable, the drop over distance, the actual surface, demonstratable measurements. But I don't know. That's
I
just
mean,
me.
we need is something we need something tangible, bro. All this optical shit with which way is the light bending game. I don't know. It doesn't work for me. You could presuppose the lights bending one direction and it's a globe, or it's bending another direction and it's flat, or it's bending a different direction and it's concave. I mean, you could go whatever way you want. We need to get like an actual position out there or something. We've been kicking around ways to do a tangible measurement for years now. It's not easy. That would do it for me. I could walk right back to the globe right now. Give me not just one. I would obviously want a few of them, but it doesn't matter to me. Just whatever the truth is. I'm looking for it. You looking for that shit too?
Hey, ASIC changed his name back.
Yeah, man, it's quite funny because Gio wrote to me and asked whether you're fine with me using that name, and I explained. Yeah, pretty funny moments, right? When there were 3 Kilian reacting to messages and stuff. I hope you're fine,
Of
buddy.
course. Is that your real name?
Kilian? No. My actual name is Eric.
Ah, okay, Eric. Nice to meet you, man. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I love hearing about Killian because it's not a common name. Of course, it's my real name in life, and um, a lot of people are like, I like your name, and other people, I had a couple or a friend named Killian, and so on and so forth. So pretty awesome. But I appreciate the emulation,
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of an uncommon name, at least where
especially
I
when you
live
get to
at.
explain it. But yeah.
Is there any chance this Casimir effect could be gravity? You guys up to speed on the Casimir effect? I think there has to be something other than relative density. I've debated hours and hours and hours, tens, maybe 100 hours on density, this equilibrium, and I mean now in this day and age, I think there's got to be something.
I feel like the struggle with explaining gravity through like other memes, and I think a lot of people misunderstand the whole the electrical current sets the up and down, but that's not what's attractive force. Because the reason I think it's tough is because of buoyancy. All right, when you bring something down into water that is less dense than the water, it repels up out of the water. The other one that's a real issue too is like an ice cube in water is like halfway down, halfway above the water. So
Buoyancy is key. I tend to I align with that. I presented the idea of buoyancy and gravity on my show, and it's just openly talked about it because again, like you and I, Tora, we thrown around that idea about the basketball, right? Going down into the water, we observe buoyancy, hydrostatic pressure, things like that, and we get the reverse happening in the air. And you can go to take something to a certain height, and the opposite happens. Again, that object seeking its rest.
I think buoyancy.
Sorry, Bacon, I caught half of what you said.
Well, I asked, what do you think buoyancy is?
Two different objects of with different densities interacting.
The density of the medium compared to the density of the object.
Buoyancy is a ratio between densities.
Relative density, no?
I don't think so.
You don't think buoyancy is the relative density?
I think buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy is worse. But don't you think that buoyancy is a result of hydrostatic pressure? Like if water is exerting a pressure on itself, like pushing in all ways, and then you have an object that is less dense than the water itself, the water is going to push that element up to its surface.
Well, only if there is gradient of pressure. The pressure is the same everywhere, and you wouldn't have buoyancy towards any direction. It would be all the same. You need the water to be attracted to one direction to create that pressure, and the buoyancy emerges in the opposite direction because then you have a gradient of pressure which pulls the object stronger in one side compared to the other side. Otherwise, the object's not gonna move in any direction. Pressure alone doesn't create buoyancy. You need a gradient of pressure.
It seems like in order to have buoyancy, you have to do something. Just like in order to have something fall, you have to pick something up and then drop it. So in order to have buoyancy, I have to take the basketball down to the bottom of the water and let it go. And now you're attributing a force to that, but I did all that. I picked up the ball. I brought it down there. I let it go.
Oh,
So
there's
what force is it? It's the force of me bringing the ball down there and then letting it go.
Well, the basketball already has buoyancy before you put inside of the water. When it's in the atmosphere, there's already buoyancy in the basketball.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so you
Well,
don't have to do
everything
anything.
has buoyancy, right? What is there anything that doesn't have buoyancy?
Well, it has
Things
to
are
be,
not
again,
immersed on a fluid.
relative density. Like if you had that same basketball, let's say going into a container of mercury, the result would be way different. The basketball would just sit on top of the mercury, and if you actually pushed it down into the mercury itself, well, I guess because the basketball has air in it, the mercury would eventually push it back up to the surface. I think it would be a lot slower than within the basketball, though. So I
Yeah, you
guess
could use
the
something
medium
like an
viscosity.
anvil with the
Yeah.
mercury. You could use like a if you got a pool of mercury, you get an anvil, like a steel
Yep.
or iron. I don't know what an anvil is made out of, but that shit will float. So that's what I'm saying. What doesn't? Is there an object that doesn't have buoyancy?
For an object not to have buoyancy, it can't be inside of a fluid, has a gradient of pressure, or can't have volume. If it has volume, it's submerged in a gradient of pressure. Those are the key ingredients of buoyancy.
So every object has a volume. So that one's off the list. What was the first one?
Not be inside of a fluid with a gradient of pressure.
That's all of Earth. We're always inside a gradient of pressure. So, which is there an object that doesn't have buoyancy?
Or you can try to put an object on a vacuum chamber. You're gonna make buoyancy as close to zero as you possibly can.
And then inside of that. But everywhere on Earth though, there's buoyancy, unless we make this artificial space.
For example, if let's say you're in something inside of a free falling airplane, there's no gradient of pressure inside of a free falling airplane. The pressure is the same everywhere while it's falling. Then you don't have buoyancy inside of that falling airplane because there's no gradient of pressure. You have a fluid, but you don't have the gradient of pressure.
Yeah. So other than these artificial places, a vacuum, a free falling airplane, like other than these artificial places we make everywhere on Earth, every object has buoyancy.
I'd say so, yeah.
I mean, it's clearly relative density does dictate which direction an object's going to go. That is key. That's like 99% of it, I think. But I do think there's an underlying thing that needs to be there to maybe. I don't know. Tough one.
Well, I think I'll describe from what I've understood is that it is what you're saying. It is relative density. That makes perfect sense. But the whole thing is in order to like describe why do things go to, are attracted to the ground, the surface area. That's what we're seeing even with buoyancy, with the basketball. It's back attracted to that surface area. So it seems like everything's seeking equilibrium at the surface there. And then that would be the electric, 100 volts per meter or 33 volts per foot or whatever.
And they say the equilibrium is like when you reach equilibrium, you're at your rest spot because you're not going anywhere. Like when I take my cell phone and I put it down on the table, the cell phone's reached equilibrium. It's reached a place where it's resting. right? The weight of the cell phone is being canceled out by the force of the table. Now, if I remove the table, obviously the phone's going to keep going. If it hits the floor, I remove the floor, it's going to keep going. Nobody is ever going to fight with that point. That exists hands down. But to say that the cell phone has this assumed 9.8 meters per second squared acting upon it, as Tora just said, I think there's more substance to this 33 or 32.8 feet traveled with a 14.7 credit that you get, 14.7 psi, 1 bar. So for every 32.8, I think it's 32.8 feet that you go down in water, you get a charge of 1 bar, 14.7 psi. You keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, and that just gets increases. Or go further up, the reverse happens. And the other thing that I was thinking about is if I, as an example, weigh 180 pounds in Toronto, Ontario, and then I go to Denver, Mile High Stadium as an example, my weight is going to be the exact same regardless of my elevation. So I think to
Sure about
myself,
that?
if I go absolutely higher in altitude, Bacon, I was hoping you key in on this. I wonder, would you say that somebody's weight varies from, say, Boston to a place like Denver, where the altitude is so different that that a person's breathing is impacted? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I think changing
That's
location most likely is going to change measurement of weight if you have enough accuracy.
the globe model
Okay,
says
so
that even if you were to stay in, go ahead.
no, I just to steelman that. So it's the idea that um, I can weigh the same in Boston versus Denver, right? I notice that my breathing is labored when I'm in Denver. It's harder to breathe in Denver. So there's a density gradient change. I'm noting it with my breathing ability, right? But my weight remains the same. And we know this is like NBA players, they take their weights, they weigh themselves all over the place, right? So my question then becomes, okay, is it an accuracy thing based on the weight, or is the human body keying in on that change more quicker than its ability to figure out its weight? That makes sense.
How much you weigh from the moment you wake up before you go to bed is much easier to measure than this difference in weight because you're in a higher elevation. The higher elevation is very hard to pick up. It's a very sudden change in weight. But the amount of water your body loses throughout the night, for example, already gives you a measurable difference in weight in your body. If you weigh yourself before you go to sleep, then right after you wake up, you can pick up how much water you lost during your sleep.
Okay, but again, the density gradient. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the environment that I'm in, not specifically me, right? Like, let's just say we're taking the constant of a 180-pound person. We're going to weigh them in the Eastern time zone, somewhere in New York, whatever, and then we're going to take that same person to Denver, and that person's going to say run on a treadmill, and he's like, oh, hey, it's harder to breathe when I'm working out here in Denver, right? But my weight is the same.
Oh, I wouldn't
No,
try to
is
test that
that a
with people.
claim? Sorry, go ahead.
I wouldn't try to test that with people. I'll try to test that with objects because people's amount of mass keep changing. It wouldn't be. I don't think that would be a very good idea to determine anything. An
Well,
object in our case, like have a constant amount of mass. So if the weight changes, you know it's not because the object lost mass, like humans do all the time, gain mass.
yeah, but Bacon, respectfully, there is a common, like, it's known, right? In Denver, there is a gradient, a density gradient change. It is harder to breathe in Denver. It's
Understood.
everywhere. People have said it. It's a known fact.
Oh, I'm not disputing it.
Okay, cool. No, that's fine. I just want to establish that one fact with you, right? So that we can obviously move forward with this idea that we're throwing around. So my thing is, if there's a noticeable density gradient change to the point where I'm having trouble breathing, or there's a difference in me being able to breathe, again, I'm wondering, should that person's weight also not be affected?
Should.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate your honesty.
Welcome. If all you're changing is pressure, if you're lowering the pressure, you'd expect the weight to go up a little bit. If you're also changing elevation, you should expect weight to go down a little bit. We're doing both.
Right.
And I'm not sure which one would give you a bigger change. But those work against each other. As you go higher, your weight becomes lesser. There's also less buoyancy, which increases your weight. So I have to do the math for that.
And then you could add another one in and say when you change your latitude, right? Come on, man.
Yeah, that's also another factor. That one I didn't measure. That's much more significant than the other two, I think. Because I remember before I did my test with different latitudes, I calculated how much difference in weight, the most intense change in pressure, the most intense change in temperature, and humidity. I use all the most intense possible changes and see how max change that would make in my scale. That was like around half of what I wanted to measure. That I could attribute to the latitude. And of course, the change in pressure and temperature was much lesser than what I calculated. So I think that's much less of a factor than changing latitude.
I don't know.
What I measured.
Gold is sold by the gram, man. I don't know about all this.
Well, what does that have to do with you said?
The gold's gonna weigh different in different places.
Well, people calibrate their scale. Scales are trying to estimate mass. Even though you have different weights, the estimation of mass is going to be the same because the scales are going to be calibrated for that region. If you have a region where weight's less, calculator is going to scale that. The scale is going to scale that value more than where the weight more. So you end up with the same number in the scale. That's how you calibrate the scales. You put a known mass, and the scale adjusts how much the conversion between force and mass. So you don't get a different weight, a different value in the scale. Scales are going to agree with each other. It doesn't mean they're picking up the same weight because they have different calibrations. If every scale had the exact same calibration, you would be right. That's not the case.
Gold might be a bad one to use as a reference though. Since it's like heavier than a regular weight. A pound of gold is 21.53% heavier. No? Anybody? No. Troy ounces. Well, it's actually avoirdupois.
What do you mean, Snacks? Like it's 21. What do you mean?
A troy pound consists of 12 troy ounces and thus is 5,760 grains. An avoirdupois pound is approximately 21.53% heavier at 7 grains. And that's what gold is measured in, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I
I
don't
am
know.
wrong. No,
I
maybe
haven't
I am
looked
wrong.
into it that deep. That's pretty deep.
Troy, wait to stand. Yeah, Troy grain is equal to the Avoirdupois system, which is this is different. They use it for feathers too. That's why a pound of feathers is actually heavier than a pound. Because it's supposed to be weighed in. Yeah. Anyway, forget it. Let Bacon keep talking. Sorry.
A pound of bacon ran away.
No. No, my bacon. I'll smoke him in Applewood. I don't care.
Jeremy, did you see do you see these pictures of floating ships and these guys who like take measurements to the horizon or whatever? What are they doing in that scenario?
Flying Dutchman. I've seen those shit. But
Because they keep telling us like they need to take like these elevation angles to the horizon and whatnot, and it's like they don't even know where the horizon is because we have photos of floating ships above that line that you would normally call the horizon.
This is the problem with taking angles long distance. It's just an apparent angle. You're not getting an actual angle to the actual position. That's why we need a tangible measurement. So I've been pushing this whole tangible thing because the optical thing, if you're making an assumption on which way the light's moving.
To me, I just feel like now that the whole thing can just be dropped at this point. They don't really have to bring it up anymore if we have floating ships. Like, there's no reason for them to even come with that argument anymore.
Anybody? You guys talk about, or anybody know what was going on with the Jeranism thing? All the Glovers be doing handstands about, like doing cartwheels. I mean,
Dude, I watched it for a while. It's so hard to like listen to anything with McToon. But I think it was pretty good overall. I mean, he was trying to go over like arguments that they should throw away, and that's kind of why I was bringing up. Was one of them that he brought up because he tried to tell him like, can't we stop with the compressing images and stuff, and
what?
he wouldn't concede, dude, to anything. He was like, no, I have examples of lines that we compress and they're straight, and we've drawn a curved line in the middle of those straight lines and it enhances the curve, so obviously it's doing what we're saying it's doing.
If I compress a basketball down enough, right, it's in line.
Yeah.
I saw a bit of that. It was a complete and utter joke, man. This McToon dude is What a joke. Yeah, his argument is we can make a straight line curve by compressing it. That was his argument. Unbelievable.
Well,
Wow.
if anyone's seen that
Did he
GIF,
say that?
Quad posts it sometimes. There's we have objects of rulers, all kinds of straight objects, and you can compress it and you can make it curve. You can make a ruler curve by compressing a straight ruler.
Yeah.
Dude, McToon was doing that with the spirit level in his own kitchen. And then he wouldn't even concede to the fact that you can't use that as evidence. And he was like, no, it's, it depends on where you put the frame in the shot. If you put it towards the top of the lens, the bottom of the lens makes it look concave, but right in the middle, it's straight. And it's like ridiculous.
Thank you so much.
No, the thing is, the picture that we got of the compressing straight things, there's like 3 of them in the shot, and it's just the whole shot, top, middle, and bottom. They're all just coded the same ways. I mean,
Well,
it's
that's coming
not.
from
It's
the
not
guy
a.
who also measures his shadow. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead, dude.
No, it's all good. It's not. It's not a thing with the lens. It's a thing with the. I think it's a thing with the glare and shit or something. I don't know.
Crazy.
All Jaron had to do was show him this freaking picture. That's it. Game over. Just look at that. This is the picture they used to shop around for Earth Curve, right? Look at the bench. Look at the bottom of the thing.
That's
It's pure comedy, man.
That image is so perverted with compression. It's not even funny. It's gross. Like that's the same crap that Jeremy was shopping around asking about what path of light what path would the light take from the building to the observer? It's like, yeah, but you're forgetting about compression over distance, dude. Like you can't pack real life, which has three perspectives to it: X, Y, and Z. Right, going away from you and towards you, up and down, and left and right. Those are the 3 perspectives. You cannot take those perspectives and ever compress that into a picture because a picture only shows in 2D.
Yeah, but the whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah. Look at the picture I posted on the bottom. That's the picture they used to shop around until we found the full picture, which is on top. I mean, it's comical, man. It's comical.
Well,
And the
what's the
crazy
issue? I don't
thing
get.
is,
I don't get it.
What do you mean you don't get it? You see the picture on the bottom, Bacon? That's the one you guys used to shop around for Earth Curve, right?
Yeah.
And then we found the top picture, the full picture. Look, the whole bench is curved. Look at the bench. Look at the green thing on top there and what's sitting on top of it. The whole thing is curved, bro.
The red things aren't, right?
Yeah, but look at the bench that it's sitting on.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with?
It,
Does it have to do with the horizon?
it shows that a straight thing curves, bro.
What?
That's what it shows.
This is just like lens distortion. You're not going to get rid of your distortion.
But here's the thing: the bars, the red bars above and below the horizon, they are not curving.
Okay, so
the black, red, the black and red, everything in that picture is curving. There isn't a straight line in that picture when you compress it.
But like nowhere near how the horizon is curving. Like it doesn't make sense that the lens would curve the horizon and not those bars together.
I don't think it's the lens.
Okay, well, anyway, so like the curve of the horizon isn't following those red bars. Okay, those red bars aren't perfectly straight. They're much more straight than the horizon, and you have them right next to it, below and above.
Do you have any kind of is there any kind of straight line control in this picture?
What do you mean by that?
Is there any straight line in this picture?
Those red bars should be the straight reference.
And they're curving.
Are they curving?
Yes, they are curving. I went over this picture 100 times. The red and black lines are curving.
What do you
They're
mean?
not straight. Look at the picture. Zoom in. Look at the
I am.
picture, bro. They're not straight.
They look very straight to me.
They look like they're not straight to me. I don't know. I've looked. I'm not looking right now, but I have went over this picture dozens at least of times, and
Well,
I
this is the first
guarantee they're
time.
not straight.
It's the first time
Well-
I've seen this picture, and I can tell you that it's fucking ridiculous.
I understand that's the claim. I'm trying to
Bacon,
understand why.
Bacon, you should be saying this is definitely not. This is like a distortion. This looks like a fucking carnival mirror. If you think that's
No,
Earth curve, you want your head looking at.
It would certainly be a distortion if those red bars were distorted the same way as the horizon. Then obviously that's not the case.
You've never seen a horizon like that in your life. Come on.
Of course, that's compressed horizontally. That's not how we see the horizon. Obviously, I can see
Exactly.
that.
Are the red and black lines distorted and they're supposed to be straight?
They're slightly not straight. Like but it's not like they're curved. They're just wobbling in their direction.
So it's distorted. So we got straight lines when compressed are distorted.
I think that's just the shape of the bar. I don't think they're like perfectly straight. But they're much straighter than the horizon is. The picture.
All right. The horizon is at the distance, at the limit of your vision. So straight in front of you is the furthest you're going to see. Now, looking to the left and right, unless you turn that direction, you're not going to see as far. Do you agree your peripheral vision doesn't see as far as straight in front of you?
And no clue what that means.
When you're looking out at the horizon and you're looking straight ahead, the furthest part of the horizon is going to be 90 degrees in front of you, correct?
Why?
What?
You mean 90 degrees in front of me?
Do you agree
towards
that you see in a circle of vision that you no matter where you go, you turn around and you see the same distance in all directions?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Maybe if in the ocean.
Yeah,
Then-
okay, let's go to the middle of the ocean with no land around us, and now we're going to spin in a circle. Do you agree you see in a circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't see that far, right?
The horizon will form a circle. Yeah.
Yes, the horizon will form a circle. Now, if that horizon was dipping, it wouldn't be able to complete that circle, correct?
Not.
So when you're compressing this image, what you're getting is the distant horizon in front of you is getting exaggerated, and you're looking at it like it's a curve, when in actuality, it's like the tortilla I posted.
I don't get what you're
I
trying
mean,
to argue.
did you post the picture? Sorry, Bacon. Go ahead.
You didn't spoke over me. You spoke after. Go ahead.
Did you post the picture with the table and everything? The whole picture?
Yes, he posted it.
The whole picture, yeah. So you see the table there, right? Table's supposed to be straight.
I don't know. I think I have to see the non-compressed image. I think even on a non-compressed image, it would be noticeable that the table isn't that straight.
Table's not
I took
straight.
the non-compressed image and I threw a bunch of straight lines over top of it just to see how, if any of those comparable segments were straight. Not one of them.
So there's no straight lines in the non-compressed image, you're saying?
This is a
Nope.
joke, man.
I
Really.
put a whole bunch of
Uh,
straight lines on the black, the red, even the blue, and then the black above. I posted 38 after the hour. Mana
The
see
upper
no
one,
Mana see it by.
they're not perfectly straight. That's for sure.
Bro,
They're much
it's
straighter.
not one of them, though. That's the issue.
I agree. Not
Not
one
them
of them
shows
is
straight.
perfectly straight. Of course, no object like perfectly straight. If you compress any object you think is perfectly straight, you're going to see not perfectly straight, because whatever deviation from straight is going to be pronounced once you compress in the same direction of the object. So you can see the imperfections on the straightness of those bars when you compress, just like you can see the imperfections on the straightness of the horizon once you compress it.
Does anyone have the image with the ruler and I think it's a sheath and then another thing? It's like three straight objects, compressed and then not non-compressed and compressed. Does anyone have that image? Quad posted a lot. Search for quad. He's posted it in here. Search for quads, and somebody search for quad's name, and you'll see the image. It's like three things. I mean, a ruler's pretty straight. I mean, we're pretty good with making straight rulers, and you compress it and it curves. So I mean, I don't know.
It gets wobbly because it's not perfectly straight. It's just not that noticeable.
It's highly noticeable when you compress it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's only noticeable if you compress it, because that makes any deviation from straight pronounced.
So the ruler's not. What's that?
The ruler is not perfectly straight.
The ruler is
saying
not perfectly straight. Sorry, Jeremy. Apologies, dude.
No, it's all good.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm so sorry, dude. Go.
So, I mean, it's as pretty close as we can get. I mean, it's a metal ruler. They are making these things pretty fucking straight, and when you compress it, it's curving like a motherfucker.
But like you're saying they're curving in such a way that curve doesn't exist in reality.
No, I'm telling you that when you compress straight lines, they can be curved.
Well, only if they're already curved in the picture.
No, negative. The ruler's straight.
Oh, do the following then. Go to the picture, open your computer, draw a straight line on the picture, then you compress it. The straight line that you drew on your computer is not going to become curved once you compress the image. It's still going to be perfectly straight.
Mm-hmm.
If the ruler isn't following that perfectly straight line after you compress the image, it also wasn't before you compress the image. The compressing is not going to separate those two things.
So on flat Earth, is the horizon perfectly straight?
No. I know. I don't know if in flat Earth. I know in reality it isn't, because it dips. It's necessarily curved.
So you're saying the horizon, the fact that it's curving when compressed has nothing to do with the fact that it may not be perfectly straight like the ruler. There may be some undulations in it, and it's due to Earth curve.
I didn't say it's due to Earth curve. If it dips the same amount in every direction, it will look curved.
The horizon's not dipping though. The horizon is a straight line.
I mean, if all in all directions of the horizon it's below eye level, then it will look like a curve.
Even in your globe model, the horizon's a straight line.
Oh.
Yeah,
picture of the horizon is necessarily curved. Yeah, but it's a circle that is below eye level, which means you're gonna see it curved. It's like a hula hoop. If you put your head inside of a hula hoop, and the hula hoop is exactly at eye level, it's gonna look like a straight line in all directions. But if you lower the hula hoop a little bit, you're gonna see it curved, even if you look.
Okay, so you're saying this could happen on flat or curved Earth, right?
I'm not saying this is. I'm not arguing now that this is the Earth curvature, or that this isn't possible on flat Earth.
But we're saying that. My bad. Go ahead.
You should expect this. If you accept that the horizon dips in all directions, then you should expect the horizon to look curved.
So you're saying this would be expected on either model. This apparent curvature.
In whatever model in which the horizon dips in all directions, you should expect it to look curved. It's like a mathematical implication of it dipping in all directions.
Yeah, so this picture doesn't really tell us anything.
It tells something we already know, that the horizon dips in all directions and it looks curved, left to right.
Well, sometimes it dips, sometimes it's above horizontal and it's rising. We have theodolite measurements of it. So
or maybe probably you can. That's very close to the surface. I don't think it's a picture like the one Essie posted that high from.
that's why I said sometimes. That's why I said
Right.
sometimes. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So if we're above a hula hoop, we did this on Brandon's show a long time ago while he was debating Mage 2, I think, with the balloon with Mr. Sensible. I ran to my break room. I was at work. I ran to the break room and set up a little circle of cleaning containers. Took pictures right at the level of the cleaning containers, and then raised up, and you could see how it would start curving because of the circle of vision we see in.
Exactly. So that's what I meant. If the horizon dips, it would necessarily look curved.
If you're above the circle that you're seeing, yeah. If you're above the circle that you're seeing, then yes, it will appear to be curved. Not we're not saying it's an actual curve going on there, meaning in the vertical.
Yeah, but the point is this curve, and it's being argued that it's ridiculous because the image is compressed and that's what's causing it to look curved. Oh, it's not what's causing it to look curved. Because you can draw a straight line and compress it together. The straight line is still going to be straight. It looks curved because it appears curved. And the picture registers that.
So if I take a picture of a ruler, then draw a straight line over the edge of the ruler, you're saying the ruler's going to curve because it's not perfectly straight, but the line's not going to curve?
Yes, if you draw the line on the picture on your computer, so it's perfectly straight, yeah, it's exactly what's going to happen. If the ruler
We got to get that gift pod. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
If the ruler deviates from the line you drew before the compression, then it was already deviating before the compression.
Yeah, we got to get that pick Quad's got and draw a line over the ruler. I don't know what that image is supposed to show with the red and black spirit level with the curvy table and shit. Like, I don't know.
I'll go back to work. So yeah, nice talking to you guys.
Okay, good talk, Bacon. I've wasted so many hours on that picture. You guys have no idea how many times we've been over that. They've been pushing that since Gems. 4 years ago.
Which one? So
the curvy table picture.
Perfect table picture. The one that Tora posted?
I haven't looked at the chat in a minute. I think SE posted.
Oh,
I think it means the one with the red and the black.
Is,
or maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I don't even know what that thing is.
Is that from the Salton Sea, that one, or no? No. I don't think so. Maybe part 2.
Anyway, it's ridiculous, whatever it is.
Imagine being in a debate and bringing in this as your main argument. You take a picture and you squeeze it. Like, that's got to be the height of like stupidity, like for real.
Yeah, it's like looking out of a. We've all seen the the meme of the out of the plane window. All right, when you see the tarmac and it's all fucking curved. It's the same thing.
That's the whole thing. That's why we're just trying to say, like, can you guys stop with this? And can you believe they fight against that? It's crazy.
I mean,
This
just be
is
honest, Lee.
desperation. This is literally desperation here. We're seeing. Yeah, it's beyond belief.
Well, there's so many reasons. There's so many reasons why that could be curving on a flat Earth. It's not funny.
And this is like a 2016 argument. I couldn't believe yesterday that this was the argument on the table. I was like, did I wake up like?
Hold on, who pulled this out? Who pulled this out? Get out of here! Serious,
Yeah,
dude. He's
bro.
toying with them dudes. He's just toying. He used a hot air balloon photo from the '60s before. He's just toying with them guys.
Well, this is how it was brought up, Jeremy. It was Jaren. He brought this photo to tell McToon, hey, can you guys stop compressing stuff? Because we've compressed, spirit levels in their freaking curve. So we just want you to know this seems like a dishonest tactic. If you guys could drop this and, bring some better arguments, that would be great.
Yeah, like I was trying. I couldn't reach him. I wanted to send him that picture, Like I don't have his thing. I swear I would have DM'd him the picture. Like there would have been game over right there.
Did you see McToon taking pictures of the spirit level on his own kitchen table, distorting it, and then going, see, it makes sense.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. Like, you guys got to get your act together, man. If this is a 2016 argument, it's been shattered. Like, I couldn't believe. I thought I was watching the Twilight Zone. Like, honestly, I thought I was watching the Twilight Zone. After a while, I couldn't watch it anymore.
Why can't they just be honest and say, from these heights, you're not going to be able to see the curve of the Earth? Like, why is that so hard to say? I mean, that's what any other person would say. Do you realize how big the Earth is? Why do you think you see curvature? You know what I mean?
Because they have their shadow giants, like, who was it, Soundly and these guys, and Soundly told me there's a 90-foot hump when we're standing at Rakia, the causeway there, right? He says 24 miles. He says there's a 90-foot hump, and then Rakia asked him, "Can we see the curve from the shore, from the ground?" And they said, "Yeah, if you have 20/20 vision, you can see the curve from the shore." These are the guys that measured the bridge. This is why they have to say this nonsense.
What a crock of crap. Holy shit.
Yeah, bro, they're in it, and there's no way out of it. They have to say this now because the people that measured the bridge, that's the claim. The guy told me personally, I have it on tape, it's on my YouTube, there's a 90-foot hump from our foot on either side. And Rakia asked him if you can see the curve, and he said yes. If you have 20/20 vision, you can see the curve. It happened in this server. But these are the people that we're dealing with.
Who's the picture of that you posted?
Sorry?
You posted a picture of somebody with like a piece of glass, it looks like, on top of like a, I don't know, cell phone or something.
Oh, that's the. You don't know that guy? That's I Can Science that. He did a presentation and he was showing a level perpendicular and he was using a phone and spaghetti. That was so funny, bro. We're cracking up. The jokes people were making with this guy. Like, literally, my cheeks were hurting from laughter. You haven't seen this guy, really?
No,
Oh, man. He's saying, look at the phone, it's flat, and look at the spaghetti, and blah, blah, blah. He was trying to make an argument using spaghetti. and a phone. I think he said the phone was the plane and some nonsense like that.
That's impossible.
Good one.
Yeah, the VC's dead because there's not that many Europeans and English people. I mean, there's a few, but I think it's. I always think of it like an American thing. Like I'm on American time, basically. So, yeah, we need to get some more UK people representing. I think so we
I
can
think
have
it's
good
funny
conversations.
the minute nobody's talking for like 10 seconds, there's always a Glober to type in the chat. Why is the VC so dead?
Yeah, that was my point, dude. Your name's Nate, is it?
Nate, can you hear us? Obviously. I don't know. Maybe he's on deafened and he can't hear the VC.
See,
I
what's
think it's
going
those
on
people.
here is they're trying to do a boycott. But it doesn't seem to be working, though.
I just think his volume's down, like because otherwise he would hear it because it's not on deafen.
You guys need to have another union meeting. Bunch of scabs are breaking the picket lines.
We got scabs, man. We got scabs.
Yeah. Come off.
They miss us, guys. They miss us.
They can't keep away. They know where the action's at. They know where the real thing is at. They can't keep away. Blue, you know you can't keep away. You know you gotta come here every day. I mean that's a must for you, bro. You know that.
Yeah, I think it's funny that like otherwise intelligent people are trying to utilize something like the compressing images somehow prove something. Like Bacon's an intelligent dude. He can think through some things. Why when we can literally prove that items that are perfectly straight items, straight edges appear as though they could be curved when you are compressing an image. It's like welcome to lens distortion.
They'll just be like, "What? You don't know the definition of level?"
No, they'll use the term rectilinear lens.
Yeah, there is a rectilinear lens, but there's no such lens that doesn't show distortion. That's a fact.
Yeah, all lenses have distortion. Whether barrel distortion or pin cushion distortion, like it doesn't matter. You're going to get distortion. Period.
Telescope has distortion. It all does.
The Theodolites have horrible distortion. Like the barrel distortion on those things is ridiculous.
You know who has a good video on that? Explains everything. You guys know the guy Dwayne Kellum, the balloon launching guy. You guys know Dwayne Kellum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that guy. Well, I don't know him personally.
Yeah. Well, this guy has a good video on that. He explains it all about barrel distortion, and he says no matter what lens you have, at a certain distance, it will show barrel distortion. Or pin cushion, whichever one.
Yeah, I mean it's guaranteed. The manufacturers of the lenses will let you know that. But don't worry, internet globe defenders know better than people who manufacture the lenses.
Yeah. I was gonna do an interview with him. I lost contact with him because he lost his job and everything. We might get him on one day. He did agree, but he said he couldn't do it now. So I forgot all about that. I'm gonna try to contact him again, and maybe we can get him on and ask him some questions. This guy has freaking experience, man, with balloons and stuff. That would be really good.
You know, on people we should interview, another one I've always been interested in is having like an optometrist come on and talk to an optometrist about how you see, what 20/20 vision means and all that.
That's a damn good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would venture to say that even an optometrist isn't taught that much about perspective and things like that. To be honest with you, I mean, a little bit, but it's still undetermined. Like when you go in to look into everything, there is no consensus on the exact way that we see things at distance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if like the whole, like if someone has 20/20 vision, are you giving a distance, a limit to their vision at that point?
Yeah, of course, there's a limit. There's absolutely a limit.
That's just what's in focus, right?
Like we can't see forever. We know that. That's the one certainty we know, right? And we know the further back we go, things seem to like converge to a point. We know that as well. Train tracks, hallways.
Maybe that's what the curve's doing, trying to converge.
Yeah.
So, it got to be something like that. If it's an illusion, a trick of vision, or something to do with the inverse square of law of light and the optical whatever optoelectrical density of the signal, something like that is going on. The curvature of the I wrote it down in the just I was like, this is the most word salady way I can do it, but just whatever, like it seems to work out in my head that's what's going on. Like it's an illusion based on these different things. Try
Well, we
telling that
know it's
to
an
a converter.
illusion because we know train tracks don't converge, right? So yeah, we know guaranteed.
Well, yeah.
We also know a hallway doesn't do the same thing. So we know that's just the way our eyes work. It's a curved ball, whatever you want to, technical thing you want to lay on it. And that's the way it works.
Here's a big one I feel like we need clarification on too. I'm not sure how, like my standing on this is when they say sunlight comes in parallel. As a flat earther, would you agree with that? Like if we, on our model, does the sunlight come in parallel?
There is no chance in hell. I talk about this a lot. I even have a meme on this. And I asked the question, can a light bulb, can a sphere, they say the sun is a sphere, right? Can a sphere cast parallel lines? Now think about this. The surface of a sphere is continuously curved, right?
It's like a million
There's
times the
no two
size.
places on it that are the same.
Is it 640,000 times the size of the Earth or something?
Yeah, I
Like,
guess that's how I always saw it. Is like they're trying to say like only one of those light rays or two. You know what I mean? Like off of that sphere, like you're saying, Essie.
Yeah, bro, when you press them, and I have pressed them on this, when you put it to them in that way, they have to say they're almost parallel. This is what they're going to tell you. They're almost parallel. Ask any baller. If you ask them like that, that's their thing. Well, yeah, they're almost parallel because it's so far away. Yeah. Nice try.
But when you're talking about parallel, what is almost parallel when we say they? Because light does not come in rays, right? That's just how we
Exactly.
interpret it. Light comes in basically circular waves emanating from the source, three-dimensional
Yeah, you're right.
circular
Yeah.
waves. So it's
Even that is what's a ray. Yeah. You're
yeah. I
playing
mean,
in their game.
even if we try to get light to go in one specific ray, right, through something like a collimated laser, even a laser is going to deviate from parallel. There's no such thing as a parallel light ray coming from a source. There's no such thing as a light ray to begin with.
Yep. And even when you collimate it, like you said, it spreads out. Even that you can't get parallel. Good point, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it always spreads out. So my thought process on this is when we talk about crepuscular or anti-crepuscular rays, and they look to diverge and converge, is that just shadow lines then we're just seeing?
You mean in the clouds?
Yeah, you know how like the crepuscular rays, it'll look like, a bunch of diverging rays, and then if you turn around, the anti-crepuscular rays look like they diverge or converge again on the other side. I actually just witnessed this a couple weeks ago in Florida. It was amazing.
I never seen that converging part, but yeah, the clouds make them do that. I mean, that's obvious, right? Yeah. The way the light spreads in the clouds, it's the clouds doing that. It's diffracting or refract, whatever you want to call it, through the clouds. That's what's causing that.
Yeah.
It ain't certainly because it's coming from 93 million miles away. Like, come on. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, to have that such a localized effect too, right? Because if you
Yeah.
go 100 miles north, you probably don't see that anymore. Dependent on the clouds in your area. That's a huge one to me too. Is like the clouds that we're seeing are in your area. They're not that far away. The sunset that Napalm sees that sets over the water is in his area. It's not far away because then I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It's obvious that the sun is in an apparent location, not an actual location, because there would be other things blocking the sun than just water from Florida.
Yo, can I ask you guys? Did you read about that readings that they were getting off the coast of Florida, where they were saying that the water was like 90 degrees in the ocean? Did you guys
It's
hear
like
about that?
it's like 90 degrees by the beach right now in the ocean water.
Like
Crazy.
in the ocean, like the water of the ocean, right? Is that like normal, or is that like scary hot, or what?
No, it's normal.
Yeah, it's normal.
Oh, that's a nice one, bro. Napalm. That's the reverse he was talking about. Yeah, that's cool.
That like with a mountain basically blocking the sun. But that was in the sunrise. I saw something like that. Yeah. That was the dopest crepuscular. I'm always afraid I'm going to say it wrong. Rays that it was like hitting two different bands, sort of in the atmosphere, where it was like I could see the like pinkness of the sunrise, but then also like this blueness. So it was like alternating like pink and blue, kind of like the rising sun of the Japanese flag kind of situation, but with pink and blue colors. Quite amazing. I wish I took a picture of it. It would have lasted longer. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I lived in Arizona, you would see those all the time. It was crazy. And their flag is just like that, the rising sun of like Japan.
So for the person that asked about the sun, the parallel rays, right? Whenever you ask him that, they're gonna say, "Well, yeah, they don't really leave parallel exactly, but because of the distance, they come in almost parallel." That's what they say. Almost parallel when you push them.
Like the scale would do that, though. You know, because you could just say that you're not getting the light from, like, if you're only getting center lens from the sagitta of the sun, which is so huge it's essentially flat, basically. So I mean that's the kind of math scale trick that they have to use to say that it's parallel. But I think if you observe light and the sun stuff, and it's not doing that.
When you push them, this is what they're going to show you. This can't believe they're still shopping this. This is the gift they're going to show you when you push them.
Yep, that's the one I've seen before, exactly. And it's like, yeah, I don't think light travels like that. It'd be better to put little squiggly lines, I think.
Yeah, by their own thing, yeah. Aren't they waves and particles? Yeah.
Laser beams.
So now I move the sun in close, and we have non-parallel lines from the sun coming in. Does this explain there? You need bendy light to make that model work. And I mean, I don't even agree with that, because that guy really drew that bendy light in a very deceiving way.
Yeah, they're clutching at straws at this point. They really have nothing.
I don't know if light's ever bending though. It's like going straight and then hitting some shit that deflects it to make it kind of incrementally go down.
Yeah.
That angle is going to keep like being cumulative, basically. So if it was true that, like, if Jesse was trying to say that like it's bending, then he should be able to like test it with like some kind of sensor to make sure that it's exactly the same level of energy. You know, if he's just shooting it straight through an unaltered fish tank, or then he takes like a fucking pound of sugar and throws it in there, like it should basically have the same strength of, you know, if it's bending with the medium, you know, if it's doing that, which I don't know. It'd be tough to. It's kind of hard to tell with like a fucking small fish tank, right?
In that
Yeah.
experiment, do they put the light in the tank, or is the light on the outside of the tank?
I think it's on the outside. I don't think he has a waterproof laser.
So yeah, they gotta shoot through the glass first.
Shoot the glass.
Because, like, technically, aren't we inside of the atmosphere? You know, like, we're not on the outside shooting lights.
That's ball so hard.
Jeremy
my
would
lip.
have good with
was-
Maktoum.
Sorry, Ashley. You go.
I was just going to say Jeremy would have been good with Maktoum. I can see him. So you mean the not actual horizon, right? Well, oh, you mean the not? He deserves a Jeremy on that one.
They're just pointing to position. Like, you want to make some kind of geometric claim on a non-geometric position.
Yeah.
Weird. Like, I wouldn't do that. I don't know. I mean, you can do that, I guess, if you want to just assume.
No, but I can see you saying. So you're saying now you measure the the non-real horizon, right, Maktoum? That
The
one.
not actual position. Yeah, so you measure the not actual position of the horizon. Okay, that's neat. But now what?
Yeah. Where do we go from here now?
We have an angle to a not actual position. Okay, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah. So you take a picture of this non-actual position, and now you're telling me you put it in a program and you squeeze it? That's your argument? It's like kindergarten stuff, man. Really?
Well, my favorite is when they try to do that, and they're like, "Yo, this is the position of the thing." I'm like, "All right, so that's what we're doing. We're drawing lines, straight lines, the things we see out in the distance, and that's their position." That's where it really gets crazy. Because if they want to do that, you can debunk their shit all over the place with a sunset, with a a solenoidal eclipse with the black swan, all types of shade. The list never ends.
What
Yes.
was that? What was that type of eclipse, Jeremy?
Hold on a second. A solenoidal. I don't know. No one knows how to say that word.
Salanim.
So yeah, I was doing my Owen Benjamin there, Napalm. That was my Owen Benjamin. Must be nice. But yeah, you know, it reminds me of I went to Spain. Like it's weird because I was like, I don't know how old I was. I was probably about early 20s. Or so. I don't actually remember, but it's a while ago. Let's just say that it's a while ago. And it's the first time because my mum went to Spain, and she's like, yeah, it's nice, this place, you ought to come over. So I went on my own, and that's why, you know, it's a weird thing. It's like the first time I've been on a plane on my own and stuff like that, you know. And it was just a weird experience. But what the reason I mention it is because when I was on my way back, I when I looked out the window, it was very obvious that I could see Old Blighty because it was just overcast. The whole the whole island, if you will, was just completely overcast, and there was something comforting about that. I just remember thinking, "Yep, there she is." So yeah, it was very very obvious. Oh yeah, it's just perpetual, just
Overcast and rain.
overcast. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so I was yesterday or day before, I was trying to kill a few hours, and because we're having these solar panels, and you know, there's a lot of hammering, and as you can imagine, so I went to this farm shop where I usually go, and it's kind of fancy because they've got a museum there as well. So I thought, oh, I'll go and, you know, kill some time in there, whatever. And the young lad that walks you around, he was a nice guy, whatever. But I ended up flat smacking him a little bit, not too much, because I'm a bit like I go easy on that. I don't want to fuck with people too much. You know what I mean? But the whole I'd say the majority of this exhibit was basically about a guy called Cavendish. Now there's I knew straight away it was part of his family, right? Because they, you know, well-to-do family and whatnot. And so there's William Cavendish and Henry Cavendish. I get them confused, so I'm not exactly sure which is which. But
you know, it's funny. I think the same thing goes for the refraction. Like it's the same guy. It's the same name of an ancient guy and a new guy.
yeah. Well, I was just talking to this guy, just sort of because, you know, it was like I was just asking like, oh, what's this, and he's going, oh well, he's this particular Cavendish, you're famous for horse dancing or something like that. And there was like all these pictures of horses and all that kind of stuff, and lots of lots of stuff from like the French Revolution sort of days, that sort of time. And then, you know, about 5-10 minutes in, I was like, have you ever heard of the Cavendish experiment? And he's like, nope. I'm like, right then, well, here we go. You're going to learn a little bit about something now. And then basically I was saying to him, I'm sure they're related. They must be related. And then he's furiously Googling away on his phone. And of course, we find out that, yeah, there is some relation there. It's definitely part of the family tree. And
yeah, the Cavendishes have a lot. Yeah, they have a big family tree. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
from bananas to all sorts of stuff.
Yep. This is up in Cavendish, fucking Prince Edward Island. Cavendish potatoes, I think they're called. Their own kind of potato.
But yeah, I didn't want to I didn't want to flat smack him too hard. I don't do that. I tend to not do that unless I think the person's really open to it. Right? I just read the audience. I just be like, and this guy, he was like, when I was telling him certain things, he's like, you know, you sort of almost feeling it out, and he's like, oh well, I don't really mess with that kind of thing. He didn't say it like that, but that's kind of what he was alluding to. And now doing the whole, well, you know, Socrates said the unexamined life isn't worth living. Come on, lad. And
You know, I'm the same way, man. I like don't push it because
yeah,
99.9% of the time, the only person that's going to be frustrated is you within that
yeah,
conversation.
yeah. So I was just sort of saying,
You guys do the opposite of me. I push it onto people I don't like. Like who I'm like, oh, that person's like being a real asshole.
well, yeah. At that point, you know, you're fucking with them then.
Mhm.
So he's a nice kid, and I didn't really want to fuck with him. I didn't want to, you know, I was just like pointing out some obvious things, like there's no evidence that we're going around the sun, for instance. There's no. I mean, I think that's what I said to him. Even Einstein said there's no optical experiment that you could do. So I was just pointing out little things like that, but I could almost see the alarm in his eyes. So I was just I just tapped him on the shoulder. I was like, well, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I do that a lot. Like I had some friends over not too long ago, and one of them was talking about the Indiana Jones movie, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that character is actually based off of Otto von Braun." And I'm like, "You mean Werner von Braun?" He's like, yeah, Werner von Braun. Bro, I don't know if you knew this, but he was a Nazi who came here to create rockets." I'm like, "Yep, Operation Paperclip." He's like, yeah, I think something like that." And then dude's trying to like talk to me as if he's schooling me, and he's calling him Otto von Braun. Had no idea about Operation Paperclip, and I'm just like
All
letting
on
him go.
bronze. Roll out. Yeah, he's also a friend of labor camp, and he's probably a war criminal, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah. And then the relic within that movie is the Antikythera mechanism, but they just call it
They
the
did a good job.
Antikythera. And he tries to talk to me about that, and it's just the best part is like it's a buddy of mine who's Hispanic, Latino, and sometimes people from the islands, Latino islands, speak very authoritatively as if like they're well versed in subjects that they know very little about. Just as I don't know, I find it as commonplace, but it was quite funny. But I reserved some. I just used restraint to ensure that as we went out with this couple for an evening, I didn't want to go too hard in the paint before we even
Yeah.
left the house.
That's what I was going to say to that guy yesterday. Well, pick a username. I was going to say, look, it's an attitude thing. Like I came into these servers with the attitude of I want to learn something, and so I want to get, you know, like napalm. I could get to know napalm, and I could learn something from it. I could learn something from most people with these panels, and that's a wonderful thing. But these people that come in like they're going to teach us something, and this is why I said about Zanuck I think he's the best glober. Like he's like people like what they don't like that. But what I'm meant by that is that you've seen FTFE do this as well, where they learn something on the spot in that moment, and then 5 minutes later they're teaching us all about it, and he does it terribly. You know, it's so obvious. The thing with Zanuck is he does it well. He does that well. I call it like the Heartbreak Ridge syndrome, because remember that movie? He's like talking about Marines. He's like they've got to adapt, they've got to overcome. That's what Zanuck does, and he does it so well. And it's obvious to some of us. I suspect most of us. but it's just the way they get this. They learn it right then, and we all saw it, and then next minute, yep, it's just educating us all. It's the attitude of, oh, you silly flat earthers. A little bit condescending, a little bit patronizing.
I'm saying
You know, it's like
intellectual high ground. Like it.
it takes a long time to cook rice, but then there's minute rice. It's like they're minute experts, right? Doesn't taste quite as good ever, but you can chew on it. Ugh.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty decent movie though. Indiana. I want to see Oppenheimer, and weirdly enough, I'm hearing some really great things. I kind of want to see Barbie now. I don't know.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I'm hearing some fucking amazing things from people I wouldn't expect.
What's up with that?
Never even seen a preview for it.
I haven't either.
What's up with that I can't even say the word Antikythera mechanism. Is that something that was like a real thing, or like postulated as like a real device prior to the movie, or is that just
flat Earth?
So,
Yes.
I mean, the Antikythera mechanism is that device that was found in the bottom of the Mediterranean that they pieced back together that showed all the movements of the planets, could predict eclipses, all that kind of stuff once they were able to like recreate it.
Yeah, it's a for real thing. It was found off the coast of Greece, the island of Antikythera, I think in 1910. It was in a basement for 70 years. Nobody thought much of it until one person inside said, "Wait a minute, are those gears?" Then they X-rayed it, and yeah, it's really a mechanical computer consisting of gears that shows the motion of the 5 known planets, the sun and the moon. It even has a gear for the Olympic Games. Yeah, it's freaking amazing, and it's 1,000 years before they thought gears were made. So, like, 2 astonishing things here. Yeah.
So
How about? Yeah.
you said it only tracks 5 planets, and it's just like prior to the telescope when this was created, or something?
Correct. It was created 2,200 years ago, give or take. So back then they only knew about 5 planets. Yeah. So that's what they. Yeah.
And that's because those are the only 5 they could visibly see, or something, with the naked eye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think the island's called island might be called Kythera, and then it's like it's like off the coast of this is they call it Antikythera.
Oh, it's Kythera? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I think
yeah.
so. I might not be right about that. Something like that.
Yeah, it's off the coast of Greece. Some sponge divers apparently found it.
How about this Archimedes character in the movie? Is that correlate to the device?
Well, they say he could be one of the builders. Yeah, but they don't know who did it. They don't know who built it. They know for sure it was heading to Rome. It was heading for Rome from Greece. Was heading to Rome.
Was Archimedes one of the guys that had the idea with the mirrors and burning the ships down, or was that a different guy?
I think that's him. Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah.
Because that's a real thing now. Like, we actually do that. There's a field of mirrors, and they point them toward. We use it to generate electricity, not to burn ships down. But I mean, that actually would work.
Yeah, yeah. The story goes that he would use the soldiers' shields to do that. I don't know how true that is, but yeah.
No, I don't think they ever did it. I think it was just an idea. But you would need something concave or flat. I don't think a convex thing would work like a shield. I mean, maybe if the shield was flat, I don't know. But it would take so many, though. You would need so many.
The Lost Boys, they pulled it off in Hook without a problem. So.
Yeah, but that Antikythera thing is a real thing. I'll post you some stuff, bro.
Yeah, there's a cool YouTube channel where a guy like actually makes it by hand and just like takes brass pieces and he creates it. It's pretty cool.
Check that out, bro. They know because they found even inscriptions in Greek, and there's even they found like a how-to thing in the back. That's really freaked out, man.
It's pretty simple too. It's like I think it's only 16 gears or something like that. Some of them are like double gears, or like they'll pick a smaller one in there. But I guess it goes to show like how connected these things are. That could be expressed in such a simple mechanism.
Yeah, what it shouts out to me is that it's a repetitive system in the sky. How do we know? Well, somebody freaking recreated it using gears. So, I mean, it's clear cut, man. It's a gear system in the sky. It's as simple as that. Whatever it is.
Were they perfect circles, or were they elliptical gears?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know that one.
They're all circle, but there's some offset parts, so you could say that the offset is it's sort of like an ellipse, I guess, drawn from a circular rotation.
I heard one of the British scientists describe that there was even a gear that I think did a retrograde motion, if I'm not mistaken, or there was some sort of weird gear that they said, "Holy cow! How the hell did they figure that out back then?"
Yeah, I think
Yeah, that's what I was
some
wondering when I
0.5
said.
degree shift of the moon's orbit or something like that. I might have to look it up, but it was a very, very sophisticated observation which they included.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and they made the gears do that, and the guy was saying, "Holy cow, man! How the hell did they do that?" Yeah.
So let me ask: did the device in the movie represent the original device, or was it like completely different?
Which movie are we
It
talking about?
was definitely different, like looking, and in the movie, it was just like broken into two pieces or something like that.
Right.
But within the movie, it without ruining it.
It's kind of like fictionalized, like other things in other Indiana Jones, like the Ark of the
Yeah,
Covenant and the Holy Grail.
Oh, you mean
Well, I'm
they
this
kind
is
of
in
find
the
it.
movie? This
yeah. This,
Antikythera? Oh
They call
shit!
it the
yeah.
they call it the Antikythera, but it's not exactly that. It's something similar, but it has to deal with like predicting specific times in which. So yeah,
A
whatever.
magnetic
Close your
rift
ears if
anomaly
you
would
don't want a
open up.
spoiler. Yeah. So
Yeah. Sorry.
yeah, it's to determine where geographically and at what time these alleged like portals will open up in time that allow you to traverse time, right? So it's like a time travel device, which I think is
Right.
interesting. But I also find it interesting that what the Antikythera mechanism does, right? It kind of shows us that there is a predictable, long-standing um, clock and calendar in the sky that is constantly repeating, that has cycles that are predictable, right?
Exactly.
There is no prediction that's made solely based off of the globe model and we figured this out and NASA knows how to predict
Yes.
eclipses and all that kind of bullshit, right? So they put it in a movie so people come familiar with the name Antikythera, and then just like you ask a kid nowadays what they think about Tesla, and then they'll start talking about cars, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, bro.
yeah.
Very well said. Yeah, they're gonna try to skew history. That's what they do. Yep.
Are you saying there's no built-in device within that Antikythera that shows us future parallax and the different placement as we move throughout the galaxy?
Well, they have a time dilation dial, but that's hidden in the back.
Yep. It's gonna pop out one day.
Yeah, this is freaked out stuff, man. Imagine the archaeologists couldn't have possibly got something 1,000 years off, right? Nah, no chance. It was the Swiss guys that invented gears, right? Right.
Not only that, but this is like the most accurate. I mean, think about the time in which that device was made, right? The complexity of the device, period, let alone what it's actually dealing with, right? Predicting eclipses, all the paths of the heavenly bodies, all these kinds of things.
Yeah,
It's
and
pretty.
effectively, sorry, Napalm. Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, and effectively, how many people would there be involved in the making of this stuff?
Yeah, and imagine the knowledge they had. This is like 1,000 years
I mean,
before gears were supposedly existed. 1,000 years.
such a device would be of significant interest for emperors, etc., right?
What are the
Yeah,
odds that
that's
you create the wheel but not the gear? I just what are the odds?
yeah.
It could really be from anywhere, though. It could be from China. It could be from China. It could be from
No, it
anywhere, really.
can't.
India,
No, no,
you know.
no. It has Greek letters on it. That's one thing it cannot be. We know for sure this is an
Okay.
ancient Greek device. Yeah.
Okay. Or at least that we know that it was made, that this model was made in Greece, but it could, there might have been more than one. I mean, it can't be the only one, right?
Yeah, that's the puzzling question. Only one has been found. Yeah.
Well, that's just the accuracy and predictability of the flat Earth. You don't even need to try making more attempts. One shot, and you get it.
Yeah, well, this shows the intelligence of our former brothers and sisters. They weren't stupid. They weren't dumb. I mean, this is proof right here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine anybody being, I mean, that dumb. Like a whole civilization just being as dumb as they want us to believe with the mainstream narrative. It's really difficult to believe when babies are like smart.
Well,
Like
we believe in these dark ages when people were just like bubonic plaguing themselves because they were throwing their feces out in the street. But I don't know if like that's really going on. Like
yeah.
that, it's that kind of stuff that makes us think that people were so backwards, you know. Like by comparison, we're all just fucking geniuses compared
Yeah.
to them. Like,
Again, even a baby, will reach its hand in its diaper and pull that shit out and be like, "This is bad." Like, I don't know. I mean, for grown adults to be throwing feces in somebody else's face and be like, "No, this is fine. This is definitely fine." This doesn't add up.
Yeah, check out the writings found. I'm not just making stuff up. I've researched this thing. Check out the writing.
imagine. I don't want to see.
It's kind of hard to read, but yeah, it's
No, I can
Greek.
read it. I can read it. For
No, I can
he
read it
who
too.
holdeth
Easy.
the. Go ahead. Your translation first.
Yeah. Where'd you start at the top line?
Well, each his own.
Yeah, yeah. Top, left to right. Yep. Yeah, this is devastating, man. Devastating. When you hear them say we predict things because of NASA, and just tell them, how about them Greeks with the togas 2,000 years ago? How about them? Are they using your calculations? Nah. The sky moves and it moves uniformly, and it's been doing that for thousands and thousands of years, and people have realized the patterns. I'm sure way before the ancient Greeks. Yeah. They just built a fancy freaking machine. That's all.
Does it depict Polaris at the center?
I'm not sure if Polaris is involved there.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that one.
Or does it use like the Egyptian, pyramid? What's that pointing at? Whatever that one's pointing at. Since we moved, and
Well,
we're
that's a
just at that
star
right spot.
formation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it Orion's belt or something? I believe.
No, it's currently in at Polaris, like the pyramid. But when they built it, apparently it was pointing at Thuban. Yeah.
Yeah.
these places are pretty close to each other, right? Like Greece and Egypt.
Yeah, right across the pond. Yeah.
Yeah. How did one of them like get their star as North Star, and another one got Thuban? They're right next to each other.
Well, we all know that the Greeks ruled Egypt for 300 years, right? That's another thing the movies are trying. They're trying to make Cleopatra black. That's another joke, like unbelievable. Talk about changing stuff. Cleopatra was clearly Greek. She was a descendant of one of Alexander the Great's generals. So, yeah. So the Greeks were very familiar with Egypt. Very familiar, like 300 years worth of familiarity. And the ancient Greeks, unlike the Romans, they kept the traditions of Egypt. In other words, they became pharaohs, and even Cleopatra fancied herself after Isis, one of their gods. Yeah, crazy story. And then when the Romans came, well, they put the end. Cleopatra was the last pharaoh, and she was Greek, and she was white as snow. Yep. But some dip, you know what, in Hollywood decided to make her black. Like, what the hey, man? You want black pharaohs? There's plenty of them. Just go back in history, and there was a whole lineage of black pharaohs. Why you gotta go steal somebody else's culture? I just don't get it, man. It's like making Confucius white. Let's say we make a movie about the Chinese genius Confucius, and we make him Caucasian. Like, why? Why would you do that?
So it's Mexican.
Yeah, or Mexican. Hola, muchachos.
¿Cómo se dice plasma?
¿Cómo se dice? ¿Plata? ¿Plata terra? Yeah, so you guys want to hear the latest nail in the Big Bang cosmology? I hope Blue is listening. So they found a galaxy. I think it was 2 billion. 2 billion light years after the Big Bang, and that galaxy, what did they call it? It's quintessence. I forgot the exact name. In other words, it stopped forming stars. And that is just impossible. That's another impossibility. It's just too young to have made stars and stop forming other stars. So that's the latest death nail in the model. Just one of many.
Galaxies making baby galaxies. I seen on one of these like sci-fi science websites. They're all talking about rogue Earth planets throughout the solar system. Like there's 1 trillion of them or whatever, and that we also like might have another planet in the Oort cloud hiding out. So there's like all this funny stuff. I mean, it's funny how like that itself like might make people think that the extraterrestrials are living in a hidden shrouded planet that's in there. You know, it's funny how it all goes together. Give people enough breadcrumbs, right?
Yeah, they are touting this planet and that planet, and we found this planet. And then when you
The
go
clown
and
planet
check
with the
these pictures,
cotton candy planets that they call them now.
yeah.
The clown planet. I posted that yesterday. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro, but when you look at the pictures, it's like literally 2-3 pixels. Literally 2-3 pixels. And they say, look, planet.
Did anybody
hand planet.
watch Jeranism's debate with FTFE last night?
Yeah, we're talking about it. I saw part of it. I couldn't watch
Oh,
anymore.
You guys are talking about it right now?
No, we were talking about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they were getting into Redshift and a bunch of stuff. I don't know. It was kind of funny because it didn't seem like either one of them were pretty well versed on the topic. But
Did you catch the part? We were talking about the part where they compressed. They were talking about compression, proving Earth curve through compressing images. That's
no,
the part
I
I
didn't.
got.
Yeah, I didn't watch a whole lot of it because I had to get to bed. But I watched a fair amount of it.
I think Jaren was right on the whole redshift thing, that if you don't know the original frequency of light, you can't really make a claim on what the light is now at this point. That's whenever I'm reading articles about redshift or whatever, and how they're trying to almost like redefine it to be light attenuation. I also liked how he brought up how there's tons of science articles telling us the universe is not expanding.
Yep, that is a fact. And this redshift thing, there's all kinds of people that have come up with stuff that they're saying now that the universe is not expanding, and that the redshift could be explained by other things, such as mass. Yeah, all of this is going to have to get redrawn. The cosmological model, I'm telling you, is no longer valid. It wasn't for a long time, but this new research, I mean, there's no freaking way out of this. Just
Yeah, I
last
read
week, doubled the size of the universe. Doubled the size.
Yep, I was reading about that, SE, that the age they'd want to double and everything. That it looks like that James Webb telescope is doing more damage than good for them, huh?
Oh yeah, bro. I can name you so many things. And even this doubling thing doesn't save them. Want me to tell you how? Even if they double the size of the universe, they're going to have to make one bang do two different things. In other words, one birth, two different inceptions. In other words, 9-month period ingestion, and the other one will be, I don't know, like a month or something. There's no way out of it. There's no way out of it. They're going to squirm, they're going to dance, but there's no way out of it. Not logically, anyway. They're going to have to come up with some exotic matter. I predict another dark something. Another dark something. That's what I predict.
They're gonna tell you, when a lady has twins, how one comes out a couple minutes before the other. Well, with time dilation.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there's no. I thought this through. There's no way out of it. You can't make one bang have two different, ingestion. What do they call them when you're pregnant? Those periods. You can't have one bang and have two of those periods. Just cannot happen. So they're gonna have to tap dance. They're gonna have to come up with the biggest bull you ever heard in your life.
They're gonna go to the multi-universe crap first. That whole Hindu idea.
Well, Penrose, funny you mentioned that. Penrose already came up with such an idea. You know, when they used to say the universe would expand and then contract and then bang again? Well, what he's saying, and this is like totally freaking ridiculous, he's saying it bangs, it rebangs, but it doesn't crunch. it reaches a maximum expansion and then it bangs. Like, and you're saying, huh? How? How is that possible? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's completely utterly ridiculous.
Yeah. Here, have a look. I'm not making this stuff up. This is Penrose's new model. It's completely freaking ridiculous. How do you get an ice cream cone at the biggest point to rebang again? Like, they've lost it, man. They've lost the plot. They're gone. Their minds are exploded all over the place.
I call those the church bells of evolution or the Big Bang.
I like that. Yeah.
They had to ring the church bell, and then it all happened. Follow along.
Yeah. If you have a PhD, you can come up with any freaking cockamamie idea, and you'll hear it in the news. Oh, the galaxy is twice the size. I mean, the universe. Oh, so we have a cone shape. How did you call it? Cone shape. Yeah. It's like at this point, it's just sheer comedy, man. Like you don't need a full brain to realize that this is just some people just making nonsense up. And then you have guys like Jules in the chat, and they're buying it hook, line, and sinker,
I
and
was
fighting
wondering if
for it.
Jules wanted to come in and talk about it in BC.
Yeah.
Tell
I'd
us
love
where.
to hear Jules' voice. Yeah, I would like that. That'd be great.
We're
Tell
gonna
us.
Money.
we're gonna get into a Bible discussion right now for a couple hours, guys. You good with that, Odysee?
Sure. Well, yeah. Let's do a Bible thing for 5 hours. Yeah. That sounds like fun.
I just want to know where Jaren or McToon wrecked Jaren, because that was his claim. Every time called out, just run.
Well, it's not that Jaron didn't do good. Jaron did good.
Really, he's a big fan of yours, this Jules guy. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Got the pom
Almost
poms
like
on.
like that guy that you had the debate with that one time. Almost, he seems like that somehow. Weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people have real similar ways of speaking and real similar points that they use, so that's possible.
Trust me, if they had something, they'd be in here making fun of me. Trust me, especially Blue. These guys that be in here like white on rice, as they say. Especially my buddy Blue. Oh, he'd love a crack at me on this, on anything.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like they've got anywhere to turn. How do you feel about that? Pick a username.
What?
The fact the whole cosmological paradigm is shifted into something so absurd that you guys can never come back from
What the hell are you on about? What?
it. I don't know. I just noticed you joined the room. Figured I'd throw a bone at you.
I guess he hasn't heard.
Yeah, what's going on?
SC, you want to tell them about the Penrose, the new Penrose model?
Yeah, sure. Penrose changed the the contracting, like the universe is expanding and then it contracts and then bangs, right? But they did away with that because they found it's continuously expanding, blah blah blah, redshift and all. Well, Penrose came along and said, well, okay, that's not a problem. What we'll do is we'll make the universe expand fully all the way out and then just rebang like an ice cream cone. Yeah. I posted a thing on a GIF on it.
I'm
50
perusing the
past the hour.
comments right now, and I'm taking in these guys that are like, "There's no evidence of God." No evidence of God. Sorry, Killian. Okay, Stoby, however the hell you say your name. You should come into the voice chat and have a chat with us. Absolutely jokes. This entire place has been created. It's not happenstance from a big bang that took place a billion years ago, or whatever the claim is you guys have on the table. It's embarrassing to hear you guys speak about your beliefs. Can't believe I
Bro,
share the same form as you. 2 eyeballs, a brain, a mouth, 2 arms, 2 legs, a body, and you guys come up with this crazy story that you weren't created. Ha! Funny. Sorry, I'm off my horse now. Go ahead, Essie.
That's good, bro. You're spot on. Look, this dude is talking about black holes from another universe, bro. These people are off the reservation, man. These people are complete buffoons, bro. Like if that's a sign of intelligence to you, that's mind-boggling to me, bro. They just make shit up. Just because they have a PhD, they make shit up. It's that simple, man. Like rebanging universes. Like and they're actually considering this. The other nutcase says, well, let's just double the size of the universe. And they're running with it. Just because he's a freaking professor in an Ottawa university. I mean, once you get a PhD, you can come up with any cockamamie idea, and it makes sense to them. It's crazy.
Do you think that's the motivation behind Jace going for a PhD versus taking the life-changing wealth that NASA could provide him in a occupation?
Yeah, I think they chase. That's their ultimate goal. Like if they get a PhD, they think they're God or something. I don't get it. And you could easily like disassemble any of these PhD guys. Bring anyone here. Let them talk to us about expanding universes. See how far they get. Bring the top physicist here with bananas of PhD, and I'll have a conversation about him about cosmology. See how far he gets. I challenge anyone.
Well,
I'll
when
fucking
Professor
humiliate
Parks
them,
was
bro.
in here, I was talking to him about is the motion of the Earth through space empirical, repeatable, verifiable, or is it falsifiable? I asked, is it falsifiable? And he was like, yeah. He's like, we have a measurement of it, and in order to falsify it, you need to make a measurement of it not happening. And I never got to get into it with him, but because Lunatic came in. But anyways, I know I'd love to have a go at these guys. Yeah, Parks will come back.
What do you mean Lunatic came in? He's, he sits there and
Die slow.
Look, there's nothing they can say, bro. You can't have a child older than the mother. That's it. Period. That's the argument. Bring any of them in. That's going to be my argument. You can't have a child older than the mother. Prove me wrong. I mean, there's nothing they can say about this, bro. There's no way out of this. I don't care how many bananas you have on your shirt. I don't care how many PhDs you have. You cannot explain this away. Not with the physics that we know. Try. I challenge. If you're anybody listening here, if you're a PhD, if you have bananas, come in here and defend your model. I challenge you. Anybody. You will get wrecked. Wrecked.
I wish that we had some kind of quick way to root through YouTube comments. Maybe these guys could just like hit a link and have them come in and chat via voice. Oh wait, you can. You could just hit that Earth Awakening link and come on into the Discord and defend yourself. Otherwise, you're just you could be like an AI.
We got people listening on YouTube right now.
Oh, dude, there's the YouTube. You should see the comments on YouTube. They're lit, flying through. I'm just sitting here reading them all, making a few comments
How,
myself. But it's fun because these guys
how,
just literally be AI. Please, Dicelo, go ahead.
how many people are in the YouTube listening?
Let's see. Yeah. 26 watching.
Oh, no way. Wow.
Yeah, man.
What's up, party people?
Oh, we put up the biggest. We put up the biggest numbers in this whole arena, dude. Out of anyone, sometimes all of them combined.
Yep, and we bring out the info.
We also bring out the trolls.
Yep.
Oh, Stabby. Stabby, Killian Oak.
And the funny thing is, we're not even talking about straight lines, water, perpendicular. That, like, we can destroy them with our eyes closed, right? We're in their own fantasy. This is the beauty of it. We're in their model, we're in their backyard, and we're freaking destroying them in their backyard. This is the beauty of it. Because if they come to our yard where there's water, level, horizontal, and perpendicular, I mean, yeah, there's no chance there, right? So they don't even want to have that conversation. So what we're doing now is we're going in their model, in their backyard, using their freaking bats and balls and destroying them in their own game. Yeah, it's not even fun anymore. Like, it's too easy. Like, I equate it to, when you play a game and it's on easy. I mean, don't you guys like playing your games on hard or crazy, or there's these crazy, ultra crazy hards now? Yeah, it's like playing the game on easy.
I prefer zombie mode.
Yeah.
So I think it's Tulin over on YouTube is asking about electromagnetism. And yeah, we fully believe in electromagnetism. It's a closed what it would be now? A closed electromagnetically charged system. It's very true.
Yep.
You mean
Space is
like
not
the
a
sun?
terminal for discharge.
Not just the entire place. Like you have your seven noble gases, you have your enclosure, and then as you interact with objects within that closed system, you can charge them. Carry things up in altitude, they get a charge, you drop them, they fall back to the surface. Take things within water deep into a certain level, they get charged, you let them go, they come back to the surface with a certain amount of energy that's displayed. It's all true.
Space,
All works.
space, i.e., outer space, is not a terminal for discharge.
Outer space? You mean like the
Yeah.
outer space that's between you and I?
No,
The space that's between you and I? 'Cause I don't think
no,
outer
that
space can exist in a closed
outer
system, can it?
space.
I was just saying, I don't think outer space can exist in a closed system, can it?
No.
Their whole thing from inception to end is ludicrous. Their whole cosmological model has fallen apart by their own findings. This is the beauty of it. They cannot say anything. They can't say, oh, well, that's some stupid flat earther that made those measurements. No, it's them. It's their scientists. It's their shadow giants that have found this information. It's too good to be true. I couldn't believe it. I think that the James Webb Telescope guys, I think they're truthers. Honestly, I think they're truthers for showing all this stuff. It's like they're doing it on purpose. You try to explain to me a baby older than the mother. Go. Yeah. You see, that's part of the problem, right? they put it in such technical terms that people say, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That shift, but most people don't even have the idea. But I think the
Well,
trick is to simplify the explanation. Yeah.
I'm going to attempt it. So if we consider the eggs in a woman's ovaries a baby, right? And each one of those eggs has eggs within its system. But technically, those eggs could be older than the mother itself.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the eggs. We're talking about a fully formed system. In other words, they were expecting to find a 5-month-old, but they found a teenager. That's how you look at it.
Oh yeah, that's fucked up.
There's no way out of this, bro.
You'd have to have the Antikythera mechanism fully functional, like in Indiana Jones.
Yeah. I mean, they're finished, bro. This James Webb Telescope is really going to put the nail in the coffin of the cosmological model. I know there's people say that they're going to come up with explanations, but let them try. Let them try it. There's not going to be one that makes sense. Double the universe, you still have a problem. Say that something comes out from another universe, well, that's even worse, right? What are you going to say? Accelerated growth in this part? What mechanism are you going to show? You're going to say 2 different kinds of growths? What mechanism are you going to find for this? What happened to the anisotropy? What happened to the homogeneity that's not there? Like, there's so many things, man. There is nothing concrete in their model that they can start from the Big Bang and show the timeline. That's all been ruined. Their whole predictions is out the window, gone. Sorry, ballers, man. I hate to be the one to break it for you, but it's over.
So messy.
Yo.
Let them have their ball, man. They need it. They need their space.
They can have it as long as they don't try to convince us. I mean, I don't mind. You can have whatever belief you want.
Safe space.
Well, they have a safe space server now. They can go there and, pat each other on the back. When they want real talk, they can come here.
The
They
safe
have their safe
space.
space. Yeah, like in school.
That's all. Oh boy.
Is Penrose still alive? I thought he was. No, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's a killer. That when you put it in those terms, it kills everything. Because what are you going to say to that? What possible rebut is it to that?
I bet you Blue has a big butt. Rebuttal. Sorry. Blue ball science. Hoorah.
Trust me, if there was something, they'd be in here like crazy, saying, "You're stupid, SC. You're crazy, SC."
Where's
Hey,
that Drew guy?
who's this RTH guy that keeps on crying about he got banned?
Oh, right the hand? Yeah.
What is it?
Right the hand, RTH.
He's in YouTube. He's like, see, this is why I got banned. I got banned. I'm like, bro, if you got banned from here, that means that you obviously couldn't hold yourself accordingly.
Some
That's
people bring
unfortunate
quality
for you.
discussions here. I think some people do bring quality discussions, but I wouldn't put them in that category myself.
Shame.
Sorry, RTH.
Shame.
I'd like to hear right the hand debate lunatic. That'd be a good debate.
Ooh, lunatic will put him up in a chokehold, slap him up a bit, I'm sure.
Would have been a body bag, yeah.
Body bagged.
Who banned Right the Hand? I didn't know he was banned.
Bro, I'm just reading the YouTube comments. He's crying about getting banned.
That's some
I mean, we can
undertaking to
always
get banned
revisit.
from here.
We can always revisit any bans that are in place. Like it's not like a hardcore. We didn't chisel it in stone or anything. Like, we always give people second, third chances and stuff.
There, RTH, if you want your chance to come back into the chat, Jeremy, one of the mods, just offered you gladly bring you back in. We'll white card you in the front door, buddy. Come on in. Yeah, of course we are talking about you because you're complaining about
What's it
being
called when
banned
the
here.
Catholics go to that dark box to like talk about their sins?
Yeah, the penalty box, the conventional box. So RTH, you can stop your complaining and you can
They've
hit
got
the
a
link.
name for it.
Come
We
on
need to
in
have
and
it look
talk.
like that.
Come on back.
What the hell is that called, dude?
Yeah, if it wasn't an egregious thing, like, yeah, Right the Hand can have some fun, some action. Definitely.
Oh, Bendy Lights in the chat now too. Oh man, here we go. There goes the neighborhood.
Forever amazing for his destruction of the Brenda. This is just about the most amazing thing I've ever heard.
What happened? I missed it.
Oh, I don't know if there's clips available, but
Just give me a little small taste test.
he basically called Brenda an it for like a while, in such a way that, like, I don't know, it's like chef's kiss on the whole thing. It was great. I can't totally hate him for that. It's amazing.
I think I saw Brenda the other night in the asylum.
Place for her.
She doesn't come in here anymore, huh?
Good.
It's not chanceless. It's all fine.
That's absolute useless combo there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you could just use Google.
I don't know. I had this funny feeling for a while that Paid Nash's shill was actually Brenda. They were like the same person, just playing different characters. But I don't know.
Howard, you weren't banned. Left Lane, you weren't banned. What are you talking about? I recall you left on your own.
I like it better without him, though. To be honest, no offense, Left Lane. I know it's none taken.
Fucking hell.
Nah, I kind of like Left Lane. We need somebody to, the opposing thing. Like,
Yeah. No, I like him as a person, but I don't necessarily love that he's just like he'll butt in over time, like, and I don't like that so much. It's no good.
well, Left Lane would come in and save the ballers that were in trouble. It was kind of funny. Well, like
It
you
was.
said, come in like with that. Yeah. That was good.
They follow the code of, ask the same question every day, get the answer and forget the answer, and come back and ask the same question again the next day.
Yeah, the groundhog thing. Yeah. Funny they accuse us of that.
Well, if we could just get an answer, like a straight one, that'd be great. Instead of just imagine this and use your imagination to figure this, and that's all I ever hear.
You know what's funny? They accuse us of not using science, but really we're the ones that has the science on our side.
Yeah, they don't use reality.
Yeah. When it comes to level, horizontal, perpendicular, all this stuff, we have it on our side. They tell us level is a circle. I mean, have you heard anything more crazy than that in your life? Well, maybe up is down and down is up too. But it seems we're the ones that have science on our side, the scientific method and all that stuff. They have nothing. They have pseudoscience. Observe and declare.
A brilliant idea. What if we get left lane versus right to hand? Have like a left-right paradigm dynamic. I'm popcorn on that. I think that'd be great.
Well, that would be interesting. Yeah, the microwave is ready. I wouldn't mind talking to right the hand about the point and the line, because we had a little disargument, like a little argument about that in the past. The point, the line. I'll relate it to his belief in God. I think I tried to do that once, but it didn't get through. Because he, right the hand, disavowed all of Euclidean geometry because the point is nothing. He couldn't quite grasp that. So I wouldn't mind having a convo with him on that. Just like God made something from nothing. That's how beautiful the Euclidean thing is. He starts from nothing, the point, right? That's like almost like a creation story. You can think of it that way, right? The hand. But then he brings all these shapes into reality, right? Yeah.
What's up with this? Like yesterday, I kept hearing Matthew Learn saying we could triangulate the distance to the moon and to the sun, and they would actually be different. I didn't understand that. What is he talking about? How could anyone triangulate the distance to the moon and get the accurate numbers?
Yeah, that's ludicrous. Yeah.
Especially if the moon and the sun look the same size in the sky. How are we determining the difference in the distance between the two from triangulation? That's impossible.
Not only that, with their beaming it with radar, you got an object moving, and you're beaming it with radar, and you're getting the signal back or laser. It's like ridiculous. It's like nonsense. A thing 250,000 miles away that you claim it is, and you're measuring it. You think It's like insane, man. And they tell you we send out like billions of signals, and they detect one or two or something, a ping or whatever. It's like nonsense. Like,
Yeah.
literally nonsense.
If they send out a billion of them and they get one or two back, and that confirms it for sure. They also, what do? They bounce stuff off the ISS too. That's moving 17,500 miles an hour,
Yeah.
250 miles away. Like,
Yeah, several times the speed of a bullet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Makes sense. Legit.
no wonder that lady's hair looks like she snapped into a Slim Jim.
Yeah, it's too funny, man. You see, like the ISS, right? They have their pseudoscience. I come in with the science, right? I come in with the outgassing science. I come in with heat, expansion, contraction, science, vacuum, science, right? All these things. Vacuum chambers, I show the guy who built it. I show him explaining it. I talk about the O-rings. I talk about systems that are like they move, right? They're not static. And they just say, "Oh, you don't understand. What are you talking about?" Yeah, I'm the one that understands. You're the one that doesn't know what you're talking about. I mean, yeah. Who's got the science again?
I read this. I read it in 1986. There was an astronaut who, for the first time, was floating around up there untethered, and he was fine. Like he didn't even, get out of sync with whatever he was with.
Yeah, just kind of stayed along with the 17,000 miles an hour speed. Is that what you're referring to? Thanks.
Yeah, he just stayed with it. No matter how high or low he went, he somehow just stayed with it. It never outpaced him.
Funny that, huh? It's like you throw something out of the window, a Coke can, and it follows you. Kind of like that.
Yeah, but he was a Coke can.
Yeah. It's like the things that people get convinced of is just truly amazing. And that example, what you just said right now, you know what they're going to say? Conservation of momentum. That's what they're going to say.
Is that the guy that his whole helmet turned when he turned his head?
No, that's another one. Yeah, it's a different one. That's the one where the fixed helmet supposedly turns, and then they say, no, that was it. It actually could swivel. What are you talking about?
It's awesome, a swiveling helmet. Like, dude, I need one of those for my motorcycle.
Yeah. Like, there's so many things at this point that it's like it's an indefensible argument. There's no way to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like yesterday, I mean, I think it was DMOC. He pretty much just debunked it with like the whole idea with like an elevator, right? Like so, like two people going up on an elevator, they never get further apart. You know, it goes straight up, vertical, right? Like so you got this one line, right? So let's say from the center of a sphere, it diverges outward, right? All right. Well, what about two lines, right? Like next to each other now, they're both going up that vertical shaft in an elevator. Is it like what's going on? Am I stretching?
Yeah, what happened to your diverging plumb lines there?
It's stretched somehow, contracted and stretched. We just stretched.
Bro, they can't even have horizontal in their world. Imagine that. We took horizontal away from them. Level and horizontal, bye bye. They can't even have that. Never mind about stars. They can't even. They don't even know what a straight line
They have
is.
horizontal at a point. They have horizontal at a point. As you're forgetting about point.
Exactly. We
Yeah.
brought them to say that horizontal is only at one point. Correct, Jeremy.
Yeah, say it. Say horizontal is a point, an infinite point. Say it. That's right,
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah. I called it at the beginning of the year. This is going to be the year of single point geometry. And so far, I've been spot on.
How's he
Or
been? Have you talked to him anymore?
Talk to who?
Spot on.
Spot on? Yeah, of course.
All right,
Yeah.
so it comes on. That's good.
Spot on. Bev and the boys, of course.
they tried to convince me yesterday the reason a bowling ball can sit on a table is because of that horizontal point.
I got to shout out Bev, though, because Bev has to be like singly responsible for all this geometric nonsense that's going on. Like, shout out Bev. Try thinking for sure.
You know, I mean, even though I'm a little mad that he blocked me from his server, I would say that he does have one of the best arguments. I mean, really, the only argument that matters. All the other ones, if you can't get past his argument, all the other stuff you can't even get to at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The water. The level, horizontal, perpendicular. There's no way around that, man. It's just no way around. That's why these guys go to the stars all the time. And that's why they're scared shitless to go into on the level. Because they know they're going to get like destroyed. Like, there's nothing. There's no. How are you going to argue this? You cannot argue geometry. Forget about it. Don't even try. You're better off arguing the Big Bang. Like, there, you might have some leeway. You can come up with an alternative universe. But if you try to argue geometry, yeah, good luck. That's why we have these guys saying that level is a circle. I've made them say that level is a circle. You go to Home Depot, you buy levels, you put them together, they're going to make a circle eventually. Yeah.
It's awesome. Ridiculously awesome. I don't know why it makes me smile. I don't know why. Like when somebody is so serious, talking to them, and they're convinced that the Earth is a spherical shape. Strange, but right. And they're just so serious in their conversation, and they will, with all certainty, just assert that levels, things like that, like levels a circle, horizontal is a point. It's just, I don't know why I smile when they do it.
Because they have to, bro. It's so ridiculous, right? We made them say that a level makes a circle, bro. Yeah. They have to. It's the model. There's no way out. They have to say that. And we know they have to say that. That's why they stay away. They won't enter the next level on the level server. They won't enter with the life depends on it because they know there's no geometric argument that you can come up with. There's no way around it. Sorry. Give it a go. Try. I'm sure Bev is there right now. Go give it a try. See how it works out for you.
No, I told you he banned me from there, but I wouldn't argue it anyway.
Yeah, well, I guess you had a thing with him. No thanks, but yeah. Really, like if you know geometry, right? This is not a hard thing. It's called advanced simplicity. That's what we call it, right? It's so simple. It's too advanced for them to understand. They can't. It has to be difficult some way for them. Like a straight line is like somehow a concept which they cannot understand. Level horizontal is just mind-boggling for them. It's amazing.
Nothing's really straight. It's kind of all fluid.
Yeah, they wrap their geometry like they'll wrap like the axioms of geometry around a globe, right? Globe first, and then geometry second. Don't know why.
Yeah. Then they'll come up with non-Euclidean geometry. Okay. Let's see it. Let's show us some of your axioms. Let's go. Axiom 1. What's axiom 1? His globe? His globe.
Okay.
What's axiom 1 in spherical geometry? Anybody?
Non-flat baseline.
There is no straight lines, probably.
Non-flat
Or
baseline.
his globe.
I say non-flat baseline.
Yeah.
Straight
Can't
lines
have
are
a
part
flat.
of a greater circle.
Imagine thinking that a triangle can have more than 180 degrees.
I don't think it's. I think it's the idea of using. They use 3 triangles for their celestial observations, and then they start connecting the dots or some shit. I think that's how it works.
Well, that's a different thing, but I'm talking about they claim that a triangle can have more than 180 degrees.
Let's get this 270-degree triangle already, please, because their claim has always been they can make 3 90-degree angles on a sphere turn into a triangle.
Yeah,
So
that's the spherical excess starts to come out.
and then
Exactly.
you see the numbers on spherical excess. It's nowhere near 270 degrees. It's closer to 180.
180.0010. I mean 1.
Yeah, but think of it like this logically. You have a triangle. It has 180 degrees, right? Where are you going to put the excess?
Eat it. You eat it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy, boys. So you can actually, here we go. You can just go to Google and type in McToon and spherical access. And it's great. He's got it displayed for everybody to see. I'll throw it in chat. Have a look at it.
Let's get this. Let's get the field equations.
Sorry, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's get the field equations from that stuff. I want to see the actual measurements the guys took.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, this is fantasy. A triangle is a triangle. You can't change it. End of story.
That's why they call it a triangle. 3 angles, and it's a closed object. That means by default, all of those interior angles add up to 180 degrees. It's kind of like an if this then that knee-jerk reaction. Oh no, not a knee-jerk reaction. Just an end result of something that has these qualities.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's perverted. How perverted they've perverted the story. Perverts.
Yeah. A square is a square. A triangle is a triangle. A circle is a circle. And a straight line is a straight line. Perpendicular has a meaning, right? Level, horizontal has a meaning. Flat has a meaning. You cannot change those words. Sorry. Been around for thousands of years, literally. Defined in a book with axioms, proof after proof after proof after proof.
Imagine claiming like spherical excess, and then it's like it's not. It's just like 180.000. Like Killian would say, how weird is that, dude? Wouldn't you just be like, look, here's a 270-degree triangle?
Yeah, impossible. Impossibility. Like I said, science is on our side.
It's crazy because in those calculations, the tables, McToon fully shows it's 180.01001. You're going to the 100th or the 1000th decimal place to say that it's not adding up to 180 degrees. And
Yeah, that seems to me like it's a tool error.
Well,
Well,
remember,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
rounding. When you're rounding, you look at the 10th decimal spot, right, which is the first decimal spot after the decimal. And at that point, if it's higher than 5, you can round up to the nearest whole number, or if it's less than it's 4 or less, you can round down, again, depending what your tolerances are and what you're accepting for rounding. But going to 0.01 and saying that there's excess, bro, somebody could have sneezed when they were making the observation and would have altered it.
Well, that's the point, right? Like, it's like, so what is their axiom? Their axiom is, just like as you said, tis globe, when the true axiom is the perpendicular relationship between horizontal and vertical. So which one are they adjusting for? Are they adjusting, yeah, if you're off, right, then you know that your horizontal is off by that slightest degree because those axioms are true. Or if the axiom is true that the earth is a globe, then now they're going to just tilt the horizontal, right? But you can't tilt horizontal. So it's just whatever is prominent in their mind, in their what they want reality to be.
Yeah. If you corner them, if you press them on the matter, you're going to see they have one way out and one way out only. Single point geometry. They're going to tell you level and horizontal is only possible at one single point. This is where they're at. This is where we brought them at. And how? By using reality, geometry, straight lines, perpendiculars, level, and horizontal. Game over. Shout out Bev, Try Thinking, and the crew. I remember when I first heard about this, right? I couldn't believe it because I was talking with the other guys with with the skateboard paradox with the curving bridge. And then I heard about this guy called Bev, and he said, hold on, sorry, something happened there. Then I heard about this guy called Bev, and they were making fun of him because he said level is horizontal. And I said, no way, man. This can't be true. And I went over there and I started talking with them, and I figured, yeah, this is true. They think level and horizontal is not the same. They think level curves. I just couldn't believe it. Yeah. This is where we're at.
Yeah, I mean that's the truth. Like a lot. Like there's a couple of things, right, that would just turn me off completely from the globe, right? One was the 60th south, like in the treaty, and you just never did it, right? Like you just never proved it. So, right, and then the other one was the implications of what would have to bend in order for it to be a globe, which would be all the horizontal and vertical. Really, just everything would have to bend. Everything would be bent. Even vertical would be bent. They say it wouldn't, but it would. Just like I said, going up that elevator shaft. Well, we're going up that elevator shaft. Like, when am I going to start getting further apart from the other guy in the elevator without moving if those verticals are diverging? So everything would have to bend in reality, and it doesn't.
Yeah, there's no straight lines in their reality. It's impossible for them to have a straight line in their reality. Straight lines don't exist.
Dude, it'd
Then
be
how
so
did?
funny. They got all their
Yeah.
pictures like hung crooked in their house.
Then how? It's like, but just like you're like, so that's just this. The reality would be, then how did you measure the deviation from the horizontal ever?
Hold on. Why is the plumb line not straight in their globe model?
Because if I'm going up an elevator, right, like, and that's so. I mean, a plumb line. How thick is this plumb line, right? Like, there's no depth to it, I guess. But so now, if I have a plumb line as thick as an elevator shaft, right, and I build that elevator shaft vertical, and I go 70 floors high. Well, I don't start to separate.
That would be a straight line in the globe.
Right, but Where? I'm on one side of the elevator with my foot against
From
it.
the top to the bottom.
Right. So
From the top to the bottom, it's straight.
is it?
And everyone's model. I don't know who's got a bendy plumb line, but
Well, I'm saying you got an elevator shaft. Is that plumb line? That's a plumb line of what thickness?
Think about two
it
elevators. Two
No, no,
elevators.
doesn't
one
matter how thick the line is.
Yeah, one
Why does the
elevator.
thickness of the line matter?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the elevator shaft. Let's just say that now we're in the elevator. It's 10 feet by 10 feet or whatever, right? So when I'm on the one side of it and you're on the other side of it, and we go straight up, we're not diverging. We're not going away from each other.
Yeah, it's a straight line. I don't know. It's not.
So
Plumb
if
lines aren't bending in anyone's model.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So now if it's thinner, now if it's only 5 feet by 5 feet, and it's two elevator shafts, are they diverging now? Like they're next to each other?
Oh, divergent is different than bending.
Is it?
Yeah, if you've got two straight things that diverge, they're still straight. They're not bending just because the two straight lines are diverging.
So it's two straight line, right? But now, then what about when it's just one straight line, and I go up the elevator?
Yeah,
and
where's
out, like that?
That's what I'm saying. Where is a plumb line bending?
Well, it's deviating
I don't.
from. Yeah, it would be deviating from its original. From its original.
In the globe model, yes. But in the globe model, yeah, that's not the same as bending, though. Diverging.
It's not the same. So if there's two elevator shafts, right? If there's two lines, you would say, look, they're diverging, they're getting away from each other, right? You're going away, right? But so now.
But I would never say they were. Even if that was the case, though, I would never say they were bending.
I'm saying bending. Yeah, they're diverging, they're bending. They're whatever their original line was, it's now deviating from that original line. When I make that line thicker, yeah.
I don't. Diverging is not bending. That's all I can say on that.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, if you could run it through with the like the example I'm giving on the elevator shaft, we could maybe work it out.
Yeah, but two lines diverging, are the lines themselves bending or are they straight?
Well, it's right. Right. So that's two lines diverging, right? So two lines diverging could be straight.
Two straight lines. Two
Right.
straight lines, right?
Two lines, right? Could be straight.
Well, even one of them's straight. One of them's straight, and then you get another one that's straight. There's they don't have bendy plumb lines. No one does. Well, actually, hold on.
I'm not worried about it yet.
They do have bendy plumb lines if you're near a mountain.
Right. So now
Are you near a mountain?
Lines. Yeah. So if it's two lines, right, you're saying they're diverging and not bending. I can get on board with that. Okay. But now if that line is 10 feet by 10 feet thick, right? And now we're in an elevator and we're going up. Is that still just a plumb line? All within that 10 foot by 10 foot? Or is there an infinite amount of plumb lines within that 10 foot by 10 foot area? Yeah. So if there's maybe if you're saying it's an infinite and it's a new line, okay, yeah, sure, it's a new line. Yeah, but so then you keep making new lines, that just bends the vertical line. Keep making new points on it. Yeah, bend.
Just ask them if they can have
Bro,
straight
it's not.
lines
Hold
in
on,
their
SC.
world. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, dude. Sorry. The plumb line's not bending, bro. No one has a bending plumb line.
You just keep saying
I don't
that.
know.
I know, but why? You're just saying that. You're saying no one has a bending plumb line. Why not? How thick is the plumb line?
It's irrelevant.
No, I'm asking it, so it can't be irrelevant.
Pick anything.
10 feet by 10 feet.
That's good.
Square
Yep.
plumb line. Okay. So will that be a plumb line infinitely? Will that be a straight line I guess on a globe? I mean, in reality, right? But like on a globe, will that 10 foot by 10 foot be an infinitely straight line?
I think it'll look like a trapezoid eventually.
Yeah, so if we're both on the elevator and we call that 10 foot by 10 foot a straight line, as we go higher and higher, we should diverge from each other. So is the line just getting thicker? Like what's going on? Like, or is it bending? How do you want to word it? So it has to be an infinitely small, I've never seen infinitely small, but it has to be an infinitely small plumb line with no dimension, no depth, nothing. I mean, it just has to be imaginary. Otherwise, it's diverging from its original path. They're
Bro, if
bending.
you're in the elevator, hold on, you're in the elevator, 10 foot by 10 foot. It goes from the ground all the way up to the sky, whatever. That whole thing will be straight. Like the whole elevator itself is not gonna deviate from a straight line path in any model.
Well, there's curve in that 10 feet.
What's curving? We're talking about the line vertically up to down.
Yeah, but in order to
Plumb
make
lines.
the plumb lines across the 10-foot section, they all have to be diverging away from each other.
Bro, I thought we were talking one whole elevator shaft or something. Dude, I don't know. Like if you just have a plumb line, that shit's straight in everyone's model, unless you're near a mountain in the globe.
Yeah, I get the model, right? I hear you on the model, right? I guess, right? But then how thick is that line? It has to be very, very small. It has to be can't have any thickness to it. But so you can put it to practice in an elevator shaft. If the whole elevator shaft is built with a plumb or built plumb, you go up you just push the button. You're on one side, I'm on another side. We should be getting further away from each other. Or one of us isn't plumb right away. Who isn't plumb though? Like, which side of the elevator is not actually plumb?
Bro, can we have a circle elevator shaft?
A circle one, a tube shaft. All right.
Can we do a tube? Okay, so you hang a plumb line. Okay, we got a tube elevator shaft. You hang a plumb line. You go circular. You go equidistant out from that to make your tube. That whole tube will be plumb in the globe model.
The whole tube. Okay.
The whole tube. If you make it equidistant from the plumb line.
Mm-hmm. So then can I just keep making the tube bigger? Like, can I make the tube, I don't know, like 4,000 mile diameter across? Like, then is it all plumb then still? Does it still remain plumb? Like, no matter how wide the tube gets, it's still plumb?
It'll be plumb at a point. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. At a point. Yeah. It can't.
I don't know.
Yeah, it can't always be plumb. It has to be horizontal, has to be a point, and vertical has to be a point. Like,
so you're saying plumb lines? Yeah, but the whole thing itself would be straight though. The tube would still be straight regardless of if it's plumb or not. I don't know, but it will be a straight tube.
Yeah, it can be a straight tube, sure. Yeah.
So will the floors meet the walls at a 90-degree angle?
Well, this is almost asking me, can you even have plumb on a globe?
Or, can you have it in your imagination? Sure, but can you even have something that's plumb? Yeah, like actually.
I don't. The Schehalian experiment. I don't even have plumb. Period. Anywhere. I'm not sure. I don't think there's actual plumb on a globe.
Yeah, same man. That's what I said. Like,
if you have a cloud off to the left side of you, massive cloud storm rolling in, or a mountain or hill, or some boulders or something, like any amount of mass is going to make your plumb line deviate. You may not be able to measure it, but it is deviating. Yeah, I don't think you can have plumb. You know what? You might be. You son of a bitch, no tanks. I don't know if they can have plumb on a globe.
Take it from them. Take it.
Take it from them? I don't think they can have plumb anymore. Not because of the thing you said. Maybe partly. I'd have to rethink that, but
They can't have it. They can have it in on a piece of paper in an imagination with an infinitely. And I can't see it demonstrated. Yeah. And then you would need to know, you would need to know the radius, and you'd have to know your radius at all times to reaffirm your plumbness. Yeah. Yeah, take plumb. You work it out. Like I said, that's just what turned me off from the globe entirely. Was that now you can't have any straight lines? How are you guys claiming that you measure the deviation of a straight line to form a perfect sphere when you can't? We can't have anything. You took everything away. It's not the implications of living on of a globe is ridiculous. You can't. How can you even claim it when all the axioms that you would use to claim it, you just distorted? It's just not reasonable.
It's just a model that they've been given, that they cling to, that they just can't let go. It's as simple as that. It's a globe. Why? Because it has to be.
Doesn't this like go to the whole like I'll bring you back to 1999 and put you in the Twin Towers, so the Twin Towers have to be deep. Like we both get in the elevator shaft at the bottom floor. We measure our distance between us. Now we go up to the top and we measure our distance between us again. It should be further, right?
Well, I don't know about the distance, but in their fantasy, if you hang a plumb line, let's say from the top of the Empire State Building, right? In their fantasy, they're going to have to say that the top and the bottom don't match. It's off. It's off kilter. Even a plumb line hanging from the Empire State Building is not the same at the top and the bottom. They have to say that. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, and you have Blue posting blue marbles in the chat. Yep, that's how it works.
Essie, think of this. Essie, think of the Schehalian experiment and tell me if they can ever have plum at all anywhere on the globe.
Exactly.
I never. No tanks, you son of a bee.
And just
They don't have
let
any straight lines.
yeah, just let Bev know, SC, that this is the insight that he's missing out on. You know, it could have been his. This could have been his baby, but no, he wanted to block me.
Yeah, now I'm remembering why Tanks got banned, because we had him pegged as a troll when he came in. He came in like a nut job. Remember Tanks?
I came at Bev like a nut job. The first time I talked to Bev. I had main surveyors parallel plumb lines aren't parallel video. I'm like, I texted it to Bev. I wanted like his help on it. I was like asking for help, but DMs don't really come through like that. I was like, explain this, and he thought I was a Glober. Like you can't
Holy
explain this
cow.
on Flatter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a funny one, bro. Like if you came in with that, oh my god, I could have seen how that went. Yeah.
As far as that spherical excess thing went though, Bev put me on to why that was. They don't even have one spherical excess measurement.
No,
They don't have one.
it can't. It doesn't exist.
It's all averages. All they got is all averages. No, we don't have one single measurement.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, the guy's geometry, man, you can't debate that. It's undebatable. It just is.
It's amazing that picture that Blue posted is like it just matches the Mercator so perfectly. Isn't that crazy how that worked out?
Yeah. This is their comeback. Posting a picture from space.
Even
We checked
Mercator,
again, let's see. Yeah.
Even Mercator himself knows that he had to distort the images of the continents to make it look that way. And then they post a ball that looks like a Mercator map. You're crazy.
I just want to know. Like I asked this before. I think I asked this a couple of days ago, but I want to know. Like when did the the Europeans or the Americas get together with the Chinese people and agree that they will be the West and we will be the, or they will be the East and we will be the West on a square map? When did they all decide that?
That's
Like,
not how it happened. It was actually because of the Atlantic Ocean was much easier to cross than the Pacific. So all the people from Western Europe, it was a much easier cross. So we populated it.
no, but I'm saying when did they like? Why did the Chinese never say no? No, we want to be the East. Let's start the square edge of the map here. You be the West. How did they? How did they decide that?
I don't know. Guess
And they were just on board with it, like without even speaking the same language. Like, yeah, yeah.
I guess it's arbitrary. You're right.
Well, the guy that made the maps, Mercator, he traveled very little. He got all his information from books. He didn't even travel around the world to make those maps. How crazy is that?
That is cool. I mean, it's cool. Listen, we need maps. Like, whether they're perfect or not, maps are, something you'd want. Yeah.
Always got to keep making them too, because things change. No map is ever complete, they say.
I've heard the map is the terrain.
I got that, but I was like, they use this to photo the Earth, and then I posted a picture of Billy Bassmouth because it's a little fish-eyed, but whatever. Uh,
I love how they have a picture of North America from space. Can we get one of Antarctica or the North Pole from space, please, Blue?
Why would you want a thing like that? You're just gonna say it's a fake ball again.
I'm sure the answer is there's nothing to look at there. Why would you even want to see that?
Why would you want to see that? Silly.
Look, you dumb flat earthers, this is it, okay? This is it. This is the. I can't even say it without laughing. This is the shape of the earth.
Spit out chewing gum, sort of. What you mean?
Just look at that thing, man. Just look at what they think they're on.
Like an Australioid?
Looks like a potato, like deformed potato you pulled out of the earth.
If I pulled a potato out like that, I'd throw it back. I'd be like, this potato has AIDS. Better not eat this one.
And then they'll tell you with a straight face it's smoother than a bowling ball, than a cue ball, I think. Yeah, a cue ball.
These guys are way behind on the times. Universal Pictures saw the Earth from space way before all of them, apparently.
Yeah, yeah.
We didn't have sound on film, and I think they had it.
I love the one with the little airplane flying around it.
That's pretty realistic if you think about it. Yeah, for sure.
Airplanes should totally, they should totally fly with their wings pointed
Like,
at
why
the
wouldn't
ball.
they? Of
I
course
think.
they would.
Yeah.
Of course they would.
Doesn't
how do
that look similar to the picture Blue posted? Like, look at the comparison.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you have a propeller on a rocket? You know, you shoot out a little gas and it pushes off the gas, and it'd be great. Got the rotation so it maintains rigidity. You'd want to have that. Somebody Photoshop some propellers on rockets, please. Thank you.
I say they launch them from underwater. Use that buoyancy force, man.
Yeah, when you know a little bit about geometry, you don't even need to know a lot of it, right? And if you know how water flows, yeah, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on.
Not rocket appliances.
Yeah. It's not pseudo rocket science, like Geo says. It's a good one. The best is the dogmatic globe model. Dogmatic globe model. I think Bev came up with that one. Shout out, Bev. It's a dogma. You have to subscribe to the dogma. There's no wiggle room.
I just got back. Were you the only one talking, SE, or?
No, there was a few people talking.
Okay.
We were going over how geometry and how it's like not debatable, how water flows, and how we got them to now they have to say that level and horizontal, they separate them, which is ridiculous. On top of that, they have to admit now that they're only at a single point. Now that's totally ridiculous because, and I've made them say this, you can tell them, okay, you go to Home Depot and you buy a spirit level. Everybody knows a spirit level, right? You put it somewhere, you level it off. Everybody understands what that is. Get the bubble in the middle. Now, they have to say that if you ask them, is the center and either end of that spirit level, are they the same? They will have to say no. They're not level at either end. You get what I'm saying? In their model, that
Yep.
spirit level is not level.
They're just basically what they're trying to tell you is that at that short of a span, it's negligible or merely unnoticeable. But the more you extend it, the more you'll see that it's curved actually instead of straight. Yeah, insanity at its finest.
I know. Crazy.
You have to believe it though. It's not anything that could be empiricalized. I think it's just it's faith based, right?
Well, no, to them it's real. To them it's measurable, but it's so small, you know? They'll tell you the Shahili experiment with the mountain.
Wait,
They'll reference stars. Yeah.
is it measurable or is it calculable?
To them it's the same thing apparently.
Okay.
The bottom line is they can't have that. They can't have two plumb bobs parallel. It can't exist. Yeah, Blue, that's exactly right. I know a little geometry and I know how water flows. Come in. Let's test it out. And I know what you have to say for your model. I know the ridiculous things I can make you say right now if you come in. And you're going to have to say them. You have no choice. That's how bad this is. And I could even tell you what you're going to say before you say it. How's that, Blue?
How's he hearing you? Like, is he here?
Oh, he's listening in on YouTube, probably.
Yeah, I actually used to really enjoy, because whether he's right or wrong, Blue, right? Like, not to go back to Bev's, but when him and Bev would have a conversation, whether Blue is right or wrong, I still enjoyed hearing his, what he did to gather that and his thought process behind it. He doesn't do it much anymore, but he says it's because he can't get through to Bev. But I mean, I thought it was for the benefit of listeners, like, you know.
Yeah, I bet I can make Blue say that level and horizontal is only at a single point. Here, I'll say it before we even start. How's that? He's going to have to say it. He's going to have no choice but to say it.
Ratings. All right, then. Wits it in the house.
I remember reading something a while ago about that 17,500 mile per hour speed being related to like the magnetic flux lines or something. Does anyone know where I could find that information again?
Where was it?
I don't remember exactly where I was reading. I feel like it was NASA documentation or something, and it was just about like the magnetic field speeds or something.
Did you hear about those bills? The bill that got passed for the crypto, it was like the, what do they call it? Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. Got a new plant coming today. It's a Monstera tricolor aria. It's pretty beautiful.
What's its like normal name?
Just Monstera, the list, essentially just a variegated version of that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, hard to come by though.
Have variegated leaves like that with those ghost holes. Remember?
What are you saying?
Swiss cheese leaves. Like what? Why do they have missing parts to them?
Oh, like the split leaves and all that.
Like, is that the variegated leaves? Is that like the?
No,
Is
the
that
variegation is just a lack of chlorophyll.
oh,
The
okay.
split leaves is what they call a fenestration. Yeah,
What?
fenestrations.
Fenestrations?
Yeah,
Like a fetishstration?
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
like some people got foot fetishration.
Oh no,
it's also
that's
another word for
horrible.
like an opening, like windows and doors. Like I work in the fenestration industry.
Fenestration? Okay. What? Why does that happen though? By the way, I'm just curious.
It has, yeah, it has to do with the amount of sunlight that it's allowing to pass through, because those plants are typically like jungle floor. They kind of reside on the jungle floor, which is pretty obscured from direct sunlight. So when it does come through, it's kind of a way for the plant to allow light to penetrate to the lower foliage, I guess, from how I heard it explained to me.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, I got like a regular Monstera deliciosa outside that just spit out a new leaf. Things like 3 feet tall by like 2.5 feet wide. It's pretty gnarly.
Like this.
What's that?
Is deliciosa? Does that mean to be delicious?
I guess it does put out I guess that is pretty good from what I hear. So it could be. It's just crazy how these prices have skyrocketed since like 2018, 2020-ish, man. Like, it's amazing how much the increase is taken. Something you could have got for less than $100 is now going thousands of dollars.
Well, it costs a lot of money to kill as many white people in the Ukraine area as possible. That stuff ain't cheap, and we got to pay to make sure that those white people are killing each other. So be thankful that you're supporting Ukraine by sending them ammunition to go kill themselves with.
I'm glad somebody said that other than me. You're spot on, bro.
Didn't we try to give them like cluster bombs and they denied taking them or something?
Actually, I think it was the other way around. They were asking for the big guns, and we refused to give them the big shit because it would literally drag us into like World War III, which I think is the goal. But wars aren't meant to be won or lost; they're just meant to be sustained.
I thought we were providing them with like depleted uranium rounds and all like crazy nasty shit.
Yeah, I'm sure we weren't giving them the nasty stuff, but we weren't giving them the super nasty stuff yet. The really big missiles.
Yeah.
We're just kind of giving them small arms, so to speak.
What's that other stuff where it like hits your skin and just kind of like continuously burns through you? Forget what the hell it's called.
Napalm?
No, it's not napalm. It's like a chemical type deal rather than like a combustive type deal.
Phosphorus.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Stuff that I think goes against the Geneva Convention or whatever.
It can be used for flares. It just can't be used as an actual weapon.
I just can't believe in today's day of age, still got wars going on, man. What the hell?
Well, I mean, if you trust your government, then you can believe that the Great War, also known as World War One, also known as White War One, then you can believe that it was the war to end all wars. You know.
I like the term "white war." I like that. It's very true.
I'm not saying nobody else died, right, other than white people, but I think it was mostly white people.
Mainly white people, and most of the monarchies and everything disappeared around that time too. Apparently, all the good ones that everybody liked.
Look, I'm against war of any kind other than self-defense, you know, like David and Goliath, right? I'm all for David's actions, and if it would have sprung out into an all-out war, I would have been with the Israelites because they didn't go to the Philistine camp. So other than that, I'm completely against war. And it doesn't matter if you're red, yellow, black, or white. I'm against war completely. But it appears that all the wars that we've been doing, let's just go backwards, right? If we go back and we look at, the Arab Spring, all these Arabs are springing into Europe. Now, you may not see that as a war, but I see it as an invasion, right? Military age men, what are they doing? Entering these Western countries. And, you would think that the Arabs might want to go to places like Turkey. Well, no, that's already been invaded, right? Or maybe places like Israel, but no, you can't go in there unless you got blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, unless you're Jewish. So yeah, they couldn't go to Israel. So where did they go? Well, I guess they couldn't go into that open land known as Africa. So I guess they had to go to Europe. Like they were the only people like kind enough to take them in. And obviously Germany had to take a lot, Greece and other places like that. But yeah, if you keep going back, when have we ever like not been at war with each other? And I would think Russia would be our allies. They would be like our natural allies. Because, we're not exactly a perfect Christian nation, but we used to have a lot of the good morals. We used to have the good Christian morals, so I would think that, I'll be quiet if we go on, but I'll be quiet.
Why? Nobody interrupted you.
And you were making good points.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we keep going back to, the other wars, like the Falkland Islands and places like that. I know that wasn't us, but it was the West. It's like, why? Did they attack the UK or what happened there?
Yeah, everything you hear about the war in Ukraine, uh, not that I'm an expert or anything, but I'm following certain generals and certain colonels, retired. The way they paint the story is completely different from what you hear in the news. The way they paint the story, like people that are in the army, like for their whole life, the way they say it is, it's like Stalingrad over there. They made a stupid decision to defend a city that has no military or strategic value, and the Russians have just camped out, dug in, and they know that the Ukrainians are going to go there. They don't have to chase them anywhere, so they're just slaughtering them. Apparently, according to estimates, there's 300,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead. And apparently the kill ratio is 7-1. 7 dead Ukrainians to 1 dead Russian.
I think if you would have asked the Ukrainians, like, hey, if we keep, flirting around with the UN and all that stuff, like, you guys are going to have to die. Like, do you want to die? Like, yes. Like, you can either die or you can give up Crimea. Like, well, I mean, it's basically Russian people over there anyway, so why not just give up Crimea? But no, like, they don't have a choice, right? They're actually forced to go fight. So it's up to, what is it, Voldemort, Zelensky, whatever the fuck his name is? He who shall not be named, but is named Prime Minister anyway.
Yeah, the actor that they say is addicted to a certain powder. That guy? Yeah. The comedian, actually. Yeah. How does a comedian do military strategy and run a country? How does that happen?
Well, if you don't care about the people dying on the front lines, then what do you need a strategy for? It's all fun and games, right? It's just a joke. Well, war in Ukraine is a joke, right? Why do you think he's a comedian? Now, I'm not saying that Putin is, got his hands clean in all this. Yeah, obviously it takes two to tango. But it also takes one person to sue for peace, and that's Zelensky. All it would take was for him to enter into negotiations. But that's not an option. Even though
No.
that's his only fucking job as a politician, to fucking politic and negotiate. That's his only fucking job. So he's completely failing as a politician. Whenever your country's at war, your politicians have failed you.
But if anything, do you think that maybe his hands are tied, literally, and he's just a puppet, and there's nothing that he can truly do?
I don't know of any politicians who are not puppets, but they were put there by the people. And if you have to die and hang by your own puppet strings to save other people's lives, that's what you're supposed to do in service of the greater good.
I agree. I completely agree. A true politician that is a leader and wants to see the people that he represents benefit from his leadership would do those things. But I don't think that's what Zelensky is.
You know who put that thing into action, right? You know who is right now supporting this war. If one country were to pull out its monetary and military support, this war would end tomorrow. Guess which country that is?
United States.
Correct.
Well, let's be specific, right? It's Washington, D.C., that country.
Yes, yes. Not the good people of the United States, to be sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if you asked us on the price of eggs alone, we would say no. But if you got even more deeper in the conversation, like, hey, do you want Russia and Ukraine to go to war? Like, oh, it's our choice? Like, leave everything else out. Do you want them to kill each other? Like, no, I don't. Okay, so we're not going to raise the price of eggs so that you can, or the price of everything, so that you can fund the death of all these people. So I'm glad you spoke up, American people. You avoided a catastrophe.
How many people here know that the Russians wiped out 3 armies, 3 Ukrainian armies? How many people know that? One of them was trained by the West. I think it was 70,000, 80,000 strong, got completely wiped out. Then they assembled a second army, got totally dismantled, destroyed. Now the third army, I think it's destroyed or getting ready to be destroyed. Estimated casualties 300,000, and who knows how many wounded, in the millions.
Well, you see, there has to be human sacrifice for some religions. So I guess that's what's going on. You tell me, does it make any sense to you?
Oh man, it's wrong. Somebody has to speak out. This is wrong. Should not be supporting these people.
Because all Zelensky has to do is sue for peace. That's it. He's got to go to the negotiation table, which is his only fucking job.
Yep, he has to take the idea out of his mind that he's gonna get Crimea back. That ain't gonna happen.
Nope.
Just
Chicken
sign
out
the
of four
paper
to
and save
lose.
your. Yeah. And despite what people think that the Russians can't take over Ukraine, this is not a war. They haven't unleashed the dogs, so to speak. This is not a full-out war, what a Russian land campaign can do. This is just a limited thing.
This is like a
Hope
SWAT.
everybody, yeah.
They're swatting Ukraine right now. This isn't a full-on war. Russia has literally got one hand tied behind their back, and they're marching into Ukraine. And it's quite brave, actually, because they could just drop the big shit on them, but they're not doing that.
Yeah, and the West knows this is not winnable. They know it.
So if you guys think that, like, Russia's invading Ukraine, it's an all-out war, that's not really what's going on. It's more like they're trying to swat the Nazis out of Ukraine.
Yeah, and the
I mean, if you
reason
don't
why
believe
it's
me,
not
look up Nazis in Ukraine army. Look it up for yourself.
Yo, did you hear about the dude who debunked Pizzagate, the ABC News reporter? Just is now going fucking to jail for 5 years for CP.
Yeah, debunk shit. Yeah, that's right. I hope he fucking dies in there.
Yo, 5 years is all they gave him.
Well, you just let the general population know about it. Make sure he's there. Everything will be fine.
Right? I know. Thank God for fucking badass motherfuckers. Yeah, it's crazy though. Fucking, I just read about it. The fucking ABC News reporter that debunked Pizzagate is going to fucking jail for having all that shit.
When you say debunked, like debunked as in like debunked the conspiracy theory?
I mean, like the guy, like one of the apologists for like, you know, the whole shit, you know, the apologists.
Right. One of the guys that was like, oh, there's these crazy people online that think that there's some sort of conspiracy with some sort of pizza joint in DC.
Yeah.
Go figure. Jeez. You know that's what started the whole fake news thing? It was actually that side that started fake news, and then Trump picked up the term. The trope fake news was actually put forth by like the Democrats at that time.
Yeah, man, that's just crazy. You know what's crazy is that guy fucking that kid from Lincoln. Was it Lincoln Park?
Yeah, Chester Bennington.
Yeah, his father. Like some people thought Podesta was his father. And if you look at pictures, like they look exactly alike. And like
I mean,
guess
if we were going to talk about like bone structure and overall body type, like they are the same, like in that sense.
oh yeah, it's interesting. I mean, and you know what's interesting is too is that the term Lincoln Park. I know it's reference to like a place, but I guess there's something up with that. That like that dude was kind of referencing by using that name for his band.
Isn't that in Washington, D.C.?
What is it?
Where is Lincoln Park located?
Yeah, I've never really looked into it too hard, but it reminded. I'm just bringing it up because I haven't looked into it so long. But like, I don't know exactly where it is, but I think there's
Pretty sure
something.
there's one in Chicago.
I think
But,
that may be where it is, or some other place.
but yeah, wasn't he also involved, or that band, or the other singer? Weren't they also involved in like helping children in Haiti too? Which is
Chris
always like
Cornell.
some.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chris
Chris
Cornell.
Cornell,
That's what started.
Soundgarden, that whole movement was the whole thing that got it pushed out. They've been on it for a while, and that's the whole. I think Chris Cornell and Chester both came down with the we've been suicided case of the suicides.
Yep, you nailed it.
Because isn't there a huge thing? Like, wasn't there somebody very connected to Hillary Clinton that was like obviously trafficking kids out of there?
Evergreen. The
Yeah.
Evergreen container got stuck in the Suez Canal. It was like a big billboard for everybody to say, pay attention to Evergreen. Yeah, man. Evergreen was back in the early 2020s. The Hillary Clinton Foundation was found at the hub of all these underground tunnels that led to the the Clinton Foundation in New York. Big discoveries were made about this stuff. Trafficking was huge early 2020. Big breaks.
It's fake news, man. It's all fake
Yeah,
news.
fake news.
Yep,
What, you believe every
for sure.
conspiracy theory? Jesus.
Jeez, what's wrong with you? It's like you believe everything that the CIA tells you. What the hell?
Yeah, that interview with the pizza shop owner was fucking eerie.
Comet Pizza. You know
Yeah.
the owner. You know the owner of Comet Pizza with that curly head of hair he has and that big forehead looks a lot like our buddy from Facebook. And then you start to think about the Rothschilds and how that family, man, they kind of all have a slight resemblance going on. Ain't nobody marrying outside of that family lineage, let me tell you.
And when a pizza shop owner can be stated as being one of the most powerful people in Washington, that says something.
Problems. Hey,
What's fucked up is like, yo, the parties,
what about the
yeah,
pizza
the
party?
videos from the
Hear about
parties
the
that they
White
had.
House, and they had all the hot dogs and sausages show up for that pizza party in the White House. You guys hear about that?
Obama's $50,000 hot dog party?
Well done.
Michael is trying to make a surprise for Obama. Okay.
What's crazy is like the video footage from the parties at Comet Pizza where the guy who owned it was like dressed in drag and like they were like eating people and shit. That shit's fucking weird.
So with the Elefantis guy that's connected to this whole theory, he's an art curator. And the funny thing about art is it doesn't pass through customs. So let's say, hypothetically, they're shipping the Mona Lisa to the Smithsonian because war breaks out in France, right? Hypothetically. Well, the Mona Lisa would go past customs completely. And if there just so happened to be like 20, I don't know, hot dogs in that crate, customs would never get to see it. So it would go straight to the Smithsonian and I guess straight to the Pentagon or the White House or whoever needed to be corrupted, right?
Yeah, just wave it on through. Nothing to see here. Wave on through.
And by the way,
You guys
war
have
breaking
seen.
out in France is not that far fetched right now. It would be a civil war, obviously, but yeah, continue.
You guys have seen the tunnels, the underground tunnel maps of the United States of America, haven't you?
Say that again. You kind of broke up a little.
You guys have
Seen that
seen
tunnel El Chapo built.
the tunnels, the underground tunnels, the map, the map on the map on the map.
I have not seen the map.
Well, I'm about to drop the map for you to see in chat. If you give me a quick second, it's super easy. Bear with me. You just go to Google and type in Dumb's tunnels. And I think it should pop up. Bear with me. I'll find it right now.
Do they go all the way across America, or?
Bro, right here. Like it's crazy how simple it is to find this thing. Try to find a better copy. No, it's not it. Hold up. This won't work. And I'm a screen cap this. And I'm gonna drop it for the peeps to see. Here we go, baby. There you go. All the way from the Great Lakes in Ontario across to I think it's called the Smuggler's Notch up in Alberta, Canada, and all the way down to the West Coast across the deep part of Texas, all the way out to the East Coast, back to Montreal, like Florida. Everywhere's covered by these suspected tunnels. Everywhere. This is what the Walmart trucking industry uses to get from place to place. It's a thing, boys. Learn about it. The DUMBs, deep underground military bases. Hey, Jeremy, maybe my next presentation should be on Freedom 20, the Freedom launch military operation that took place in spring of 2020. That's a couple of the strikes I got on YouTube for talking too much crap about trafficking back then.
Where did you post it?
What, the map? Or the presentation? No. The presentation got taken down because I got strikes on YouTube.
No, the map. The map.
Oh, it's in the general Livestream text. What's crazy is when you see the one line leading off of Florida, going further south, you start to think, well, that's heading right to I think it would be Cuba out that way, right?
Cuba.
Yeah, so if they have a tunnel, could you imagine they have a tunnel dug underneath Florida, underneath the seas, over to Cuba? Bro.
Oh, that's dark, Elijah. That is dark.
Did I miss it? Because I don't see it.
You don't see a black and white map in Killian posted 43 after the hour. Milestone attracted person.
You posted that in live stream one text?
Damn it.
You know what's funny is when people came to Florida, you know, when they had to fight off the natives that were already here. One of the things we have like a thing that tells us what they ended up doing with them, and a lot of them they said you could go across, you know, to the other side of the Mississippi, and then there was a bunch that they just shipped off to Cuba. I always find that interesting. Like they just took the history and sent it to Cuba. And Cuba is wild. Like that place is mysterious as can be.
Cubans really love us Canadians. We go over there, we get treated really well. I really like Cuba.
Yeah,
I
I
like
don't
going
see
there.
it, dude. I've scrolled up and down. I cannot see this.
Wait, Clearview, you been to Cuba?
I have, yes.
That's sweet. That place has like a lot of ancient history, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was with my parents, so we spent most of our time around the fucking all the Western society amenities. I'd love to go back and just hike around.
You know what that word Cuba means?
Nope.
I don't think anyone does. It's interesting.
Can you bring apples? Cuba.
Elisha, you're doing
Sounds
it
like
again.
Elisha's mic is back.
Snacks.
I
Hit him
don't
with
see
snacks.
how
Hit him with the
Elisha
moon bleep.
can be making fun of. Quick thing. I don't see how Elisha can be making fun of anybody with a microphone like that. Go ahead, Tora.
So what does Cuba stand for?
Well, I think it sounds like cube, but that's, that's
Nobody
my opinion.
knows. But you know the map of the crescent moon with the star in it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what I think Cuba is the star.
Interesting.
With Yucatan to Florida being that crescent.
It's still electric. Right away.
Oh, it's bad, Elijah. It's bad.
Who's got the moon bleep? Who's got the moon bleep?
You guys hear about how bad Denver International Airport is? DIA.
Yeah, that's some shit. I've never looked too hard. I've heard things, but I've never looked too hard into that. But that's some interesting shit. I don't think we've ever gone over that. Not that I've heard.
I just heard it's a major site for some kind of research. Apparently it's fenced in. Like they talk about the barbed wire, the way that the fence is pointing. So like if you guys looked at barbed wire fences, the ones that go straight up and then they have a turn angle on them, like a 45-degree turn, so that you can't climb over it. These fences are like bent in, like they're trying to keep something in. A bunch of other stuff. They have a crazy mural that's painted on one of the walls that are showing all kinds of evil crap. But DIA apparently has some nasty stuff going on in it.
You're talking
Yeah,
about Denver Airport with Lucifer? I've been there.
Yeah,
You
me
been to
too.
DIA? Bro,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
awesome.
so let me tell you about it. So me and my wife get off the plane, right? We're not from there. We've never been there. So we kind of got lost right towards the exit of the building, right? So we went right instead of going left. Left would have been the exit, but when we tried to go right, which is right next to the entrance, there was a security guard and he was like, "Hey, whoa, you can't come back here." He's like, "The exit's over there." So that tells me that there's, obviously a place that is right next to the entrance that you can't go into, but we saw other people going in there. That's why we went there, because we were, following them. We were just going with the
real
crowd,
quick.
right?
Oh, my bad. Were you done, Larry? Or?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
All right, thanks. Were the fences built like that, or are they just leaning for over time from settling or something? Like normally, you put the barbed wire on the top for the outside to keep people out, right?
Nah, dude, this is like it's the type of fence you've seen them where it goes up straight and then it turns. Like you can see it in the way that the fence is made and the chain link and everything is wrapped all around it. Like it's
I know what you're talking
purposeful
about
that
now.
way. Yeah.
There's an
I
actual
remember
curve to it.
I went to Denver Airport once when I was a little kid with my parents, like on vacation. And this was before I knew anything about Freemasonry. I didn't know anything about any murals. I didn't know anything about the airport. But I remember being like a little fucking like maybe 14 years old, something like that, maybe 13. And I remember my mom said, like, we were looking out the window and they located this thing in the middle of like a dirt field. Like when you look out the windows of the airport and you do like a 360, it's all brown and dirt. Like there's nothing, it's the weirdest location. And the second thing I remember is there was like this little upstairs part that I could go up to. And, you know, being a little kid, you want to go and explore and shit. So I went up there and I remember there was this plaque and it was talking about the people who basically founded or built this airport. And it had that square and compass, like Masonic sign. And this was like before I even knew what it was. But I remember it had that square compass and the G symbol on their plaque for the founders. So it's a Masonic airport for sure.
Yeah, so my family
Yeah.
grew up. Sorry, my dad had a house right next to the airport, a couple neighborhoods down. There's neighborhoods that start so like you go from the airport to if you're driving to Denver proper, there's a bunch of neighborhoods and stuff. And so he used to live out there by the airport, and he lived there while the newer portions of it, like the biggest portions of it, were being built and all that kind of thing. I've spent handfuls of times there. Yeah, there was lots of Masonic symbolism there. There still is a little. They took a lot of it down, and they took a lot of their murals and stuff down and replaced it with other stuff. But it's a very interesting place. Definitely the only airport of its kind. You know, it's a very strange place, very strange location out in the middle of kind of nowhere out there. And if you live in Denver, it sucks to get to the airport to try to travel and stuff. Like it's not a good location. But anyway, yeah, it's a very unique place. Most airports don't act like that at all. And apparently apparently it was like way more construction than it should have been. Like there, you know, especially just for an airport, like they had to do a bunch of crazy things to just get the thing constructed, and like city planning and all kinds of stuff. So, but yeah, there's Freemason stuff everywhere inside.
Oh, dude, I'm trying to find a picture of the the mural. Ah, I found it.
I think they took the mural down, but yeah, I mean, there's got to be pictures up still of it on the internet.
I posted a picture of the what you guys were referring to, you and Noah, about where it's located, how it's located in the middle of bloody well nowhere. They're everywhere.
There's a horse sculpture there too. I think it's just right outside, like as you're driving into the airport.
It's big,
It's quite large.
silver
Has
blue,
Yeah,
red eyes.
Lucifer.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
The
they'll
guy-
just tell you, oh, it's just for the Denver Broncos. Anyway, go ahead.
I found it. Yeah, I gotta share it. Great call, because I saw a picture of a horse. I'm like, what the hell is that about? Now I can see it. Thanks for the tag.
The
Wasn't
guy
that
who
your-
was trying to make that horse. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. The guy who originally started to make that horse, he died. The horse collapsed on him, crushing him, and they still thought it was a great idea that it needed to be finished and put up. I was like, dude, that's morbid.
Is that the only person that died? I think there was two, right? That even the person that was putting it up or something was also collapsed.
Oh, really?
I think so. If I'm not probably mistaken, but let me find out.
Hey, it could be. You never know. I haven't looked that part up yet.
I will say it's the coolest airport I've ever been to. It's just like it barely seems like an airport when you're inside. You know, there's so much crazy shit going on. It feels like it's got its own mall and its own like business centers, and it's fucking huge. Like you take trams all over the place to get from one place to the other just to catch a flight. It's crazy.
Yeah, if you like hang out there for a little while, like we did, and kind of check things out, there's like upper levels where there's like basically a museum up there where they got like all these like early aeronautics. I guess aeronautics is the wrong word. But you know what I'm saying, like stuff from like the 30s and 40s and 50s, and all these like really old stuff, like the headgear that they used to use. It's actually kind of cool. I have to admit, like
Yeah,
checking
the
it
whole
out.
place is neat. It's a neat fucking place. There's a lot going on inside the Denver International Airport, not just conspiracy stuff, because you'll wet your whistle with conspiracy stuff too. You go looking around in there, but it's also just a really cool, huge place.
Well, where's that airport that has a waterfall in it? The garden. Is it Tokyo? You guys know what I'm talking about? I'll look it up. I'll post a picture. Tokyo or not Japan? I'd like to go there. That's a pretty cool looking airport. People just fly there just to go to the airport.
Now you're piquing my curiosity because for the last week or so, I've been thinking about going on a sabbatical, going to Japan for a couple of weeks. Now you say Osaka potentially, you said?
Tokyo, possibly. I always forget.
I bet.
Oh, in airport. No, that's cool. I'd love to go to Japan. Let's see. Singapore. The Singapore airport. Yeah. It's crazy looking. I'll post a picture if nobody has already.
When I was doing Lyft and Uber,
Damn.
I had this Jewish lady, and
Singapore
she
is
got.
like a fucking.
Go ahead.
What the hell?
I was gonna. I was gonna say Singapore is where all the rich fucks in Asia go to live. So I was in Canada studying a university or whatever. There was no fucking Canadian students, which was odd. It was all like children of like rich international United Emirates, Chinese Shanghai, and Indian, like rich Indian fucks. And basically Singapore is like the place where all these like uber millionaire billionaire types from Asia come to launder their money and live at, because
Yep.
like the laws in their countries are fucking garbage. So like the rich guys all go to Singapore. So Singapore is like an entirely like rich area. Like every fucking student I met from there, their parents were fucking balling, dude. Like not American balling, like international balling. Like Lamborghini truck for the fucking first car for their kid, type of. Not like, oh, you're rich, you have a fucking Buick. Like no, you have fucking multiple Lamborghinis for your children, like type of rich.
If you're showing up to school in a Lambo truck, we got to talk.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Vancouver is fucking crazy, dude, with
Yeah,
all
dude.
this international money. And
And the amount
and
of
they, a lot of them are like, yeah, I'm from Singapore, and it's like, god damn, dude, I want to go there.
Yeah, a lot of they do a lot of purchasing in the real estate market. A lot of that stuff's been the Canadian government's been hammering down on them about overseas buying of real estate. But yeah, man, Vancouver, Singapore, they do a lot of business.
I was going to say real fast. When I was doing like Uber, this Jewish lady got in my car, and I guess we started talking politics or something. And she was like, "Yeah, I think you should move to Singapore. I think you would like it there," because she was like labeling me like a Republican, I think. And I kind of wanted to say like, "Yeah, maybe you should go to like North Korea. I think you would like it there." Because I was like secretly labeling her a communist, but I didn't say that because I didn't want her to mark me down.
That's funny. I laughed.
So, communism. Created and brought to you by a bunch of Jews. You ever heard people say, "Hey guys, let's go watch the nightly news"? Fucking someone said that to me yesterday, and I was like, "You mean the nightly Jews?"
Yeah, I think CIA. Well, I think news. Like you're literally listening to the CIA puppets. Like they're giving you the propaganda.
I'm pretty sure, like, they already have the news planned out for the next 10 years and all the fake events already scheduled and ready for you. So, yeah. Like, they already got it. They already know what's going to happen because they literally just tell you fake shit. And then
Well,
all of
my
you guys just run around with your like a chicken with your heads chopped off. And then
yeah,
they
man,
just fucking make more money.
I agree. Listen, I think 2024, 2025 are going to be some big motherfucking years, bros. We need to get our popcorn out and watch the show. And also make sure to protect your family very well the entire time.
Yeah, here I've already seen people starting to wear masks again. Double masking.
Wow.
I was like, what is going on? Why are you even out if you think it's so dangerous?
Yeah, you
I'm
know what?
sorry.
It's like, you know what?
Masks.
You embarrass the rest of us. Just stay home, okay? You'll be doing two things. You'll be protecting yourself and you'll be staying the fuck out of people's way. I don't like to laugh at my fellow man, but you come out double masked, I'm gonna crack up. Fucking moron.
Double mask
Moron.
means double slow. Ah. Sorry, no, go ahead, dude. Apologize.
I was just saying double mask, double moron. But like, aren't the people who got the masks taking their medicine? So what the fuck? Why are you act like you already took your medicine? Why do you need a mask and to act like a fucking freak for? What
Because
the
they
fuck
need
is
their
wrong with
TV
medicine
told
you
me to.
fed
actually?
into them intravenously all the time. That's why.
I feel like what was it? You said it's like Glober. That's like the Glober blankie. Well, isn't that mask kind of like a blankie? Like, oh yeah, let me put this on my face so I feel safe. It's like,
It
okay,
is
here's it's your blankie, isn't it?
a security mask.
Yeah, your
You know
security
what's really
blankie.
rude? You know what's really rude to do, but I think it's funny because it doesn't. I mean, like it. I don't know how it could matter. Just see somebody with a mask on in like a grocery store, go up behind them and then go real close behind them and go, oh, excuse me, I'm so I'm so sorry, and like wipe your hands on them and shit. I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
you got to touch him.
Pardon me.
Definitely. Oh, I feel like that's just asking for trouble, though. Like you might, depending on who it is, you might get a slap upside the head.
Well, that's okay.
For the
Slap me, dude. If you take one look at me, I don't have a problem with that.
Oh man.
I
Yeah,
don't
I don't
care.
think
That's
anyone would
fine.
want to
Slap me.
slap
Listen, listen,
back.
listen, listen. Slap me up because that is rude of me to do in the first place. You don't just go up next to someone and cough on their fucking neck, right? You know that's stupid. What a dick, right? So you can slap. I won't. I won't get in a fight with anybody over that. I'll be like, okay, mission accomplished.
Awesome.
Yeah, and
I
then
feel
like
like
I was at
Blatt.
work.
Go ahead, bro.
I was at work, and then someone was like talking shit about Florida, and I was like, "Why are you talking shit about a place you don't live? None of us go to. Like, what's the point of that? Like, why don't you just let people in Florida be? Like, what's the fucking like? Yeah, those guys in Florida, they're so crazy." And then you know what he was saying too? He was like, "Yeah, soon they're gonna be all underwater, and everything's gonna be too hot for them to live there." And they're already crazy. And I was like, dude, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, nobody's leaving Miami. Yeah, people are crazy everywhere you go, but why are you talking shit about Florida? Is it because they weren't forced to juice up and mask like you were? Like, I don't know, bro. People are weird.
I was going to say that I could tell by the way that Glatt talks that he's very confident. And I'm not saying cocky, because cocky are people who haven't done the training in the gym. So Glatt has definitely been in the gym, and I can hear the confidence radiating off of him. And, you know, I'm fat and old now, but I remember what that used to be like. Just being like uber confident, you know, like, go ahead, slap me. I don't care. You can't hurt me.
Well, I'll tell you what, all the people I've seen with double masks on sure don't go to the gym, as far as I can tell.
What about the folks who wear the mask at the gym? I think to myself, is it harder for you to breathe with a piece of cloth over your face?
It's definitely harder to breathe. It's something impeding the thing that lets you breathe.
And a lot of
Yeah, you
people,
should ask them. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you're waiting for them to pass out, drop down from too much carbon dioxide inhalation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should just ask them, like, are you doing mountain climbing training? Is this part of your training?
And that is the thing. You do see athletes running with masks on their face, tubes coming out, and that is to emulate things like going to Denver, right? Mile high training, mile high stadium, so high altitude training
Yeah,
and
you're a
reduction of
fire. You're
oxygen.
training to be a fireman or a firewoman. That's why you're doing that with the mask. I get it. Hey, you're training to save lives. Thank you so much for doing that. God bless.
There's a difference between the ones with the tubes and then the normal COVID. Oh, sorry, I said the keyword to Gio. There's a difference between the tube masks and the fake masks.
Yep.
The thing is, the tube masks actually channel air into it, so you're constantly breathing fresh air. Even though that fresh air might have reduced oxygen, it is still fresh air. Whereas with the masks, like the normal bullshit masks, you're actually just breathing your exhalation, which is going to have, like someone else said, a bunch of carbon dioxide, which is not the same as what those tubes pump in. So even fucking wearing those weird tube fucking masks that like the NFL combine guys wear, like even that's better than wearing a scamdemic mask.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be doing this entire thing right, you would actually go get an oxygen tank with a little carrier with wheels on it, and it would have a little tube coming up to your face with a mask, and then you would walk around with that, because that would be a closed system. That would prevent you from getting sick. But yeah, just putting a diaper on your face, breathing in the same crap, that's not helping you, friend.
Except it wouldn't prevent you from getting sick, because getting sick doesn't happen from fucking scams that you put a thing on your face for.
Bingo.
Well, yeah, you're not going to wrap
You
a
would still get sick.
You're not going to wrap
Not,
you're not going to wrap a chain link fence around your fucking arms to make sure you don't get mosquito bites, right? I mean, it's the same deal.
Holy shit! What a great parallel. That was a good one, dude. That was awesome.
Sorry, I know I interrupt a lot, but that one I felt
No,
like
no.
necessary.
that was worthy, dude.
But that's what it is, right? Dude. That's what it is. It's like putting a towel over your face and then dipping your face in water and expecting it not to get wet. It's like, okay, what?
The problem is there isn't even any mosquitoes. That's the biggest
Yeah.
fucking issue of all. Is that there's not even the analogy works if there was actually like a actual thing and it wasn't just a scam. But yeah,
that was
dude,
a
that's
great
the
parallel,
funniest
though.
thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
Chain
like
link fence around your arms. That's great. I'm taking that. I'm
Okay,
using that.
take it.
Yeah,
it's
for
all
sure.
yours. You could say you came up with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, like not
It's
on
yours.
Discord, but like in real life, when I tell that to people, I'm gonna
Yeah.
act as if I actually came up with it, like through my
Yeah.
own.
Do it, dude. Fuck it. Own it.
Yeah.
Noah's gonna repackage it and repurpose it. Let's go.
Got to make those dummies feel dumb, right? Because if they don't already feel dumb, they got to, because they know they be acting dumb, so they need to be feeling dumb too.
I wouldn't rather.
But yeah, I
Stupid is
guarantee.
and stupid does.
I guarantee, even if it was real that there was a virus, which is not real, it's just fake garbage, I would still be more healthy not wearing a fucking mask than these fucking idiots. I'll be more healthy than the general population, no matter what the circumstances. Unless you lock me in a jail and like starve me to death. Like, I don't know, dude. These like, have you seen the general population? I walked into Wendy's the other day, in the middle of work for lunch, and the Wendy's was stocked full of military guys. And I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I could beat the shit out of all those military guys in the entire fucking Wendy's. And I was like, these are the guys who are supposed to be protecting. These are the guys who are supposed to be securing the border. They're a bunch of fucking faggy cowards. So I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know what kind. Like, I'm not saying that all military guys are cowards, but like, dude, the whole Wendy's, like every single individual was a bitch in there, and they're all army guys.
You
Like, all of
you
them
got
were
to
bitches.
remember
Dude,
90% of the military is logistics. So those are the guy, stacking the crates and unwrapping the packages and doing inventory. I would say that, only 10% of the military is, the devil dogs or whatever.
yeah, and I'm gonna say, if you want to stay even healthier, don't go to Wendy's. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, dude. Yeah, whatever. Going to Wendy's, not going to Wendy's. Like, maybe it's just a product of my youth or whatever. But like, I just size up these guys, and I'm like, dude, like, you're a fucking fag, and I can tell you're a coward. I can tell that if the Taliban were fucking somehow got boats and landed in Oahu and were land invading the shit and killing citizens, that you motherfuckers would be with your panties behind me while I had to sat there with the guns and defend the land. Because I know y'all are cowards. Like, bro, you know how you can tell a coward when you look them in the eye? I went into this Wendy's and I saw 40 fucking cowards, all in military uniform. I was like, we're fucked, dude. If we actually ever had to go to a real war, which we haven't actually been in since World War II, there hasn't actually been a real war since World War II. If we actually had a real war to go to with like a real enemy, we'd be fucking destroyed, dude. We'd be crushed. Like, people talk shit about Russia and like, oh, Russia's losing to Ukraine. Dude, if we were in the position of Russia or Ukraine, we'd have our ass handed to ourselves. Because here's the thing. Our military has like the greatest technology and shit, and it's never actually received a challenge. But the moment someone was actually able to challenge it, dude, I already see the morale would break down, the mentality would lose, people would start abandoning ship. Bro, if it actually shit actually hit the fan and infrastructure was actually damaged in America, which it never actually has been, we couldn't handle it. We couldn't handle it. Just, dude, I can just see it, dude, in the mentality of these fucking cowards. You think this fucking coward, like, say he didn't have a drone, he didn't have a gun, say he was equally matched with his enemy, do you think he would have the grit to make it through? No fucking way, dude. I can see it in their eyes. We'd be fucked, dude.
Well, just remember those people that you saw, like, they're nowhere near the front line. Like, they're like miles away, safe in a camp somewhere, basically doing inventory. Like, oh no, man, I can't sign off on this. You're missing a whole bunch of stuff here. I can't sign
Yeah,
this.
they're called barracks booty, yeah? They're the guys that get fucked in the barracks because they're a bunch of fags. Like, oh yeah, I was in the military for 4 years. So what you're saying is you sat there in the barracks and gave Gatorade to the real soldiers and fucking wore a fucking, like a fucking bra and panties.
No one's on a bender today. Holy crap.
No, I was pissed off, bro, by what I saw. Like, I saw the people who are supposed to be defending us, and they looked like they were less equipped to defend me than I was. So what do I need you for? Kind of like the cops, huh? Like, if you never come to actually protect or serve, what the fuck do I need you for? What are you getting paid to do?
Noah goes to his local congressperson's office and says, I'd like my taxpayer money back, please.
The
Yeah,
cops
straight
are
up.
there to punish and explain.
I'm happy to pay for roads. I'm happy to pay for airports, but I want all my money back that went to the cops and went to the military. I'm sorry, I want all of that back. Because multiple times cops haven't come to do their job, protect and serve. They haven't done that. And then when I walk into the thing and I see these military guys, They're not fucking protecting or serving anyone. They're just fucking stroking their own ego, acting like they fucking do something.
Oh, the ego. Will we ever escape its grasp?
I mean, really, the military is supposed to be there to like defend us at the border, right? And then we're supposed to, grab our shit and get it together and then get their backs. I think that's how it's supposed to work. So really the military are just the people that are like at the ready, and we're supposed to be the ones who are like, oh, I gotta like put down my farm equipment. Okay, let me go get my guns. Like I'll be right there. Like I'm coming. I'll be late, but I'm coming, right?
Like, can you imagine if America went up against a power that was actually had like the same amount of technology as us? We'd fucking lose, dude.
Oh, it'd be
We would
bad.
fucking lose. It would be bad.
Yeah,
Because the
we're
thing is,
fat.
we can all yeah, like America always shits on other countries, but it's like, dude, like it's essentially like the bully who's in like 10th grade going over to the 3rd grade class and beating the shit out of them and then being like, yeah,
Yeah.
bro, I'm strong. And it's like, dude, you're not strong. Like, you're just punching down on small countries like Vietnam and fucking and shit countries in the Middle East that can't actually do anything to us. But if you were actually like in a knockout, drag out, brawl war where there was actually someone who could hurt you, you'd fucking lose, dude. We all know you would.
Bull! Run for the
So
hills, run
what's
for the bears.
what's good about America is we have like an almost endless supply of sustainable war, right? So we can wage war for like 20 years. Like most countries can't do that. But yeah, if a real, a real army were to come here, they would like fuck us up for a little while. But I
What are you
think
saying?
it would be even worse.
There's been no wars on this fucking earth since World War II. The Cold War was a fake garbage. All the small countries that we go to is essentially just punching down on a little kid, policing another. It's police work. It's not even actual war, dude. These guys in Afghanistan, like, I feel bad for them because they have to sat there policing these other people who hate them and try to blow them up when they're driving around. That's not a war. That's just trying to fucking extend your influence over another region.
Actually, people around that time in World War II referred to that war as that phony war. So that's kind of interesting.
Well, all I know is like there was actually two sides that seemed like obviously like one side was obviously more powerful because they had the whole world, and the other side just had like 3 nations. But it was at least kind of equal. Nowadays, it's not even equal at all. It's not. You can't consider it a war. You would just consider it like an empire coming and just crushing a small other little community to extract more resources. Not really a. There's not two countries defending each other for survival, right? Whereas in World War II, England and Germany, whoever won that war was like fighting for their life. You know what I mean? America has not fought for its life, I think, since the Civil War. I mean, I personally think America died in the Civil War. It lost, but yeah. When has
Well,
America been threatened?
England shouldn't have been in that war, and America certainly shouldn't have been in it. That's just obvious.
England started the war. What are you talking about?
No. Well, yes
World War
and no,
One
right?
World War One was a bunch of collusion by Jews in England and Russia, and World War One is what caused World War Two.
Right. So let me just go over this real fast. I'll be super quick. So Germany wanted to pass through another country, and that country wouldn't let them pass through. I can't remember what the name of the country was. Maybe it was Poland. Anyway, they wouldn't let them pass through, right? Because there was Germans being killed in another state, and they were trying to get over there and like stop the genocide. So they wouldn't allow them to pass, and they were like, "Look, we're going to go through anyway." And the country said, "I can't remember which country. I apologize. If the UK backs us, if Britain backs us, then we'll go to war. But if they don't back us, we'll just let them pass through." Well, the UK backed them, and that's what started the war essentially. So yes and no, kind of.
National Socialism wouldn't have been a thing as a reaction to communism. When the communist revolution happened in Russia, it was funded by England, and then when they killed the fucking monarchy, all those fucking shits, the jewels, the gold, all the booty, the treasure from the czars was shipped directly over to England. So who caused communism? Obviously England. Well, what caused National Socialism, Nazism, communism? At the end of the day, a bunch of Jews sat there in England, caused World War One and World War Two.
I think England has a lot of. Go ahead.
Without communism, there would have been no World War II, no National Socialism. Communism has been the scourge of Earth, and it was caused by a singular group of people who are evil.
Jesuit trained. And it's really funny because I don't really think they are what we call them, right? Like when people say Jesus was a Jew, I'm like, no, he wasn't. He was a descendant of Yehuda. But the word that we use for Jew, that word doesn't mean what we think it means. He's someone who's Jewish, right? They're not necessarily a descendant of Yehuda. They could just be a convert because it's a religion too. Remember?
Well, yeah, and he was actually like descendant of Yehuda, and I think he was also a descendant of Joseph as well through Jesse, David's dad.
Come on.
No, Joseph
come on.
was not a Jew.
Abraham wasn't
Joseph
a Jew, first
no,
Jew. And all
no,
the
Abraham
descendants from
wasn't.
him.
Abraham was a Hebrew. He was not a Jew. Sorry, you're incorrect.
Oh, really?
Abraham was a
Explain
yes.
the difference.
Abraham was a Hebrew.
How could
A
Abraham be a Jew if Judah wasn't born yet, Zanuck?
Zanuck doesn't know what he's fucking talking about.
Oh, right.
Why are we entertaining someone who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about?
Jesus was actually
Hold the
considered a
fuck
rabbi
up.
in the time.
Hold the fuck up.
He was a rabbi.
There was the Hebrews, which was the
When
original
the
people
Last
that fucking
Supper,
walked
the Last
around.
Supper, the Last Supper was
Shut
a
up, dude. You don't
Passover.
even know what the
Hold on,
fuck
the
you're
Last
talking
Supper
about.
was a
You don't
Passover
even know what
Seder.
the fuck you were talking about.
The Last Supper was a Passover Seder. There have been artists that have drawn the actual dinner and
Yeah, but you
show.
claimed Abraham was a Jew, so why are you able to talk on
He
any
was
of
the
this?
first, he was the first Jew, yes.
No, you're
Please.
wrong.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
just
not wrong.
incorrect.
You're
Everyone
wrong. You're an
relax.
idiot.
Don't
Oh, you think
overtalk.
there's Jews
Okay.
in England?
If we have to, we'll do a mute and unmute thing.
Look, this is real simple. Rabbi means teacher.
Because I muted them.
Oh, sorry.
Like Jeremy said, you need to speak one at a time. Next time, I don't want to go on permanent mute, so please calm down.
All right. So the original people were the Hebrews. There was no Jews. Jews are named after Judea, which was a kingdom. So the Jews didn't even come till like the 1st century BC or whatever. That wasn't even established until the exile from that wasn't established until after the exile to Babylon, and then they returned. There was a kingdom of Judah, a kingdom of Israel. The kingdom of Judah and Israel came from one kingdom, which was all of Israel. Israel were all descendants of a guy named Jacob, who, guess what, was a Hebrew, because the Hebrew group predated all of these other groups. Saying that Abraham's a Jew is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard, because his great-grandson is named Judah, which the kingdom was named after, which then the land area was named after, which then anyone who inhabited the land area was then named after. So that, like, if you don't understand this, you can't speak on the subject with authority. I mean, you can, but you're just going to say stupid shit.
Yeah, I think there's an official narrative of that we've all heard, and I think that's the same with most things. Like we hear this thing about, you could say anything, like 9/11. We hear this official narrative, and then there's the truther narrative, sort of slightly behind the curtains. But I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. I think, I think the Alex Joneses of the world or whatever, they're also part of the Gravel, if you see my point. And I think World War II in particular is another one of those things where we have an official narrative, and I think it's probably some old stuff. Like I keep posting that like that definition from the root word aria, which could be cognate with aristocracy, which people still argue about. But they killed the Romanov line in Russia, and I think that's something to do with it. I'm still piecing it together in my head, but one commentator talked about the French Revolution, saying they literally chopped 6 inches off every Frenchman in the French Revolution, right? And you could literally get your head chopped off for having blonde hair.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just gonna explain real quick what exactly happened. Okay, so there's a group of people, 2000 BC, called the Hebrews, walking around in the Middle East. One of the Hebrews named Abraham makes a covenant with God. His grandson, Jacob, gets a name Israel. All of the descendants of Israel are now a new nation, which are almost like a branch of a tree, right? There's the trunk, the Hebrews, and then the branch, Israelites. One type of fucking Hebrew is the Israelite. That's a nation. The nation is then divided into 12 tribes. The 12 tribes live together in their nation. The nation is then split into two. The north is taken and cast to the wind. The south is then taken into captivity later, then returned to their original area. The area is then named after them, the nation of Judea, the area on earth, what they call it. People who go to live there in Judea, who are not even descendants of Judah or Israel or Abraham, are then called Jews because they live in the area of the kingdom of Judea until they change the name to Palestine when Rome takes over. That's in a nutshell the fucking quick history of it. So yeah, Abraham wasn't a Jew because the fucking land, the kingdom that the land was named after didn't even exist.
So saying that Abraham was a Jew is like saying that King Henry I was Elizabethan, right? It doesn't make any sense. Elizabeth was his descendant, so how could he be, Elizabethan?
Exactly.
Well, technically, he's a Jew, a Levite, and he's pretty much all put in one. Because it come from him.
Well, that's
Well,
what
I mean,
people
even
name, right? They name these nations after their fathers.
Right.
Right, so it's Father Abraham. Anybody who sung in church when they were 5 years old should know that Abraham was the father of many, right? So
Father Abraham.
yeah. So let's say hypothetically, if I'm a descendant of Abraham, right? Could Abraham be a Larian or Laris?
Yeah, he can't be your son if he's your dad or your grandpa.
No, it's Larry the Abramite.
Jesus, that where you said Jesus wasn't a Jew?
He lived in Judea, so technically he was.
Right,
What I
so
was
he
saying
was.
before I got,
Hold on.
what I was
Go
saying
ahead.
before I got
I Larry.
Oh,
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to be rude. I just wanted to clarify with Larry. That's what he said.
Right, so when you look at the modern term Jewish, right, if you say that Jesus was Jewish, that's technically incorrect, right? That's a modern word that was created. So when you understand that he was a descendant of Yehuda and he was Yehudim, like you could say that, right? Because he was a descendant of Yehuda, but like saying that he's Jewish kind of implies that he's a Pharisee. And if anybody who's read the New Testament, like could tell that he directly opposed the Pharisees and all that they did. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, he I think has a out of the sons of Israel, I think he at least, I don't know, it could be more, but he has at least blood from 3 of the sons of Jacob, because he descends from Judah, but he also has Mary has a lineage that comes from Levi as well. Like she's mixed, Levi and Judah. And then Jesse, who was the father of King David, who they call Jesus the root of David because he descends from King David. Jesse was an Ephrathite, which is like a small village in the north of Judah that basically mixed with the Ephrathites, which is another Ephraim was another son. He was actually the grandson of Jacob. So Joseph, the father of Ephraim, is also like I guess forefather of Jesus. Jesus actually has like 3 of the tribes, at least. He could have more, but in at least 3 of the tribes, like in his blood, right? So
Looks to
And
me
that's
like
why, go
those
ahead.
Pharisees were put in place by the Romans. I wouldn't say they were the actual lineage of anyone or anything like that, because even the Messiah himself knew who to go to become baptized, and he went to the Levitical priest called John the Baptist.
So he went to the legitimate people. So the Pharisees of that day, I would say they weren't even descendants of Judah,
They were
the
Greeks,
man.
probably. The hierarchy was a usurpation that came from the Hellenistic degeneracy. You should go and read Maccabees to get a better picture of what times were like back then.
Yeah, that's right. That's why it was removed, because it tells you who they were.
Yeah, funny how they pulled that one, huh?
I just watched Ewar's latest video. It's called something like The Living Waters or something like that. And it's just basically mostly about baptism and saying how it changed being, how they said a prayer over tap water, basically, and how it was supposed to be living water, and you were supposed to be submerged in it.
that was by Awar.
Like being born again, basically. Like you were in your mother's womb type situation. So yeah, interesting. I love Ewar's content.
Yeah, I watched that one either yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I think it only came out yesterday.
Bro, he's doing great work on his YouTube. I don't know.
You know that
It's just
you know
small and
that
consistent.
baptism isn't one and done, right?
That's what I was gonna say, Elisha. I think it's interesting. I find baptism just to be like a bathing before entering the temple, really.
Yeah, you're supposed. It's because, for instance, back before the temple was destroyed, the men of the house would have to go and present in the temple the offerings for the family, sin, free will offerings, whatever it was, right? And in order to do that, they'd have to be ritually clean. So if they had lain with their wife the night before, they'd have to wash before they could then go do ceremony the next day. If they woke up having had like a nightly emission, because that happens, then they'd have to wash and they would be unclean until evening. So this is where that comes from. Now, yes, specifically the baptism that we're referring to is an act of obedience in terms of it's related to forgiveness of sins, but it's not as if it's just, oh, you do it once and then that's it. It's supposed to be part of like the whole of your life, which when you think about it makes a lot of sense, because why you lot not having baths, filthy creatures?
Yeah, I hope Ewar
Else
goes
to
into
wash.
the organ and everything, because I just talked to a gentleman that plays organ, knows how to tune the organ, and there's many tones in the organ that are you don't even hear. They're just frequencies of healing. It's very interesting.
Also, there's
Right.
the washing of the feet for the, I think it was before the supper, the Last Supper. There's a lot of cleanliness is huge when you're taking in the truth.
It does remind me though. It's definitely time for an ice bath this evening.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, during the time that Yeshua walked the earth, they were under Roman occupation, right? But he didn't really have as much problem with the Romans as he did the Pharisees, right? Because the Romans are just going to do what they're supposed to do. But like the people controlling the temple, which were the Sadducees and the Pharisees, were like the ruling of the local government, right? The Pharisees, the Jews, could do anything except for capital punishment. They couldn't kill anybody, but they pretty much governed at the lower levels, right? So he was like really, really turned off about how they were acting, like what they were doing. And, if you look at what he's saying in the Bible, like, woe to you lawyers, you shut up the way that no one will enter into life, right? It's like, and the other stuff that he said, woe to you Pharisees. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I might have stolen it from you, but the one where he tells them you go to and fro to make one acolyte, and you make him twice the child of hell. Well, specifically the lake of fire, but in English they put hell.
Right, and he's like, woe to you Pharisees, your brood of vipers, right? That means like descendants of snakes, right? So he's calling the Pharisees like the devil in John chapter 8.
No, he's
Like
he's calling them the descendants of the devil. That's what he's doing. Calling them the
Yeah.
the sons.
Right, so when people say that Jesus was Jewish, they're like lumping him in with the Pharisees. And yeah, they did call him rabbi, which means teacher, but they also call Jordan Peterson rabbi, right? He's not Jewish. Thanks.
You sure about that last statement?
No, I'm not, actually, now that you mention it.
That's just a joke, but that's the first thing that came into my head.
And to
Hey,
add
has
on
anybody
to
seen has anyone seen Pete Shea around?
no,
Fuck.
I don't think seeing him would be the problem. It's excessively hearing him. That's where you have the issue.
No, I know, I understand. I just was looking through my DMs and I have a farewell message from him. And still on the server even?
No idea.
Pete
On the
Shea's
way of the
on to
dodo.
bigger and-
Can I
Shea's
just
on to
wrap
bigger
up
and
one
better
thing?
things now.
Oh, he's not
I
even
don't
in the
want to.
server anymore.
Oh well.
Sorry,
I
we don't
hope,
wrap up here.
I hope the being is well. He maybe just had enough of Discord and just gonna go enjoy Island. But I just wanted to add on to something else Larry was saying. I think one thing that really kind of paints that picture of he didn't have an issue with the Romans is that when he was on the cross, all of that was physically enacted by the Romans. But his words to them were, his words to his father were, forgive them for they know not what they do. So he was completely, I guess, compassionate towards them. Whereas when you take that and all the implications that comes with when you read that verse, you understand that the real blame is on the Pharisees for what they did, which is basically just murder of an innocent, well, actually murder of the only and utterly innocent.
Because the righteous are judged first, the normal in the middle, and the wicked last.
Didn't
if you look,
didn't the
if you
Romans
look at,
actually go ahead?
sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
My bad. You go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say Yeshua's only crime was free speech, right? So I guess he was, arrested for contempt of cop, right? Which is where you're like talking shit to the authorities. Like when you say, fuck you, copper, you Nazi, that's what he was arrested for. And he was put to death under the charge of blasphemy because when they said, I think they said, are you the son of God?
Yep.
Okay. Is that what they asked him? And he said,
They
I
asked him
am.
to the effect, "Are you the son of God?" And then he responds, "You say I am," or something to that effect. But that's exactly what he was arrested for. He was arrested for blaspheming, saying that he was the son of David, and that's who they were waiting for. They were literally waiting for him to show up. He showed up, said, "Here I am," and they're like, "No," and they put him on the cross. Well, not hung, sorry, beat him, pierced him, or no, beat him, crucified him, then pierced him.
Did you also notice that in one of the fucking verses, the actual Pharisees, the Jewish guys, they pay the Roman centurions like money to go fucking do it or some shit like that. I'm gonna go find the verse, but I remember reading that and I was like, nothing changes, huh? Like nothing fucking new under the sun.
I think they paid him to lie about the
Yeah,
grave.
because they couldn't find witnesses, so they paid. They paid. They, yeah, they couldn't find witnesses to corroborate their nonsense, so they paid people to be
Racist
false
actors.
witnesses.
Isn't it funny
Yo,
too?
what's up, Jenny?
That argument is still brought up to this day that he never did resurrect or whatever, and they're literally following those guys that lied.
But how is this nothing new? Nothing new under the sun. The Jews still pay the Romans to lie today.
But it wouldn't have been Romans that they paid to be false witnesses. It would have been your everyday citizen of the area.
Exactly, the citizens of Rome. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, they were Jewish citizens. Well, not Jewish. They were Yahudim citizens under the. So it's very.
Your microphone just died.
Feels bad.
Hi, Jenny. How you doing today?
Good, thanks. How about you?
Grand like the biscuits.
Oh, okay. There's a certain sound the can makes when it opens.
Yeah, I love that. Scaring everybody in the room. They act like it's a champagne cork, flying through the room like, oh shit, shot fired.
So what y'all talking about?
We're talking about Elijah's microphone.
Oh, technical difficulties.
Yeah, Elisha is experiencing technical difficulties. But yeah, we were talking about the fact that Jesus wasn't a Pharisee.
Yeah,
Or
what's
Jesus isn't Jewish.
That was interesting. You saying he was killed for freedom of speech. I never thought of it like that. But if that's the case, you could say Socrates was killed for freedom of speech also. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, we really take it for granted. We self-censor ourselves all the time so that we could stay on certain platforms, and I'm guilty of it too. I'm not preaching down, right? Preaching it myself. But yeah, we totally shouldn't have to self-censor all the damn time. We should be able to say whatever we're thinking because there's entire cemeteries full of good men and women who lay their life on the line so that we could have that freedom.
Yeah, we have political rights given to us by the Creator, so there's that.
Elisha, your microphone is damaging my eardrum. Poor guy. yeah, our rights do come from the Creator, but it requires the blood of patriots and what's the other one? Authoritarians, basically, in order for us to be able to keep those rights, rather than have them taken away from us.
Yo, I have a question, and it's about it's kind of on the topic, but kind of not. Say it's topic adjacent. But what's your guys' opinions? Do you think that Adam and Eve could have had children before the fall, or do you think that was an ability gained by the fall of man? Because they don't have any children before the fall, do they? It's only after.
I don't
Well,
think that's an
people,
actual thing. I think that's just a metaphor, but that's just me.
I think they were childlike, right? Because remember, they were like children in adult bodies that were created from scratch, with his hands, right? So up until a certain point, they were very much like children. And I think a lot of it is symbolic. I would agree with him. But I also think that just like Greek mythology, there's a little bit of truth to the story. And I honestly believe that the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, could have been that, her flower. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
wow.
But Noah, quick question. Which fall are you referring to?
The fruit of the knowledge of
Okay.
good and evil. When they
Yeah.
ate that, before they ate that, there was no children. It was just Adam and Eve, specifically the only two of mankind that existed at the time. And then they say that there was God, obviously, and then there was a serpent there. So there was essentially 4 people there and no children. So, and then after they ate this fruit, then there starts to be children. So I don't know.
Well, in ancient times, the snake was often symbolized as wisdom and sort of eternal youth because of the way it shed its skin. So, yeah, I see it as all as symbolic. It makes a lot of sense to me when I think of it. I don't think of 2 people in a garden. I don't know. I mean, it could be that. What do I know? I'm just some idiot on the internet. It just makes sense to me to think of it as like, yeah, I'm just going to say, they sort of fall into duality. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to just mention, no, I don't think it was a serpent. I think he was cursed to be a serpent after, right? To slither on his belly. So it definitely was a different kind of creature before that.
Right.
And then
No,
it
you're
seems to
right.
me the fall
He
kind of
probably
led
flew around.
to
He probably
led
was
to
able to fly.
entropy, right? So now we have entropy that has entered the world, right?
But why is there no children before? Like, there's no sons or daughters until
They
after.
sinned after 7 years, correct? It was 7
Hey,
years.
Eve were the children.
hey guys. Hey
Go
guys.
ahead.
Eve had twins, and I take the belief in the serpent seed theory, and that the children Cain and Abel had 2 different fathers. Boosh.
The
That's all
hard
I got.
part with that serpent seed theory is the tough part is where is the punishment for the serpent in the same way that the Watchers that took wives, they were punished and chained up in Tartarus, and we have
Right.
to now we have to say that same punishment wasn't delivered to the serpent.
Well, I actually take another belief that I came across that really vibed with me, and it's called preterism, where people look at the architecture, the ancient architecture, like the exquisite antique architecture. And so they believe, did I say it was preterism? They believe the millennial reign of Christ already occurred, and we're in the short season of adversary or whatever, insert word there.
Yeah, the short season where Satan's loosed. I've heard this before too. There's a bunch of qualifiers, though, right? Because the kingdom must have come down to earth already. And then the kingdom should be visible for all men to see. And then the saints will be bringing the leaves from the tree of life for healing to all the nations.
Nice.
So I don't see any of that happening. So I have a hard time believing that we're in the short season.
Okay.
But it's definitely an interesting theory. I don't think it can be proven one way or the other.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not like something I live my life by. It's just something that, I'd be willing to, discuss it more in depth. I'm not saying right now, but, at some point in the future, I'd be, willing to do that kind of thing, whenever the opportunity presents itself, what have you.
For sure, I can send you an interesting debate on that topic too, if you'd like to see that.
Yeah, if you can DM it to me, that'd be amazing.
So when Jesus said, they asked him, "Are you the Son of God?" And he said, "I am." And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got that quote wrong. But if that's what he was killed for, if he was killed for saying that he was the Son of God, then why didn't they ask him if he was God? If that's what he was claiming? Because I'm pretty sure the Pharisees studied Jesus like nothing else when he was on the earth. Like, they were probably like, what kind of intel do you got? Like, give us the latest intel. What is he saying now? Tell us about his current miracles. And I don't think they would have, charged him with the lesser crime of claiming that he was the Son of God when they could have charged him with the higher crime of claiming to be God himself. That's just a really interesting thing, and I'm not trying to start a huge argument. It's just an observation.
I mean, are you pointing to the idea of the Trinity, Larry?
I am not a Trinitarian in the sense that I
Right.
think that there's this person called God the Son. I'm a Trinitarian in the sense that, well, I'm not really a Trinitarian.
Well,
I believe that,
well, the reason why I brought it up is because I don't think that idea existed at that time.
no, I don't think so either. I think it came later.
Yeah.
But I honestly believe that, he's the Son of God and the Messiah, both of those things. But I believe the Holy Spirit and Jesus are not the same person. I believe the Holy Spirit and God are the same. But I believe that Jesus is the persona of the Most High God, like it says in the good book. So if he's the
Okay.
persona, then he's not the true item of the Most High God, the creator of the heavens and the earth.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, your mic's working now. There's a little bit of background, but I've debated Trinitarians quite a bit in the past, and they make good arguments. Like, there's certain things that are in the scripture that I can't really, deny that it's not a good argument. So I could be wrong about the whole Trinity thing. Maybe Jesus is the Most High God, and he sent himself on a suicide mission to sacrifice himself to save himself. But I think that this doctrine, the Trinitarian doctrine, is where people start thinking that they are God, because in John chapter 10, Jesus said, "I and my Father are one." Okay, so let's go with that. Let's say that makes Jesus God. And then later on in Paul's letters, it says that Christ is the head and we are the body and we are one. Well, going by that same logic, that would make us the creator of the heavens and the earth. And I
Yeah.
don't think that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I'm not saying that there's a trinity or it has anything to do with the number three. God takes
Well,
many forms. God takes many forms. God takes the form of
sure.
an angel of the Lord. God takes the form
But
of Yod He Vav He, the ever existent thing.
I
God takes the form also. God came down as a man, so that
well,
would be
okay.
God right there
So
in
wait. So
the form
you
of flesh.
so you've heard people say that you can't use the word Christianity in the context of Jesus's time. I think the same thing applies. There was no Trinity being discussed in Jesus's time or when the time of this was written or allegedly written. I just think the context has to be considered a bit more, right?
Yeah, no, but like I'm not even addressing. I said, yeah, I agree. There is the Trinity thing is fake news, but I disagree on the more important point that Jesus Christ is God in human form. I respectfully disagree with you, Larry, on that.
Well, that's what
Yeah, that's fine.
Christianity says.
How do you define God in that sense?
Do you think God can come down as a man and talk to us? Because if you do,
How do you define God in that sense?
if you do, it was recorded in the gospel.
How
Well,
do
a
you define
creator can't.
in that sense in that statement?
Well, I think a creator at some point would be able to enter into his own creation. I mean, he has to be outside of the creation to create it, but I don't see why it's a hard thing to sell that he would enter into his own creation.
Exactly. He entered
Yeah.
into creation as a man, just like he entered into creation as a burning bush, just like he entered into creation as he entered creation a lot of times. So I don't know where this Trinity subject comes from, but the whole idea that Jesus Christ isn't God in a human form is kind of like not Christian at all.
But
All
how
right,
do you
Noah, I have
define
two
God when you make
questions
that
for you.
statement?
I have two questions for you, Noah. I want to know what the voice was that came out of the heavens when Jesus was baptized. And I also want to know who he was praying to in the garden.
Mm.
He's praying to his Father, God, because when he's in his human form, he's limited. So he can't fully talk to him, like he couldn't know himself, right? When he's in a human form, he can only know what a human knows.
That totally makes sense because, okay, this may be a
Wait,
far
how does that
loop
make
here.
sense?
Oh, go ahead.
So the Trinitarian argument is that he humbled himself and became, a man and forsook all his godly wisdom. That's why he was talking to himself in the garden and asking 3 times, not your will, but my will. But somehow they still have the same will, even though they have different will. And my question is who is Jesus sitting at the right hand of? Like
Well,
right
because
now?
he had the flesh. He had the flesh. He had the flesh that he was battling. His spirit, the spirit of God, was battling the flesh, and it was battling for the soul. But he never sinned his whole life, so he never actually lost. And it's quite humble to go and ask for more help. Like that's not a sin. Like that doesn't make any sense.
So, Old Testament where it says in the Old Testament where 2 or more witnesses are required to establish a truth, especially in like a court case. So in John chapter 8, verse 14-ish, Yeshua is talking to the Pharisees right before he calls them the descendants of the devil. He was talking to them, and they said, "Why should we believe you? Because you give testimony of yourself." And he said, not only I give testimony, but my Father also. So was Yeshua trying to deceive them into thinking that he wasn't God, and actually there was, a God in heaven that wasn't him, and that 2 of
Hold
them
on.
together? Go ahead.
Hey, Larry, hold on. Okay, so I was going to say this a moment ago, but I think maybe I really need to say it now. Okay, so with the idea, I know this may seem a little bit off base but this will be an example. Like reincarnation, when you come back, some people speculate when you're very small and young in age, you do remember, but then it fades. But when you're reincarnated, you come back and you don't know. You have amnesia about your previous life. So it seems like to me, if I were to go really far flung here, that, you know, it's this environment that would cause the amnesia. So if the creator came in here knowing that, but then he himself had amnesia to some level because he came in the form of a man. So that's my
interesting.
personal belief. That's my personal belief.
So also in the book
Reincarnation
of
is
Hebrew,
not biblical.
What?
that's right. Reincarnation is not biblical. But I just want to
No,
say
it
real
is
fast.
not. I don't claim to be a Christian. So
I just want to say real fast, in the book of Hebrews, it says that Yeshua was a little lower than the angels before he came to earth. So if Yeshua was God before he came to earth, how could he be lower than the thing that he created?
well, you have to be outside the creation to
Wait.
give.
I want to
Wait a
ask you a
minute.
question. What can you
It's
read that
back to
out? No, because he made a claim. I want to hear I want him. I want him to actually read out the verse and agree with
Sure,
it.
I'm
Because
driving. I sure will. I will.
that's a claim on the scriptures and what it says. So I'd like you to show that because I'm very interested to see.
Yeah. Let me pull over, and I'll get that for you right
Oh
away.
wow, so nice.
Hey,
Thanks, Larry, for pulling
while you're
over.
pulling over, Larry, I got a question because Yeshua's in heaven with his new body, and how would he not know the time or the hour that he's going to return? Only the Father knows if he's not God.
Well, that
Hey,
would be an
so
argument that I would make. So
hey, if I created a shed, wouldn't it make sense that I'd have to be outside of the shed to create it, but then after it's created, I can enter into the shed? Why wouldn't that same type of thinking go into what you guys are trying to talk about?
I mean, I'm just saying that Yeshua's in his new body made of spirit and water in the heavens now, mediating on our behalf. And so he's out of creation. He's in the spiritual realm with the most renewed body possible. He's the only one that's gotten that so far. We're all promised that. So he does not know when he's going to return. But if he's God in his restored, renewed body in the spiritual realm, that doesn't jive with my logic.
Who's promised that then? The 144,000 or just everybody?
I remember it being told
Everybody
that
who
man does not know. That's not saying, how could the creator not know? That's ludicrous to me, but
wait, Boston, who's
see,
promised that? Is it the 144,000 or is it the everyone who goes to Jesus?
It's all
Everyone goes
the
through
saints.
Jesus.
All the saints.
All the saints. What
Yeah, the
requires you to be a
144.
saint?
You wanna just read
Can I ask a
read the
question?
Bible? No, sorry, I
I'd
shouldn't
rather you
laugh,
tell
but
me.
it's because I don't want to just give you like a half-cocked answer, but effectively it starts with faith in the Creator and then trust in this. Excuse me, please. And then putting trust. Maybe she's lagging. And then putting trust in the Messiah that He sent for us. So that's like that's the nutshell version. And as a consequence of that, you will live a life that that is a discipled life, which is patterned after the way the Messiah lived.
So it's not the 144. That 144,000 is just
Question.
saints, and then everyone else they're included too.
I can address that. So the 144,000 are a subset of the saints that had a very specific life, and because of that, they're given certain rewards. So it's not like they're an independent group. There's just like, let's say you have 1,000 winners, and of those 1,000 winners, 100 of them get 2 gold stars, and the rest get 1 gold star. It's the base prize in the example the other fellow was talking about is that they get the renewed bodies.
Your mic's terrible.
Apologies.
All right, so just plain text.
There's a
You're
qualifier for those 144,000 and what they are, and they stayed abstinent. There's like a lot on that, a lot more than just only 144,000. I don't know if you've heard it from the Jehovah Witness or what, so I'm not sure what the preconceived notion is about the 144,000.
Well, I think it's like I said again, and I could be wrong, of course, but I think there's a numerology going on there. like the 144 4 and 1 is 9, and this 9 number keeps popping up. You may have noticed. It's all over the place. So
True, very true.
I think it's something to do with that personally, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Hey, I think that Yeshua is God myself, but I know not everybody believes that, but I do.
What's that passage where he says, there's a few things there, isn't there? There's one where he's on the cross and he's like, Father, why have you forsaken me, or something like that. Why would he say that then?
Andy, is it better now or is it still terrible?
Yeah, it's better now, dude.
Okay. I've got like the most jury-rigged setup right now. Because I don't have a solder.
It's real complicated. I don't have time to get into it now, but maybe later we can talk about it in a separate room. But yeah, so I'm not saying that Yeshua is the Father incarnate. That's not what I'm saying. But he is God. And the thing is with God in the Hebrew, it's not just singular, it's plural. So when in the beginning Elohim made the heaven and the earth, Elohim is more than one character. That's what people don't
That's
understand.
plural. It's
It's
actually
plural.
that's-
source. And it actually tells you, right, who Elohim is.
May I
the
cite my source,
shining
please?
ones.
I was challenged to cite my source. If I could just do it really fast.
I've got a really good
Uh,
source for you, Larry. Larry, I've got a good one for you. It's a priest who studied, I think, either etymology or linguistics, more specifically, with translating the Bible. And if you give me a few moments, I'll find it. He's absolutely fascinating to listen to. So hold on just a second.
Please send it to me. This is Hebrews. I chose English Standard Version for the benefit of everybody. So this is Hebrews 2, right? And it starts at verse 9, but if you would like to kind of know what we're talking about, the warning against neglecting salvation, that's the title above this chapter. Then it says the founder of salvation. So I'll start at verse 5. For it was not to the angels that God subject the world to come, of which we are speaking. It has been testified somewhere. What is man that you are not mindful of him, or the son of man that you care for him? You made him for a little while lower than the angels. You have crowned him with glory and honor, putting everything in subjection under his feet. Now, in putting everything in subjection to him, he left nothing outside of his control. At present, we do not yet see everything in subjection to him, but we see him who for a little while was made lower than the angels, namely Jesus, crowned with glory and honor because of the suffering of death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. So I guess that's the verse that I was quoting for.
When it's a good time, I want to give a thought, but I don't want to rush anybody if you got something pressing to say.
Yeah, this is interesting as well. This other one where I've always liked this because I remember Alan Watts going over it and saying something like, "Is it not written in your law? I have said you are gods." What does that mean?
Right. So I think this is good for the discussion, because whenever we throw around the word God in English, if not defined, we could be talking at cross purposes. So if the claim is that the creator himself, so the most high creator of heaven and earth, the sustainer of existence, if he became flesh and came down, then you would have to have a specific verse and multiple verses to cite that. But when you actually read scripture, that's not what's said. What's said is that the creator of heaven and earth sent his son for the purposes that he sent his son. We don't need to go into that right now. So that's the order of operation. And that doesn't have an issue with that son. There isn't an issue making that statement and then also saying that son is God. Because in the definition of what God is, in that context, it's simply a ruler, a king. And we know that he's a king. And you can kind of, I think what would be good is to go and cite that interaction with Pilate, where he said, well, my kingdom is not of this earth. So when referring to the Messiah as God, if you specify what you mean, then there isn't a problem. But if you're associating that in your mind as if that means he's the creator, then you do have a problem, because scripture doesn't say that.
Well, the thing is, I agree with what you're saying, Elisha, but the Godhead, for lack of a better word, does not consist of anybody else besides the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Like, there is a Godhead that's, Messiah's substance is completely different than any other angel or melachim in the heavens. His substance is that of his Father. Like, he literally is the only begotten Son of the Father. You understand?
No, there isn't another ontology. There is the flesh, and then there is the spirit.
But since Messiah,
all
right, is
spiritual
one of a
creatures,
kind,
one of a kind as an individual, but not one of a kind in substance.
but I'm trying to get you to understand that Messiah himself is creator of all things. Like, he is co-creator. Like, the creation of the heaven and earth, it was a cooperative effort between the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. That's what makes him God.
But I'd perhaps agree with you with co-creator in that he was participant to the creation because he was the first, right? But to say the rest of it, you're just kind of drawing conclusions as opposed to reading what it says.
Well, he
No,
was
no.
the
I mean, we could.
first. He was brought forth first, so I think Lion makes a very good point.
Messiah is definitely not the Father incarnate. There's no doubt about that. This is why it gets a little iffy, because there's a lot of Christians that believe that the Messiah is the Father incarnate, but he's not. And because he's not, does not take away from his essence, right? His one of a kind essence, that he's able to forgive sins. He's co-creator. He's gonna be judging the world, dude. He's king, judge. He's creator. He has the power to forgive sins. He has the power to give life, dude. Like, he's basically God incarnate, except he's not the Father incarnate. That's the only difference. Because
No, that's making sense, Lion. I'm lining up with that because it's almost like an earthly father that has a biological son gives, half his DNA or his code or whatever, and the mother gives the other half. Yeshua got like the divine code of the Father into him when he was begotten. And I mean, I think he was one of the first creations. I think that the Father is spirit and has eternally existed. And at some point in time, before anything was made, the Son was brought forth from the Father. So they're made of the same, not essence. I don't want to do the Trinitarian viewpoint on it, but there's no one like Yeshua.
Can I read this really quick? Philippians 2:5. For let this mind be in you, which was also in Messiah, Yahushua, who being in the form of Elohim did not regard equality with Elohim a matter to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, and came to be in the likeness of men. And having been found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, death even of a stake. That's interesting how it says that emptied himself. Okay, thank you.
so that actually explains what this guy was reading earlier. I forgot who was reading, but so when he was made lower than the angels, that's what it means right there. He emptied himself, right? And he was made lower than the angels. He gave up his glorified body and came as a regular man. You understand?
Yeah, I agree with that. Because he's also, I think in John it also does read that, he's the only one that has descended and ascended. Where do you descend from?
Well, I have a side question, Lion, because I was under the assumption that the angels are kind of in awe of us, that we're created in the image of God and that we're above the angels. Like, I don't know if while we have our flesh on we are, but can you explain maybe why I'm confused thinking that we're above angels?
After
in the scriptures it says that, yeah, when we are resurrected, we will be higher than the angels. That's part of the promise. But right now we're not. We're lower than the angels.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. And then
is that promise, Ron Boston Bear? That is why envy was found in Satan.
It was iniquity found in Satan.
Well, envy was the first sin. Because what happened? So if you go and look at prodigal
Wasn't
son,
that Cain and Abel?
no, I'm talking about Satan. So if you go and look at prodigal son, that's the pattern of the whole story. So the older brother is the angels, and the younger brother is humanity or mankind. And this is related to the other stuff. So the idea, so I want it to be understood clearly, because maybe the language might tick some triggers in people. But when it comes to substance, there is either spirit or flesh. But that doesn't mean that the father or the son are not unique individuals in this story, as it were, for want of a better word. But the substance that they're made of is the same. The father obviously makes sense that he's going to make his son out of the same substance that he is. And for his heavenly realm, it makes sense also that he's going to make his angels the same substance. To operate in that realm, you're going to need it, because flesh can't operate there, as far as I'm aware. So the idea of some separate substance or some separate essence is a non-scriptural idea. And I think if people just acknowledge that for what it is, like go and read Daniel about what, the description of the Father that he received in a vision. When you just accept that for what it says, and then you go, okay, so these are the bodies, these are the substances, but the position of this individual is Creator Most High sits at the top, his son, his high priest, sits next to him, and we chilling here, and the angels chilling in between. It doesn't have to be that complicated, but for whatever reason, people have made it. I'm done.
So I was just looking at that passage before. Remember, I mentioned it before, where it says, "Is it not written in your law?" I said, "You are God." There's down at the bottom here. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of those Bible Gateway type ones. And it says cross references, and right at the top it says here, "I have said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High." And that's basically what I was just about to say to you guys. Don't you see that that you're all sons and daughters of God?
Yeah, I feel like we're adopted into the kingdom, but we're not the same as Yeshua.
How so?
Well, because Yeshua was begotten directly by the Father's essence or body, whatever, and I feel like we were in the mind of the Father for all time, for all eternity. Before anything was made, He knew we would exist when we exist, and He knows when we're going to die. He knows all the hairs on our head. So I feel like we were a thought of God that came into existence when our parents, made love, but the Messiah was begotten from the Father directly. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, the sonship or daughtership for a flesh man towards the Father is not an origination thing, but rather a choice. So I'll give you two examples. If you go and read Mount Sinai, it's like, I set before you life and death. Choose life. So if you're choosing life, then you've made by your decisions, and it's not as if you did it independently, but the option is there. So the option of adoption is there, and you've chosen to accept it by the way you live.
That's
the kind of parenthood that's been spoken of when we're all all sons and daughters of the Most High. And then to kind of drive it home, if you go and read what was mentioned earlier about the Pharisees being sons of their father, the devil, that's not a claim of physical parentage, but rather because they've chosen to live in that degenerate way, they've been adopted into the house of lies. And then I know I said last thing, but another thing to consider is if Yeshua is the branch, if Yeshua is the vine and we're the branches, and the natural branches can get taken out and the unnatural ones can be grafted in, then it's not as you were suggesting. But hopefully that was clear.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna just try quickly paint a picture, and this is how I kind of see it. And yeah, I'm sure you'll all disagree, but I can just imagine, let's imagine Jesus. He's there. He's like on a slight hill, and he's praying to God, right? And then there's some people come up, and they start praying to Jesus, and he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" Come up here. We can all pray to God if you like. You see what I'm saying? Cut out the middleman.
Andy, let me elaborate on Psalms 82, bro, because I got a really good understanding on this verse, and this is one of the most misunderstood verses in all of Scripture, in my opinion, especially by Black Hebrew Israelites and a lot of other people that they're not reading it within context, in my opinion, because Psalms 82, bro, when Messiah quotes it in the Gospels, he's quoting David, right? And you know who he's talking about, right?
No, help me out. Explain it to me.
Which the word of Elohim, who's the word of Elohim? Who's the word of God? The Most High.
I don't know.
The Messiah.
So the Messiah, right? King David is saying that the Messiah, right, rebuked, right, the watchers. And that he's quoting that, right, regarding himself being called son of Elohim, because they were the Pharisees, if within context, were just it's not that he was calling himself Elohim, but they were mad at him for just calling himself the son of Elohim. Never mind Elohim, that's a whole other topic. So the son of Elohim, he was being ridiculed and persecuted because he was calling himself the son of Elohim, and he's just simply quoting Psalms 82 regarding that. Here, let me see if I can find it.
How could you have any confidence that these sort of dramas and narratives you're talking about have anything to do with anything that actually happened in reality? Like, it's like a story that is claimed to be from this time ago. You're saying this guy said this and he said this to that guy, and like it's almost like a soap opera from this long time ago. How could you have any confidence that any of that has anything to do with anything that's real? And why would you just blindly believe it?
Hey, Gio. I'll get to that. I'll definitely get to that. But basically, so when King David was around, you're talking about 800 years before Christ, right?
See, even that, how did you know that King David is a thing? Because it's written in a book? Like, just write that right there. Why? I'm just wondering how you could, I mean, unless you're saying it's like an intuition or a belief or some other psychic ability, but why speak of it as if it's reality?
There's, to be honest with you, you'd have to be passionate in this topic and to have searched it out, because there's a plethora of evidence regarding King David alone. We're talking about archaeologically, even in Israel, they found the archaeologists in Israel have discovered coins, dude, with King David's name on it, dating back to his time, right? They've discovered all kinds. There's all kinds of stuff, bro. It's not just literature either, because there's literature in both pagan sources and within Hebrew sources that talk about King David and Solomon, for that matter. If we're talking about Solomon, his son, King David's son, you got the Ethiopian Orthodox community with Black Jews, bro, that talk about Solomon. Not even scripture, just historical. It's like, but people aren't gonna read that like it's historical because it's King David. But if it was like Pliny the Elder or somebody else, or Alexander the Great, they have no problem believing in that, right? But since anything biblical related, it's like always pushed to the side. But like, I guess it does take faith, bro. Like, you need to have some sort of belief. It's not like regarding any historical accounts, it does take some sort of faith. It does.
Yeah,
I
so
have to confess that.
people insult the Globers for having blind faith in a globe, but then on the other side, people will blindly believe in this thing, and then push these narratives and have all these beliefs that are just based on blind belief.
But if I may step in on this,
what about like experiencing your own what about experiencing your own spirituality? Like actually discovering things yourself instead of depending on what you think are messiahs and other intermediaries and these other books and people and these other things that somehow have to drive your understanding of things. Like, why come at it in that direction?
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure Jesus would have advocated for the same thing. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would have said the same thing.
This is why I say that, like people always talk about logical fallacies, right? The thing with the scriptures, right? your studies in logical fallacies only get you so far, because it does eventually get to a point where logical fallacies don't no longer apply, because you're relying on something that, one, is supernatural, two, is beyond any human explanation regarding logics. Like, you're talking about Jesus Christ resurrecting from the dead, walking through walls. At that point, all your logical fallacies go out the window. You can't use that stuff, because and this is why faith and science doesn't really vibe. And when people talk about, like, well, you can go to the ocean and see that there's no curve. I'm not one to put trust in my senses ultimately, because I know that according to the scriptures, my own senses will lead me astray. So you
All right, well,
can't ultimately.
how do you know you're not in a? How do you know you're not in a cult? Believing that
And that's
the scriptures that say this, they say this, they say that. How do you know you're not in a cult?
Gio, you're absolutely right, bro. And this is why I had to say that. Ultimately, I have to resort, right, to a higher authority. So you actually have to appeal to authority
But that's
in
what
order
a
to be a
cult would
true
tell you.
believer.
That's what a cult would tell you to do. To be a true believer, you have to submit yourself to a higher authority. That is the definition of what a cult is. And cult followers are led to that by being convinced to put down their own authority, their own strength, their own wisdom and knowledge, and to give it away to another source that is outside of them. And then they have to abide by it. They have to push it. They have to get other people to be into it as well. They have to believe it on all these different levels. That's what a cult is.
Can I respond real fast?
Itself.
Hold on, real quick. So, Gio, you have all the right to believe that, and I respect you for your understanding on that you think that this is a cult. I'm not going to try to dissuade you from that, because at the end of the day, you're right. I put my brain right into the word. Like, my brain is at how people say, oh, you put your brain at the feet of the scientist. Well, I put my brain right at the feet of Jesus at the cross, and that's just the way it is, bro. And so I do appeal to authority, and that right there is a logical fallacy. That's why I'm trying to say that you can't use logics when it comes to faith.
Can I just get in real fast? I'll be super quick. If you look at what was going on before the Messiah was here, there was temples all over the world, and in these temples there was this authoritarian, church cult leading everyone, and it's no different today. Go to any center of town, and you'll see a courthouse made of bricks, made of stones, and those temples is where they enforce the law. If you read Jesus carefully, he's telling you to screw those guys in the temples. You find your own path, and you follow the Creator in the way that you see fit. And those people who claim to have authority over you, it's not real. Like, there's only God, the Most High Creator, who has authority over you. And everybody in the temple, the courthouses, the churches, it's all bullshit. Don't follow that. Thanks.
He told them to do what they say, just not what they do.
I hear you on all that, and I that's a liberating kind of component. But then why are other people following Jesus as a Messiah and following him? Because I don't think Jesus told anyone to follow him. So why has that been flipped on that? Like, why not see Jesus as a wisdom carrier that has knowledge and wisdom and certain Elijah, your mic again. Yeah, I mean, why not glean wisdom from Jesus, just like we could any being that has a high level of spiritual development? Why have any need to follow him or see him as some kind of Messiah? Because I feel like that's just giving your authority away to someone else, which is not, I don't think, what he taught.
So there was the cloth that was put forward that we considered the other day. Modern science can't explain that cloth. We didn't even bring religion into it. We just looked at it strictly from the idea that this mystery man, was, again, beaten, crucified, and ultimately pierced. Modern day science can't explain how the cloth was created. Then scripture steps in and says we can take that witness as a hostile witness because modern day science can't explain it. This man is such and such. He did X, Y, Z. And then he also left all these teachings. He also had these 12 guys that followed him around, and they all wrote their own books accounting the words that he said and the way that he made people feel.
So when you read these books and realize that he left his evidence on a simple piece of cloth for us to realize, then you start to see the other things that are talked about. The firmament, the thing that stonewalls our idea of the second law of thermodynamics being entropy. Then we observe Noah's Ark, the claim of the great flood, the great deluge. 17 cubits above the highest mountaintop, this entire place was flooded. Right? There are things in scripture that are not, that science cannot take credence for, let alone even explain, that scripture holds. And I think that alone is where we're able to say that you can be, what I claim myself to be proudly, a physicist of scripture, because there are physical things in scripture that stand on their own with merit. Thank you.
This is why I said the other day about it's it's not, just as Gio just said, it's not about the person. That whoever said it, I love history and I'll often quote people, but it's not. It's that you glean something from those words, and they point you like stepping stones or a signpost, if you will, to the other shore. That's the way I see it. It's not about the person. That's somewhat irrelevant, if you see my point.
Yeah, that
No,
makes
yeah.
sense.
Didn't
I
Jesus say
agree.
something like, greater works you will achieve, or something like that? He's pointing to it right there.
So, Gio, I'm going to give you some of my feedback. This is Run Boston Bear JT. And hopefully this will be comfortable for you, because I'm like merging away from mainstream Christianity as it's like kind of just presented on all the, I live in the Bible Belt of East Texas. So there's like a church on every corner. And I'm kind of merging away from that to what I feel is the truth, because I woke up to biblical cosmology a year and a half ago. I've seen a lot of debates on the Trinity. I'm figuring out this whole stuff with like the Torah and the eternal instructions. And I totally get your question. Like, how do you know it's real? How do you know this is reality and not just some man-made, convention or invention to control? So 14 years ago, I gave my life to the Messiah. I just like cried out to Jesus. It's all I knew how to do when I was completely broken and on drugs and all this, and just like lost. So personally, the only thing that I cried out to with all my heart was Jesus, and it's made a big difference in my life. What I'm going to say though is no one knows, like anyone that says they 100% know what part of the scriptures are true or what the story of the Trinity is. I mean, they're doing their best to come up with, logically what they can say they understand or they believe. I personally believe that the Spirit of God has guided me away from the way that I was living. Like when I was my own God, I was driving myself into the ground. I was lost, hurting. I hurt other people. I hurt myself. And when I had the opportunity to go on a different path, I asked Jesus to guide me and show me the way. And I feel like the Spirit has guided me on a different path, because I'm 14 years down the road, and now I don't have porn addiction. I don't have suicidal thoughts, depression, anxiety that was crippling, and self-esteem problems. I have the fruits of the Spirit. They've grown evenly in my life. Peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and self-control. And that did not come from me. Somebody in the chat got real mad at me one day because I made major changes in my life. And they were like, that was you. You did it. You did it on your own. And they were getting so mad that I was trying to give credit to the Creator or to the Holy Spirit. So to wrap this thing up, what I'll say is I have found a way to have faith and believe that these fruits of the Spirit are good. And having peace, patience, kindness, goodness, and self-control towards myself and towards others that I love, call friends, or even my enemies. If I can operate in and through that, it's going to bring glory to whatever creator's out there. Now, I personally believe that the Messiah is due glory and credit. And like having a relationship with the Messiah is paramount over all the arguments. It doesn't matter what you think about the earth, the shape, or whatever. It doesn't matter what you think about the Trinity. Some people say that's hogwash. I think that we have a sovereign, loving Father that created this place. And so last thing is, when I go outside is still creation. Like in the beginning, this place was created. So I'm still walking around in this pre-corruption, pre-confused man or controlling evil people that are just trying to like make cults and stuff. I think nature is telling us there is a creator that loves us. And so, long story short, if I can live in a way that honors you, loves you, let you think what you want to think, as long as you're not physically hurting me, living in the spirit, walking in the spirit, that's all I want to do. And whatever creator's out there, I think he would smile at my attempts to love him and honor him for what he made. Hope that made sense. Sorry for the long ramble.
Yeah, I love your testimony, dude. I've heard you say it a few times, and I find it very moving. But I just can't understand why you don't see yourself as a son of God. I mean, you do, right? That
Well,
just seems obvious.
I see myself as made in the image of God. I'm unique. There's not another person like me anywhere, and there never will be. But I don't, in my gut, I don't feel like I'm a tiny piece of God. I think I'm an adopted, beautiful son of him. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's just,
That's right.
Andy, the thing is, in the Hebrew, right? You know the term "son of God" is specifically attributed to the angels, B'nai Ha-Elohim, and human beings, right? Men are son of Adam. You understand? B'nai Ha-Adamim is human beings. There's literally a different, because you have to understand, in creation, when he created all things, everything was created after its own kind, after its own order, right? And we are specific in our genetic substance, right? We are men. We are son of Adam, son of man, right? Not son of Elohim, because literally, to be a son of Elohim, we have to be resurrected into our incorruptible bodies. That's when we become B'nai Ha-Elohim, right? You understand? Until we receive our incorruptible bodies where we are glorified, then we truly are son of God, because we inherit godliness. We inherit the same essence, basically, that Messiah has, eternal life. Then we will be son of God. Right now, our hope and our faith is in the resurrection. That's part of the gospel message, is our hope and faith in the resurrection, when we will receive our immortal bodies and become literal sons of God. You might find a verse here or there that this talks like we're sons of God, but that's more in like a proleptic sense, like in a future tense type of thing. Like right now we're acting the part, like we are children of God because we're living in righteousness, but none of us are truly righteous ultimately, because we're still living in corruptible flesh, and we have lustful desires, and our flesh is inclined to do wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, thanks for that.
If I could just elaborate on that, I'll be super quick. So, God divorced Israel in the Old Testament because she cheated on him with other gods. But God, being a graceful God, wanted to re-adopt us into the household. So think about if you had a wife that cheated on you, right? And you loved her so much that you really didn't want to kick her out in the street and watch her become like a crack whore. Like, you gave her an in back into your house, and even though you weren't going to marry her again, you let her stay in your son's house, right? And in a way, and this is why I'm not a Trinitarian, God sent his son so that he could reconcile the relationship between the Most High God himself and mankind. And it's such a beautiful story that God sent his son for this reconciliation to himself of mankind, so that he could be graceful and not an authoritarian, magnifying glass wielding, anthill burner, right? And I think it's such a beautiful story that this gift, he gave his most precious gift to mankind so that they could be readopted back into the family and brought back into the fold. Thanks.
And they didn't have to sacrifice animals anymore. Is that right? And no chopping of the foreskin and all that other good stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We get
It
to
is a
keep our
beautiful story.
foreskins.
Yeah, I agree. It is a beautiful story.
I enjoy all y'all, talking this out and sharing stuff. And I mean, I don't get triggered or freaked out when people have different beliefs than me. I think if people can be humble, and like the more I've figured out about the earth and the deceptions that are everywhere, the more I'm like, dude, I'm not sure if I know anything. But what I do know is I love people. I love being alive. I'm so grateful for any blessing or anything that I have, good in my life. And sometimes even hard things, I say, well, that's good too, because it made me stronger, in the end. hindsight is I feel blessed, and humility, saying I don't have all the answers, but I love you. That's just how I'm going to operate. It's the only way I can. It's the only way I can operate. So thanks.
I have an opinion about this that would probably like upset most modern Christians, but I think if you act like or even believe that you have all the answers regarding like the creator and even the Messiah, that you're worse off than someone who admits that they don't know but is looking for the answers. Like, I think you're actually worse
I agree
off.
with that.
Yeah, dude, that hits hard. I like it. I mean, I wake up every day and I say, Father, I don't know how to be a great, great dad. I'm trying my best, but will you show me how to love my kids the right way? And then I say, I try to be a good husband. You know, I don't want to look at a girl with lust. I'll try my best today to bounce my eyes. It's summertime in Texas, bro. They got the skin out. And I'm like, show me how to bounce my eyes to the right stuff and show me how to love my wife the way that you would have me do so. Because I want to make you smile. And I say that and I go about my day. I just try my best to just be out of my own way, try to make the creator smile. And bro, if there's no creator, if this was a big bang ball we're living on and we're all confused, then it's like, what's the worst that's going to happen? I'm living with faith and hope, and it's my faith and it's my hope, but it's been working for, almost 15 years, so I got to keep the course.
Yeah, but if we were to define the creator using that term, the creator, the source of all of everything, would it not by definition mean that the creator is literally everything? Meaning the creator is Buddhism, Hinduism, Muslim, Islam, Christianity, all the different traditions. I heard people the other day kind of bashing, mushrooms and psychedelics, but the creator created those as well. The creator created everything. The birds, the animals, the insects, the water, the land, the sky, the heavens, every component, which then means it created the Norse traditions, the Vedic traditions, everything. Now, it's not to say that Christianity or the Bible is not one of those. It certainly is. There's a tradition. There's certain wisdom and knowledge within the text and all of that. I would agree. But there's also wisdom and knowledge in the Vedas. There's wisdom and knowledge in a lot of different traditions. So, I mean, from the perspective of the creator, why pigeonhole it that it has to be this one tradition of the biblical one and not seeing it as the totality of everything? And all of the different traditions that the creator put intense creativity into creating every single component as a unique expression of its own being.
I mean, I could explain. So hold on real quick. So like in the scriptures, it says that a little bit of leaven leavens the whole lump, right? And a little bit of vinegar in a vat of wine destroys that whole vat of wine. So there might be 90% truth, right, in a religion theoretically, right? But that 10% lie is what's going to lead you astray and ultimately to your death, your spiritual death.
Yeah, if you apply that to modern Christianity, then it's also spoiled as well.
Yeah, and it is.
It is. Yeah, and like I also, if you even look at the scriptures, it references extra biblical things and not even what seems to have been considered scripture prior to that, but even additionally extra biblical texts. So it seems very obvious to me that the creator is the summation of truth. So there would be no requirement to not look at all information. Does that make sense? Like, like when you're telling the truth, you have nothing to hide, right? That's why true earth it goes nowhere, right? So it's the same for it's the same for this conversation. Like what Gio's saying, there's no way that reading all these other traditions or interpretations would be like reprimanded by the creator, i.e. summation of truth, in my opinion. Now there is obviously a correct description of the creator. There is one true creator. The idea that the creator is somehow possesses malleability because of how we interpret it as wildly arrogant, right? So I still think we should be pursuing what is the truth, but I think to do that by looking at everything is not bad. Is what I'm saying.
Hey, Gio,
Well,
I
yeah, I
think
mean,
that
and there's entire other traditions that have lived their entire lives from birth to death, never having anything to do with the biblical one. You know, and completely other traditions that they've lived their entire lives and have their spiritual truths and understandings of things that are not related to anything biblical at all. In fact, you know, I mean, I would venture to say that really the Bible and Christianity is really a very small portion of the totality of human spirituality.
Relatively new as well, according to that book you sent, Larry. You know, the March of the Titans, the history of the white race or something. It's like 35,000 years. So if we could think 1,700 years, it's relatively new in that respect.
So that book I sent you, I knew that you would enjoy it, but it has a lot of stuff in there that I don't agree with, like 35,000 years. It does seem to be from a racist point of view. Not that you would enjoy it because it's racist, but because it has a lot of facts in there. But there's a lot of narrative also that I don't necessarily agree with. But was I right that you would enjoy the book?
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Very good.
Yeah. So I knew that you would enjoy it, but there's a lot of stuff in there that to me just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And I am an eclectic, meaning that I chew the meat and spit out the bones. So as I study the different religions, I'll take what's good and reject all the rest. So I might take a lot of good stuff out of Hinduism and be like, yeah, that reincarnation stuff, I don't really believe that. Right? So I think that if you look at how we've been talking today, it's been different than any other time we've discussed religion in here. And usually when we're discussing religion in here, I don't even jump in. Like, because it's not worth it. But today we all got to share our peace peacefully. So
it gets a bit heated. I agree. That's well said, that, Larry.
And I wanted to respond to respond to Gio's piece that he just said, because, dude, you could be absolutely correct and right in what you said. I don't know. I'm just doing what has been working for me. You know what I mean? I know you're not trying to talk me out of this journey I'm on. I'm not trying to talk you out of where you're at. I just know that if there is an evil one, if there is a great deceiver that's tricked us about the globe, and let's say Christianity is right. Let's just say it predates. If the Creator is God, the Most High of the Bible, and His Son Yeshua is the Messiah that's going to return, I mean, feels good to me because I believe that. But I could see how other people would try to twist their own God into being here. So I don't know. When I ran it earlier, I think it's going to behoove me to just continue to trust that the Creator's good, and I don't know, maybe He's going to work it out very personal with every person, with what knowledge they had and what they did with that knowledge and who they are as a unique individual, and have a conversation with them right after they die or as they're dying or something. I don't know how it works, but I don't think He's just going to like chop your head off if you got tricked by something. So best wishes as you continue to explore. Yeah, interrupt, please, because I don't want to say anything whack.
Oh, sorry. No, I just wanted to say, I'm not trying to interrupt, but it's just like when Leah's like not fussing because he's hungry, then I'm like, I got to say something. But all I want to say was like the Bible itself says that like it's about a personal relationship with the Creator, and specifically that all man is without excuse because of nature alone. So this notion that you must find this printed text or you're doomed, or you must adhere to some specific interpretation is actually antithetical to what the scriptures say. Now, of course, there being a book of instructions and guidance, if you do have access to it, it would be ignorant to not utilize it and pursue truth with it. But to me, it's very obvious. It's about a personal relationship with the Creator and humbling yourself and seeking truth, and He reveals them to you as you're ready. And that's what life is until you die, in my opinion. That's why I said no one knows all the answers, bro. Like no one fully understands the Creator. No one. And if you're satisfied with your current theory to such an extent that you're not still pursuing it, I think that's also bad.
Never apologize for the baby. The baby in the background is music to our ears. Go ahead.
It is. I was just gonna say, I love that sound, and she's being so patient. That baby, she's trying to tell you, you know.
Yeah, it's time
Aw.
to eat. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Witsit, I was thinking the other day that babies are supposed to hear like a set amount of words per day to really help them grow intellectually, etc., development. And so we tried to read to our kid, play music for him. But I can't imagine Aaliyah and everything that you say in truth and in passion and like all the complex words and stuff that comes out of your mouth. She's going to be a genius.
He's going to be a legend, that kid. Make no mistake.
Yeah, she pays attention to the combos. It's pretty funny, bro.
She's a child,
So-
guys. She's a child.
Yeah, she's a
Don't
beautiful
pay?
blessing. Total beautiful blessing.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Well, what do you guys think of this? Like, I was just thinking of this analogy, sort of like the analogy of an octopus, where the octopus has like its center, the brain, the center of it. Then it has all these tendrils going out. And what do you think of the idea that the creator, or like the source of creation, the absolute center as it is, in this analogy would be like the center of the octopus, like the center brain or whatever. And then all of these different tendrils going out are different lineages and traditions and different expressions of that whole. And you have like, there's the biblical one. There's, like I said, the Vedas. There's Buddhism and Hinduism. There's all these different strands, and they're all part of the totality. And each of those strands can have tremendous wisdom, knowledge, and if an individual feels drawn to one of those in whatever way with their own spiritual journey, that makes sense. Or maybe they're making their own strand, whatever that may be, or a combination of those, but that they're all part of the whole.
That's exactly the idea I explained when I used to coach basketball and tell the guys like 5 fingers on a hand, but collectively we're stronger, but each individual finger is still as strong. Same idea, right? We are all connected in different ways, right? We understand the same central idea, different interpretations. But like if you talk within the different cultures, right, different religions, whatever, there is the common talk of the son of a creator. There's the great deluge, these different stories that come up. So as you said, there is this central idea. Well stated, man.
Yeah, bro, a little feedback on that too. I know Oprah believes in this mountain of God theory, that you can get to the top of the mountain from any path or whatever. And I'm not going to like bash it, but you also have to be careful of like that new age preaching that, oh, you can get to God any which way. Now, what I said earlier is I think very personally, what you know and what you do with what you know is going to be what is between you and the creator. So you might be right on, and then he might be super proud where I'm at. I think the world, the bottom line is I think the world wants us to be divided, anxious, confused, frustrated. And I think if you can live in sustained peace and joy, even through hardship, then you are finding the correct path and the right path. But if you are flying off the handle and you're kind of out of control with lust or rage and you just don't know why you're so depressed all the time or whatever, try a different path.
So the Bible does say that nobody gets to the Father but through the Messiah. And that's a tricky one for the Trinitarians, but that's what I believe. I literally believe that Yeshua eliminated all other priests, and there is no other priest to God other than him. And what that means to me is that we have a direct communicator on our behalf, right? A representative of mankind to the Most High God to bridge that gap, because none of us are worthy of the gifts of the Most High God and the Creator and the grace that He has given us. But through Christ, we are purchased through His blood and reconciled to the Creator through the Messiah. And for that gift, I'm grateful, because without that, I don't believe that I or anyone else is worthy. Thanks.
All right, is that your, would you categorize that as your belief, or would you categorize that as a universal truth that everybody else has to go through that channel? Because if that's the case, then that does sound cult-like, to say that everybody else has to go through this channel, rather than them finding their own understanding of things.
Well, I believe it is my belief, and it is a universal truth. And if you think that that's a cult, yeah, it's a counterculture. I agree. It's counter and separate set apart means holy. Thanks.
So you don't think that somebody could have spiritual enlightenment, if we were to call it that, or understanding, or a healing, or a larger understanding through either other traditions or through their own practice? For example, like if somebody had no religious or spiritual text at all, and they just did meditation, or somebody else is down in the Amazon doing ayahuasca ceremonies and they have nothing to do with Jesus or messiahs or any of that. They're just completely doing ayahuasca and having transcendent experiences, connecting to the divine and the creator, and et cetera. Somebody else is doing, they're fasting somewhere and they're having a spiritual journey that way. So do you don't think any of those are valid unless they go through this Messiah that your tradition or that your belief refers to?
My answer
I'm
to
just
that, my
I'm just
answer to
going to go
that
with what the good book
is,
said.
okay, go ahead. You can go with the good book.
Did Larry cut out, or?
Yeah, I don't know. We were both talking at the same time. Larry, you come on back
sorry.
in after me. Mine's going to be super short. I think that all the different attempts to get to the higher self, or be spiritual, I think that's fine and good and all. But my main question is, to whom is getting the glory, or for what reason is the person doing whatever the activity is? Is it for enlightenment of self, or self pleasure, or self peace? Because in my faith, in my paradigm, I don't want to receive any glory. I don't want anything that the Father doesn't want me to have. I know He wants me to have good things and good gifts, like my marriage and my kids and my peace and stuff, but I didn't create that. It's a gift from Him. And I know that we're designed to worship. Like, all people worship something, and I just am putting my cards on worshiping the Messiah, and following Him is where it's at.
I think that's where people get a bit turned off, because like when I've talked to people, and this is, you might remember, Boston, when I stepped in, when that guy was sort of, that's one of the guys I talk to all the time, and like the reason I stepped in is because you might have remembered I said something like, to what end? To what end? And the end was enlightenment. And I've told you my feelings on that, and I'm happy to elaborate. But my argument with him is always, well, listen to Boston. If you're going to study a philosopher or a philosophy to better yourself and perhaps help you in hard times, look at that guy. He's crushing it. He's fucking, he's got gratitude. Gratitude is underrated, let me tell you. And he's got all the things you'd want from a philosophy. And I like the fact that you said once that even if you knew it was, or something along the lines of, if it is manipulation, or it is this or it's that, he's still having these fruitful things in my life. I love that. I love that you said that. That shows a awareness to me. So
Thanks, bro. We're all trying to figure it out. And, I've got love for where you are, where Geo is, right where Geo is right now. Just makes me smile, because he's a seeker. He wants to know the truth. He's asking awesome questions. And I do not have judgment for people that think differently than me. All I do is just tell you where I'm at and what I believe. But go ahead, Larry.
I just realized. No, one sec. I just realized why I chirped up. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they always say, like, they'll say something along the lines of, I can't even remember now, but it just shows you that it's like I've been in a cave thinking about philosophy for like 15 years. So I genuinely don't give a shit. Well, I do give a shit what people think. It's stupid to say I don't give a shit, but yeah. Anyway, the point is, I was just thinking, you must think I'm taking a real gamble then, because like me not believing in this. Is that the way you think? Do you think I'm like just, oh, he's really gambling then, or something like that?
I'm going to be honest with you. My whole heart tells me that the Creator is good and sovereign, and that He's in the business of wooing people to Himself. Now, how he does that and when he does that is his business. And I don't think any of you are done seeking and searching. And I don't even know that you're going to end up following the Messiah or being a Christian or any of that stuff. But I know he's good, and I know whatever path you're on is going to, if you listen, and some people say it's intuition, some people say it's the Spirit, but it's not my business to save anyone or tell somebody they're right or wrong. I just got to do what I'm doing, because for 25 years I was broken and destroyed and hated myself, and I was a crumbling mess of a man. And now I've never felt so confident and happy and joyful, and it's all due to the Messiah and me following him. So that's just like that's my story. I just got to keep walking it. I feel like it's breath. It's life.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and try to answer his question. I believe he was asking, what about the people in the Amazon forest who are, unaware of the Messiah? I believe that his salvation is retroactive. But for the people who reject the Messiah, it's my belief that there is no reconciliation because you were offered it and you turned it down. So it's my belief that if those people were to give their life to God unaware of the Messiah, that the Messiah would advocate on their behalf. That's my belief. That there would be a way for people born before 2,000 years ago who didn't know about the Messiah to make it into heaven. And it's my belief that people who were ignorant of the Messiah afterwards would still have a chance to make it into heaven, because God's law is written on man's heart according to the scripture, and you're going to be judged accordingly. So how you are judged according to the Bible is that you're going to be put in a furnace and all the impurities are burned away. So if you're just completely impure, then you'll be burned away. But if there's anything left, any gold or diamonds or anything that can withstand that, if there's any purity within you, then you will be, saved, in my opinion. That's the way I understand it. That's just my belief thing.
Yeah, I concur to what he said, except that, in the scriptures it says that we will all be purified like silver is purified in the midst of a furnace 7 times, right? But that happens during our life. This life that we live in right now, he tests us right now to see if we are worthy of eternal life. And we're not judged ultimately by what we do not know, but by what we do know. And each man is judged according to what he knows, like to what is to each man. What if you hold on. So the scripture actually says each man is judged according to his works, right? And each man, right, is expected, right? The more he knows, the more is expected out of him. So to whom much is given, much is expected, right? So if you've heard of the gospel and you have the word in front of you and you do not read it, right, you will be judged according to your knowledge that you decided not to absorb. Like it's kind of complicated, but like it doesn't have to be that complicated. So like the Filipinos or people that are in the Amazon, etc., if they've never heard the gospel message, if they never knew about Jesus Christ, then they're not going to be judged, if they didn't accept Messiah, but they will be judged according to what's in their heart. And Yah will test them. So even in their little tribes, if they like to steal and fight and cause ruckus and they like to be evil, well, unfortunately to them, they're going to hell. But the people that are humble and don't know Jesus and living in the Amazon, most likely they will have salvation, in my opinion.
All right, let me say something real fast. All right, so this is one of the things I know really frustrates people, right? Because for one, it is not that what you guys are saying is incorrect. It is the implicit idea that somehow man can actually determine that. Meaning, what does it mean to reject the Messiah? So, for example, there are people in this room that don't currently believe the scriptures are the only way, but they sit in here and they listen and absorb all kinds of information about it. They ask true questions and they critically assess claims. Okay, so that is like the heart of pursuing truth. Additionally, rejecting the gospel once you've heard it, what does that mean? What's the true, properly conveyed gospel? Because you're going to get about 50 different answers when you ask that question. 99% of the quote unquote gospel that people are taught is not even what the scripture says. So it's not up to us. What if someone sits here and listens to these conversations every day, and then they say things like, I personally think it's a beautiful book and it has beautiful principles, but I don't think it's the one way. Look at all these other people. But they keep listening and keep listening, and they're truly sincere, with their relationship with their creator, or they actually want to know the truth. And right before they pass, it reaches a climax where they're shown that clarity as to, say, the Messiah. We are not in any position to be able to pretend that we can determine where another person is, no matter what. It's such a deep, profound, spiritual, metaphysical realm that would ever determine that. We need to worry about ourselves. We have to persevere till the end. So everyone that knows me knows I never back down from the fact that I believe in the scriptures. If someone asks me, I will defend it. I will answer their questions. I'll try to encourage them to pursue it. I'll give them my testimony. But I'm never going to pretend I know who is or isn't going to heaven, right? And what does even going to heaven mean? So it's basically what I'm saying is this is a very deep thing that we're discussing. And sure, there's a difference in the scriptures specifically say that you don't have to know the name of the creator, right? What happened to the people before a book was written? There's actually a lot of books that were put together. What happens before it was written? What happened then? What happened right after the temple was destroyed? It's not as simple as man wants to make it out to be. The creator is the judge. The creator is the court record that has everything typed down, and we don't even see 99% of it, because I think most of it is about your inner dialogue and your consciousness and how genuine and sincere you are pursuing truth and humbling yourself to the creator. So I know that's a lot, but I'm trying to throw out like a word of caution to people. Like when we say things like, well, yeah, if you're ignorant of it, then you're good. But if you are presented with it and deny it, then you're going to go to hell. Well, what presented with what? The proper exam or the proper explanation of the gospel? Because it's only the creator that is the judge of that. And maybe they haven't been shown it yet. Maybe they're rejecting it because all of our interpretations are slightly wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a personal, very deep spiritual thing. I think we should be really humble regarding this. We should be convicted in our belief as to the Messiah, but we should also be really understanding and kind of cautious to say we know someone would or wouldn't go to hell.
Well, but how do you know that even a lot of the tenets you just said right there are not part of a cult belief? Meaning the idea that you're going to be judged by some quote unquote God or creator, and then he's going to send you to hell. Is that
No, I don't even disagree with. I agree with you. I don't even think there is a. I don't think there is a hell as people have said.
Because isn't that what cult?
Choose to not exist, you know?
Sorry, I interrupted. I was going to say, isn't that what cult beliefs are, though? They threaten you that if you don't do this certain thing, you're going to, off with your head kind of thing if you don't follow the belief?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't. I have a strong contention with modern Christianity that teaches you that but repeat what I say or you're going to burn in hell. I don't think the creator exercises via coercion. Coercion is not a characteristic of the creator that I serve. So I don't like that either. But it is my belief that you either choose to exist perpetually after this material state, or you choose to no longer exist. And that it's actually a choice you're making on a super, super deep level. And that's kind of what life is. That's my belief, So I can see where someone may not. I mean, it's certainly more comfortable to think, well, we automatically exist perpetually in bliss after this place, but I don't know that that's true. I think that we have the decision to make. That life is kind of us making that decision. But again, that's just my belief.
Ironically, I've seen memes showing the similarities between a toxic relationship, couples, and having a relationship with Messiah. If you don't allow him into your into your life. Like he's at the door knocking, and if you don't let him in, then you're gonna burn in hell, right? I've seen that meme, and it's kind of comical, but that's exactly what the scriptures actually teach. Like if you don't allow, he's knocking at your door, he's trying to wake you up, right, from your spiritual slumber to who you truly are and who the Creator is. And if you don't wake up from that spiritual slumber by the time you take your last breath, then inevitably you cease to exist, and there's no eternal life for you. And it does seem like toxic in man's eyes, that idea. Like it's literally like being in a toxic relationship. But
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the reality of things. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is what
I
I'm
guess
trying to ask
to
you,
me
Mike.
that sounds like control and manipulation, and doesn't sound like anything that is of a higher frequency.
What I'm trying to ask you, Lon, you not see what you see what I'm saying? That's a very vague statement that you just made. That if the Messiah's knocking at the door and you don't let him in, like what exactly does that mean? What is the process of letting him in? We're talking about something, dude. We don't even understand 90% of our brain, much less our mind, much less our spirit. What does letting him in mean? Because for me, yes, I cried out to the Creator, and I was like, look, if you're real, I want you to show me an undeniable sign. And then crazy stuff started happening in my life where I would be retarded to ignore it. But like I still had to learn, and I reverted back to like stupid religious doctrine and found out how stupid it was when I fasted and asked for more answers. And I'm still learning, and I won't be surprised if in 2 months I find out that my entire interpretation of part of the scriptures is completely wrong, because it happens to me all the time. So what does letting him in mean? Is it a conscious decision that you want to know what the truth is, and whenever it resonates with you and it's shown to you, that you'll accept it no matter what it is? Because that's what I think. Or is it like a quiz you have to take, and you have to make 80% on your multiple choice? You better make sure that you get this exact doctrine right. Right. What does letting him in mean? That's what I'm saying. We have to be cautious about these vague statements of arbitrary determination regarding someone's like soul.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
I feel you. You got to be humble, and I'm not trying to be arrogant and like a know-it-all, because I'm not. And we all have to be teachable, right? We have to be like children, teachable by the Holy Spirit, by Messiah Himself. But I don't want to read Scripture, because honestly, I would rather just read Scripture and show you, right, what the Word actually says. And Messiah Himself says, if you do not believe that He is who He says He is, you will die in your sins. And as Paul teaches us in Corinthians what the gospel is. Moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel which I preached unto you, which also ye have received, and wherein ye stand, by which ye are saved. And what is that? That you believe that Messiah died and resurrected, and that through him you gain eternal life. But you have to have a relationship with the Messiah. If you never had a relationship with the Messiah, and you know of his existence, or you at least know of the story of who he was, right? Even if you don't believe in it, right? You know about it. You're not ignorant of it. Everybody here, we've talked about it plenty of times. So knowing that there's this guy that possibly might actually be the Son of God, and you don't pursue that knowledge, then you will die in your sins, because you never
There you
built
go.
a relationship with
Let's
the Messiah.
pause right there. Pursue the
Yeah.
knowledge. See, I agree with that. I agree with if you don't pursue it, everyone's heard it. So it's like, let's figure out if it's true or not. I think that sounds exactly like what the Creator would do, because that's how you figure out truth, and then the Creator is the summation of truth. That's exactly something that the Creator would be like. But whenever you say like, if you don't believe what He said He was, if you don't believe He is who He said He is, dude, we live in 2023 where it's very difficult to get to the bottom of what He said He is. Right? It's not easy. And I'm like positive that the Creator is very merciful regarding that. Like it's we live in a crazy time of deception and disillusion. It's much more about the intention. I think, like the intention to, if there was a guy that actually lived and he died and he resurrected, if that was true, I would accept it. And I want to know exactly how that went down, et cetera, et cetera. If you're open to the truth and you're just trying to find it, then I don't think that any of us could ever be in a position to really know when someone does or doesn't get there, or how long they have, or what the personal work the Creator is doing in their life is. Does that make sense? Like it
does.
is nuanced here. Yeah.
But it's honestly, the truth hurts, bro, because it says that very few will be saved, bro. And if you deny the Son, He's gonna deny you, bro. And most everybody wants to deny the son and act like he wasn't who he was, you know.
Right,
And
but
if you do that,
but how do you
go
know
ahead.
that that's not part of a cult belief? That entire concept? Because, for example, there are people in other parts of the world that have nothing to do with Christianity or the Bible at all. They have deep, rich traditions. They have spiritual understandings of various things within their life, and it's not hinging upon knowing who someone is and then going to hell forever if you don't know who that is. To me, that sounds like a manipulative, dare I even say demonic type of force that is forcing someone, like, you must know me, and if you don't know me, if you don't worship me, you're going to hell and I'm going to extinguish you. I mean, that's severe stuff. So I'm not trying to like diss your belief or anything, but I guess I'm asking you, how do you know that you're not in a cult believing that manipulative kind of energy that is forcing others to have to do this thing that you're essentially pushing or demanding and telling others, quote unquote, the truth hurts if you don't do this thing, which to me seems like a very manipulative, dark kind of energy that doesn't seem to have to do with light and acceptance and love and anything like that. Like what you're describing is very dark.
Yeah, it is. Well, hold on. Let me just finish this real quick. So, like, you know, basically, it's like the military, bro. The creator will break you down till you hit rock bottom, so that maybe in your lowest state, you might just look up and acknowledge who he is, and maybe actually, for the first time in your life, actually pursue the scriptures for what they say. Because most people never even read the scriptures, and they're denying Messiah without even testing it.
So can I just say something a second?
You just
As
did.
a life, yeah, all right. For another thing, as a lifelong atheist, I've never heard a religious person make more sense actually when they're talking about their faith than Whitsitt in the last 15 minutes. So fair play to that, mate.
I want to give feedback, Gio, to you. You mentioned the people that have a deep, rich culture overseas. They don't know anything about the Messiah. They don't care. That's where I believe it's going to be a very personal interaction with the Creator and them before they perish or as they're perishing. I don't know how judgment works. I don't know what kind of little pep talk the Creator is going to have with somebody if they had the wrong religion or the wrong belief. But I wanted to share, because you were saying earlier, this just doesn't sound high vibration. This just doesn't, it sounds like a cult, etc. When I didn't follow the Messiah, when I followed me, my best guess or my intuition or my gut feeling, just imagine my whole entire being having a particular level of light to it, like turning a light on or turning a light off. When I was God of my own life, it was merging ever so slowly, but it was merging to very, very, very dark black. And I can go into details, but just know it was going real bad south fast. When I surrendered, I got on a new path, and it became lighter, and I could see and I could breathe. And the proof for me is the fruits that came out of the new path that I found. And all I can do is stay on the path I'm on, because I didn't earn these fruits. I didn't do anything to get it. I just stopped being my own God. And like Whitsitt was saying, I just said, Jesus, if you're real, and if there's anything even worth having by talking to you or going in your direction, will you help me? And it was humble and it was small, and I didn't even know what I was doing. In fact, like 4 months into me, after I gave my life to the Lord, I was praying one day, and I had a weird feeling. I was like, I just stopped in the middle of my prayer, and I realized that I was praying to the Jesus in my brain, to the idea of who Jesus is from church or from my whole past experience. And the Spirit helped me to let go of religion and start talking to, the Messiah himself. So I know it sounds like a fairy tale. I know it sounds crazy, but ever since I was shown. So like, okay, basically where you're at as a man, as a human being, I would say if your barometer of light is high frequency and great and bright and it maintains, keep walking on that path you've got. But if you don't pray, like if you just meditate, I would say maybe talk to the Messiah. Be like, are you there? Are you listening? I have a couple things to say. And like just small talk and see what it does for you. If it's totally lame and 6 months down the road of trying it, you're like, this is just bogus, then don't worry about it. But if things change and things happen and your light increases and the fruits of the Spirit come your way, you'll be like, oh, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, no, nobody. I think it would be fair to deny your personal experience and your journey and what you feel like you're connecting with or communicating with within yourself or within the larger spirit realms or however you view that. Yeah. So, I mean, if that's your experience, that's awesome. And I don't. Obviously, perhaps not everybody has that experience. You know, the one that you've had, your unique experience. What I was more sort of contesting in a way is this idea that that some of the other things that were being discussed, like if you had that experience, that's understandable that that's your personal experience, but there's some of these other things that people are saying that that this is the truth, that you have to believe in this thing, and if you don't, you're going to hell, and this sort of the judgment and all of that was more what I was kind of contesting a bit or pushing back on, because I like the other thing I was going to say, for example, just in line with that, there's in Africa, there's peoples, they're called the Bwiti, the Bwiti, Bwiti, Bwiti in Gabon, Africa. And it's not a religion, but it is sort of like a way of life in a sense. And they use a plant called iboga, which is a very, very powerful visionary plant. I suppose it would fit into the category of psychedelic, although that term is sort of not really that relevant when you're talking about these, in my viewpoint, these sacred spiritual plants that are far beyond the idea of a psychedelic rock show or rock concert or something. That term kind of has its own connotations. But anyways, this plant is very long lasting. It's like 20 to 30 hours of the journey of how long it lasts. And it's profoundly visionary. I mean, you're basically lying down with your eyes closed, having incredible visions. Now, they use this plant as a rite of passage in their tradition. And when one person in this tribe goes through the rite of passage, they're connecting with their ancestors in the spirit world. They're having communication with their ancestors. They're getting all kinds of insights and understanding about life and reality and who they are and their gifts as a person. And in that tradition, they have an incredible amount of integrity in terms of how to treat others. And their own, because of the plant spirit iboga itself has its own ways of imparting knowledge and wisdom. Now, I'm not trying to say that is above or below any other tradition or anything like that. I'm just bringing it up to mention that that's an example of a tradition that has not any direct correlation with this idea of believing in a Messiah and going to hell if you don't believe in this Messiah, etc. All of these kinds of ideas, like they're connecting with their ancestors in the spirit world, and they're gleaning, all kinds of deep insights. So, who could judge them? Those peoples, like who could come to them and say, "Oh, sorry, you're not believing in this Messiah thing from this book that I believe in, and you're going to go to hell." And you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that seems like imparting a tremendous amount of a structure upon another people's who have their own rich tradition. And who could deny what their understanding of reality is and their insights and impart some other tradition onto them and say, no, they're doing it wrong. Their thing is to be disparaged and just disregarded because my thing is the way that it is, and they're not doing my thing. So I'm just going to judge them, tell them that they're wrong, tell them that the truth hurts. And, too bad for them. They're going to suffer in hell. That just seems very severe.
I agree with you. Let me jump in just for a second, please.
I posted in the chat, like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes ago that I wanted to get next because I've just been patiently waiting. If you don't mind, Larry, with your
please
permission.
go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I want to address the whole idea that the eternal salvation is like extortion and stuff like that, because I agree with everything that Gio just said. When people come at other cultures from a Christian perspective with this whole extortion, which is basically what it is, it's not what the Bible is actually saying, in my humble opinion. And before a bunch of Christians jump in, let me just finish what I have to say. So if somebody sees you running towards a burning building, right, or a forest fire, and they're like, "Look out, you're going to be burned. If you continue to run in that direction, you are going to catch on fire and you will surely die." That person is not extorting you, they're just warning you. They're warning you of the consequences. The way to real death, not just a physical death, but a spiritual death, is through sin. And the idea that heaven is a place where you exist with God and that God is ultimate love means that sin cannot exist in the presence of God. So if you fill your body, if you fill your physical and spiritual body with sin, when the time comes to go to be with God, if all that you have in you is sin, you are going to just burn away. It's not that God doesn't love you. It's that you were given the choice to fill your spiritual body with either good or bad. And if you chose bad, well, the place that we're going next, bad cannot exist. Therefore, you cannot exist. I hope I explained that well enough.
Yeah, that's great because what I wanted to say is very interesting. When you were talking about the plants and stuff, I've talked to many different people individually who have all told me of this experience. And it is that they blast off. Some people call it that. I think that's kind of like a really lame term. But anyway, whether it be that you interact with this astral plane, you astral project, you blast off, whatever. And then they will, at some point in time, they'll have an experience where they drop, quote unquote, right? And it's as if they were dropped. And then they find themselves in an area. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hey, Larry, I forgot you were next.
No, go ahead. I was just typing that. No, finish. I do think Larry should be next because he was coming in the same time Platypus was, but that's all right. You should finish.
I can wait. What's it? Please finish.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. It's just that I've been told this by many people. You have this experience where they believe that they experienced hell. Okay, and these are people from all different walks of life, dude, that have told me this. Like probably 5 or 6 different people, and they tell me what they experienced is this immense feeling of weight that they felt super, super heavy, and that this realm, it was very dense and heavy, and it felt like they were almost suffocating because of weight, and everything was super heavy and dense. So it's very profound to think about that there seemingly is a physical connection to, let's just say, righteousness or lack thereof, and your vibration plus your density, and either you go up or down, and you actually can't go up without the proper vibration, because the antithesis of that is a very heavy and dense realm with a low vibration. And so, this being said, if anything like this is actually true, it is in our best interest to pursue anything that can give us clarity as how to avoid going to that realm of like suffocating due to weight, right? So I mean, I don't know, just the mere notion that something like that is real should certainly get our attention. Yeah.
All right, if you're done, I'll go ahead. I agree with a lot of stuff, he's saying about it being a cult, right? And, the way I understand it is a seed doesn't grow a tree in a day, right? And if you look at the parable of the seeds in Matthew, we're supposed to plant seeds. And my philosophy on that is, my hands are wet, I can't open anything. My philosophy is that, you got 100 years, give or take, to figure it out, and good luck. And the whole hell thing that you keep mentioning, it's really a Catholic doctrine, in my opinion, right? It is coercion, right? Either you convert to Catholicism or the Roman doctrine, or we're going to send you down to the grave, right? And I think as time went on, like they were really trying to reconcile the authority of the Roman Empire. And the more Messianic uprising happened, the more people were like, yeah, screw you and your authority. So if you look at like Dante's Inferno, which is not biblical whatsoever, that's what most people think of when they hear the word hell. And I really disagree with that interpretation of what hell is. In my opinion, there's Abraham's bosom. It doesn't have anything to do with hell. Now, the Bible does talk about a place of the gnashing of teeth, and I think that was created for the fallen angels. I don't even think that was for men. But I think that if you're just, raping and pillaging throughout your whole life and you're only serving yourself, I do think you could end up in that place. But like I said before, you got 100 years. Good luck.
Larry, I would say I have a few things to say, but just to address that, Larry, when you talk about the weeping and gnashing of teeth or the lake of fire, there actually is a place where the fire is not quenched and the worm dieth not. So the worm is constantly under the ground, working this soul where this refuse and all these bones are, and men are put there, right? Some are put there alive in the book of Revelation. But if you want to see where that place is, even during the millennial reign that everyone speaks of, all the nations that go forth and have to worship in Jerusalem, after they do that, they will go forth and look upon the dead carcasses of men who transgressed. It's Isaiah 66:24, where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. This is the lake of fire. Now that's a place you're not coming back from. Everyone that is found in the grave and in the sea and Sheol, they're brought up and they're either put in that place or they have eternal life. But one thing, I'm hearing a lot of things and I wanted to address some things. I'll be real quick. So the way to know you're not in a cult is by your personal relationship. And, when you're judging a personal relationship, it's, based on some hearsay and it's based on the character that you see. And also, when we have these belief systems that we're all one entity and we're just, experiencing different facets of life and things of that nature, you can't, to say that someone is manipulative, how can you even use those words, Geo? If you're judging someone else saying they're manipulative and this is wicked or this is dark, and you're following these things. But I would say that all the traditions that men have, no matter where they are on the earth, most of those traditions that they do came from their forefathers. And if we go all the way back, we know where we're going to end up. And there's many other things I would love to address, but those are just a few.
Well, I would just say real quick, I wasn't trying to judge anyone by that. I was like, in my mind, sort of just categorizing it or just offering a commentary on where I would categorize that type of energy. Like if it involves that type of judgment or manipulation tactic, in my viewpoint, the way I was describing that one thing. But I was just going to say real quick too, it's like a lot of this has to do with the afterlife. It sounds like, and the beliefs now and how that links to the afterlife. Because I hear a lot of you guys mentioning how, that, like you might be extinguished or you might not exist anymore, or you'll be in in eternal hell or eternal joy, etc. So in that sense, I can understand like that if the belief is linked to that does have like very deep possible connotations if one were to hold that belief. Because in my viewpoint, I don't see it that way. Like to me, my understanding, when I've accessed memories of my own soul, when I die, there is a spirit world. I would call it like the human spirit world, which is connected to this earth, and it's not a place of like judgment or anything like that. It's a joyous place of bliss and love where where I could just say for myself, and I'm not trying to say it has to be this way for anyone else, but my memories of it is a place of where we really judge ourselves, if anything. Like that's my understanding of it. Like we're working through our own karma, as it were, our own sins, our own, problematic behaviors. And we, I might think to myself after I die, like, oh yeah, I didn't quite learn that lesson. I'm still working on this, still working on that. And so to me, we're eternal beings. No one's being extinguished ever. There's no extinguishing. There's no hell that anyone's going to eternally. There's a spirit world where we reside when we're not incarnated. I also don't think that's the only spirit world. I think there's many others that we can branch off and go to as well. But in relation to this earth, that's my understanding of it, is that there's the human spirit world, which, one could call heaven, I suppose. And then there's this physical world. And a part of us is always in the spirit world. And then when we incarnate, a part of ourselves or part of my soul, I could say for myself, comes in and incarnates into a life. and then I'm going through this life, etc. So to me, reincarnation for me is an absolute fact. I've had memories of my own previous incarnations and understanding of my lineage of my soul. So to me, there's no eternal hell in that way. Like we're eternal beings. So it's more like, in a sense, like an infinite playground that we can continue learning and growing and expanding. And from that perspective, I do think we're all extensions of the source, going through all of these different journeys and expanding and, adding on different layers and components of our being, and ultimately, eventually coming to more and more wholeness. Because if the Creator separated itself to be an individual being that's limited, then eventually, just like the droplet of the ocean, that like a wave splashes and the droplet comes up out of the ocean, but eventually it goes back to the ocean. And to me, that back to the ocean is some of the phrases you guys are using, like being with God or being with that eternally. To me, that is the eternal truth, that we are eternal beings in, I think, infinite love, infinite bliss, infinite light, and we can create infinitely. And that's sort of part of the, just the components of being. The nature of being is the capacity to do that. So I guess I'm just saying, for me, I do think like that term karma being linked to reap what you sow. I'm not really necessarily talking about it in a Hindu or Buddhist way. I'm just using that term, reap what you sow. So there is repercussions for what we do, but I don't think that if you do a bunch of wrong things that you're going to be judged and sent to hell. In my viewpoint, not at all. I think if you did a bunch of wrong things, if I did a bunch of wrong things, I would die and be like, oh man, I did this, I did that. Oh, I fell into that trap again. I did this again. My bad. Okay. I gotta, my next lifetime, I really want to learn that lesson. I really want to challenge myself again, because I really want to figure out how to solve X, Y, Z. So like, to me, it's like, I really am only judging myself because I want to be better. I want to grow. And there is like an ultimate sort of karmic law, I think, that we all judge ourselves by. Like, we know that something's wrong and we know that something's right. And so, sorry for being long-winded, but and I know I'm just sharing some of my viewpoints, and I'm not asking anyone else to accept or believe what I'm saying or anything like that. I'm just sharing my viewpoints. So I'm just saying, to me, it's like we have as many chances as we want to work it out, and we're all eternal in that process. And there isn't like an end. To me, there isn't an end when this life is over. It's just, there's tremendous continuation. I think it's a tremendous expansion, and there's continuation of our being. But just to finish, sorry, it's long-winded, but I'm just saying, I guess in a sense, if one were to have some of the beliefs you guys are describing, I can see at least where you're coming from, thinking, oh, okay, if you believe those things about the afterlife, then I can understand like what you're, that if it's an ending, and then believing in this thing is the only way to not go to hell or be put, or be extinguished. That is a pretty almost kind of intense thing to have to consider if one were to believe it that way.
Yeah, I love that, Gio, and thank you for that. I this is why I align with Gio. I just love it. But I was just going to say on top of that we we say I have a life, and it's like there's some gravel there, and if you start thinking I've got a life, but I can lose that life. No, you can only you are life. You see, you can only lose something that you have. You can't lose something that you are. So you just step out of one vehicle and into another. So thanks for that, Gio. Appreciate that.
Doesn't life itself teach us many things? I mean, you have children and they have to learn, right? And there's a learning process, and we all judge things every day. We judge things and we judge people, whether we want to admit it or not. That's what we do. We make judgments, and so to say that there may be a final judgment where one says enough is enough, and we've all heard that saying, enough is enough, and maybe many of us have experienced when enough was enough, right? Someone ending someone else's life in front of you, or an animal trying to end the life of another animal in front of you. which you're taking care of both of them. But many instances we could come up with and talk about. But I believe there is a final judgment, and there is a time when enough is enough. And if there is no time when enough is enough, then it's going to get so dark, right? That I mean, if there was no righteous men to stand up, just think about what type of world you'd be living in. People would be selling you right now, every hour. So I just want you to know. I just want you to know that is the case.
I would argue that judgment engine is part of the delusion, by the way. In my opinion, that's the beast, the carnal mind. That's the way I see it. And the guy was talking about inviting something in, and it is a bit like that, but it's more like that goes away. It's more of a diminishing, if you will, of that judgment engine.
I just want to point out, like, the way you explained how in your worldview, like, people sort of deal with the right and the wrong things that they've done. It's not that dissimilar to what Christianity is saying or what Christ taught. Because if you look, the most righteous of Christians did heinous things. They were adulterers. They were murderers. I mean, the thing that made them such good Christians was repentance, was seeking God and trying to be better. It's about understanding that you're forgiven and not dwelling on the bad things that you've done, and putting your faith in God that you still have more good to do in the world. You know what I mean? I hope I explained.
Can I just add something real quick? So, like, the wicked don't really believe in an afterlife. They don't believe that they will be held accountable for their actions. So, like, they basically believe that once you're dead, your conscience is done for. Like, you cease to exist, and you're worm food, right? So that gives them comfort in doing their wicked deeds. But little do they know that actually consciousness moves on, and there is life after death in some sort. Like, there is a conscious awareness. And I just want to say something real quick regarding biblical cosmology, because it's not just that the earth is flat and geocentric, but there's actually an inner earth. And that within biblical cosmology, and not just biblical cosmology, this is actually universal within the Abrahamic religions, that there is an inner earth and that there are chambers inside the earth, right? And that the idea is that when you die, that your life force, your soul, your consciousness goes into the earth inside of it, and that there are separate chambers according to the book of Enoch. And I've mentioned this before, but I didn't really elaborate. But there are 4 chambers according to the book of Enoch. There's a chamber for the righteous, a chamber for the unrighteous or the sinners, the wicked, a chamber for the martyrdom, and a separate chamber altogether for the angels, the wicked angels. But this is what it says regarding the inner earth for those that die, right? In Enoch 22, it says that here their souls are separated. Moreover, abundant is their suffering until the time of the great judgment, the castigation and the torment of those who eternally execrate, whose souls are punished and bound, right? So apparently there is a place in the earth where there are wicked souls being bound, right, and kept and actually punished and castigated in their wicked chambers, right? And thus has it been from the beginning of the world. Thus has there existed a separation between the souls of those who utter complaints and of those who watch for their destruction, to slaughter them in the day of sinners. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. It's just,
no, you good.
Just one Christian brother to another, dude. Got to be really careful when you go around throwing the word wicked, talking about the wicked, because
this is what the scripture says.
Hold on. I understand what the scriptures say, but when you're talking to a group of people where some people do not take scripture as authority and some people do, you gotta just. We're all wicked. You're wicked. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
Right. But the average don't want to say average person, the person that doesn't know a whole lot about the Bible doesn't understand that we're all wicked. They think that you're kind of like drawing a line in the sand, or at least that's kind of what I was hearing. Even as a Christian, knowing like what you mean, what I'm hearing, if I put on like my secular ears, so to speak, is like, oh, there are, the Christians are not wicked and the non-Christians are wicked. And it's like, as a Christian, when you're going to explain these principles, especially if you're going to start backing them up with scripture, and I'm saying this with the utmost respect for you, like I'm not trying to like call you out. You definitely preface it with like, if you're going to use the term wicked to describe people, like explain that like when you're describing wicked people who are alive, everybody's wicked. What saves us from our wickedness is repentance and seeking God and seeking love and truth, right? Once
Absolutely.
we're dead, if we have been judged, after we're dead, when we get judged, if we are judged wicked, and only God can judge us, right? That's a very different, it's a different thing. You know what I mean?
But you see, in my viewpoint, if you do something wrong, I do think reap what you sow. Like something negative could come to you. Like if you're running around, stealing cars or whatever, or doing, thievery or whatever it may be, then, perhaps you will be stolen from. There's going to be a reap what you sow. I'm not saying it's exactly one for one, eye for an eye, but there is a overall way in which the orchestration of one's actions will have a reflective quality. But in my viewpoint, the solution is to stop doing the wrong thing. It doesn't really have to do, in my viewpoint, with believing in anything or in any sense. It would just be changing your own actions. Because I've like the way you would just describe it, like that you have to come to God or repent to God. Like what is that in your viewpoint? Like why do you have to do something outside of, rather than just change your conduct and change your behavior? Like why do you have to believe in something or have a tradition or have some overarching thing to have to believe in or put yourself in versus just changing your own conduct in your own way?
Well, my answer.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
My answer would be that because he's due the glory, his ways are higher than our ways, and no matter what plan we come up with to better ourselves or to stop sinning or to elevate ourselves to higher consciousness or that next level, we're never going to even get back to what it was like before the fall of man. And I know that that's a story, and you may not subscribe to the fall of man or all of the universe or what creation is being fractured, but I believe that even on our best day, like when I don't sin or lust or I'm not angry, I'm good to my kids, I'm nice, I'm gentle, I'm kind, all these things, I think that the Messiah still had to die for that person as well, because his ways are so much higher than my ways now, that he's actually paving a way, making a bridge back to the Father because of the original sin, the fall. So that's my answer.
See, I see that as symbolic. Like, see, I think we all go through death, rebirth within ourselves, like spiritual death and rebirth. So like if somebody was stealing, like repetitively just thieving, and I'm talking about stealing from other fellow man. I'm not really talking about stealing from the rich to give to the poor, which arguably there's arguments that there's actually nobleness in that, if there's some corrupt thing and then you steal from the rich. And so I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about just someone going around literally stealing people's possessions, something like that I think we would all agree is wrong unless somebody wants to say otherwise. But in that sense, if somebody is doing that and then they maybe it comes back to them or whatever it may be, and eventually they realize, okay, I got to stop stealing. That is like their own death. It's like a death rebirth, like an ego death of sorts, meaning they're part of themselves is dying, the part that used to think stealing was okay. And then there's a reborn part of them that is now realizing, okay, it's not right to steal. So I guess what I want to ask you, and I understand like the idea of Jesus dying, but why, in your viewpoint, did Jesus have to die for your sins? Why did another man, or even if you believe it's the Son of God or whatever, why did he have to suffer or die for something you did, rather than you just having your own death and rebirth and coming to your own greater awareness of how you conduct yourself? In your viewpoint, why does it, the way you describe that, like why did some other entity have to die for you, and how does that work out in your mind? Because in my mind, I think it's a symbolic, it's like a part of ourselves that is symbolically dying and being reborn. And in my viewpoint, somehow with this Christianity of this idea that somebody else had to die for your sins, in my humble viewpoint, without trying to judge anyone else's beliefs or viewpoints, I think that there's like a projection or some kind of a misplaced responsibility that somebody else had to die for you. Could you explain how that works in your mind? Why somebody else had to die for something you did, and why wouldn't it just be your own inner transformational process of transcending your old ways into something that's more, positive and productive?
Can I answer that? So real quick, this is a mystery actually. Most of us don't know exactly how Messiah redeems us, but we know that we can't come to salvation through our works alone, because we were born sinners, and because of sin we deserve death, right? And that's what the scriptures teach. So like even the Jews, right? The Jews can actually walk out the Torah and they can keep the feast and not sin, or keep sin to the minimum. But if they don't accept Messiah, they won't reach eternal life. And that's the irony, that there are a lot of Christians that believe in vain. And in Corinthians, Paul talks about believing in vain. You can believe in Jesus Christ all day long. You can profess Jesus Christ as your savior. But Messiah says that they profess me, right, with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. So you can actually believe in Christ and actually call yourself a Christian and still end up in Sheol, in the chamber of the wicked, because you didn't actually walk out the commandments. You didn't keep the commandments. You resorted to following your flesh instead of following the spirit. And contrary, the Jews, they might have followed the Torah, right? But they didn't accept the Messiah, which is his blood is currency. There's a spiritual currency there. And for whatever reason, these things are beyond me. But his blood is like a spiritual currency in the netherworld. That's beyond us.
Hey, Lion, let me back it up a tiny bit and just I'm about to pick my kids up, so I'm going to go on mute for a real long time. So let me just finish out. This is my own personal belief, Gio. I think before anything was created, this earth and everything you can see and touch and experience, before any man was made, I know God knew how it was all going to go. He knew that he had to give us free will. He had to make us not robots, because he was creating us in his image. We're the pinnacle of all of creation, to be made in the image of him. And he knew we were going to fall and slip. So there was a preemptive plan for redemption before anybody even came here and had the ability to ponder what we should do or shouldn't do. So my faith and belief is that I'm knowledgeable of and receiving the free gift of salvation and living out this truth that this is the redemptive plan of the Father, of the Father to, through the Son, make right relationship back to the Father. And we'll see. I mean, when I die, if he says, "Hey, bro, you had all this wrong, but I really saw you there dying to yourself, loving your fellow man, not stealing, not," you know what I mean? Like, I'm hoping I'm dead on, but I don't know that I am. I don't think anybody can know.
Dude, that was fucking beautiful. That was honestly, dude. Yeah, that was a great way to describe what's going on, because it really does come down to, we're not sure, but we want to understand how it is that all of the wrong things and the right things get balanced out in the end, and we trust that there is a plan for that.
James teaches us.
I don't think, which is crazy. I don't think that no one is sure ever. I mean, Scripture says not even heavens, not even the heavens are pure to God, in God's eye.
Like that. James teaches us that, because you keep saying the F word, bro, and I'm not trying to belittle you, but I'm just saying that if you can't control your tongue, right, by the end of your last breath, if you can't control your tongue, bro, then your whole faith is in vain. And that's what, when Paul talks about believing in vain, there are people that profess to be Christians, but yet their fruits are rotten. Even their tongue is rotten. And they expect to gain eternal salvation. If you can't even control your tongue, bro, good luck trying to get in. And that's what literally, that's how strict
Noah.
it is to get into the kingdom.
Are you listening, Noah? I hope so. He's definitely going to tell.
I don't. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. I don't disagree with you. I understand that it's important to control one's tongue, but I thank you for reminding me and encouraging me to be better.
Sorry,
It's all good, bro. You got a lifetime to tame your tongue, but it takes praying and spiritual counsel for it to actually be tamed, according to James.
Well, when I first came onto the server, I wanted who was the Australian guy, Geo, who was moderator, because he gave me the image perms.
Bandsaw.
Bandsaw, yeah, he was a good dude. What's happened to that guy?
He had to take a hiatus of sorts because of trying to think how to sensitively say. I'll just say something in his personal life, like this private family life and so on, that he had to attend to. However, it has been quite some time since, because he had informed me of that at the time, but it has been quite some time. So, but that he had to take a break, as it were, a hiatus from the community for some personal life circumstances. But I hope he'll come back soon. But I haven't heard from him in a bit.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. So yeah, he comes back too. But yeah, I was. It's funny because I've been like doing this present moment awareness, if you will, for a long time, over 10 years actually, and I wanted to like talk about it, and I wanted it to be completely spontaneous, but I didn't put it like that to Bandsaw. Like, we were just talking away, and he was like, super enthusiastic, just as he is. Like, he was like, yeah, you should do a presentation or something like that, which is awesome. But it was just the way he put it. Like, it just hit my ear funny because it's not something that can be forced. It's as I said, it's just spontaneous. I don't know if you could plan such a thing. I don't know if it'd come out. I don't know what'd come out. That's the point, right? And I feel a bit like that with with truth and that kind of stuff. I don't think it's something that can be captured fully. I think we can only point at it, sort of thing. And I've been practicing that for a long time, and I still get caught out. I still get lost in thoughts sometimes, but thankfully I can sort of bring myself back centered, because of the certain things I've learned, and I thought it'd be great to share. But it was just funny how he was like, yeah, plan a presentation and do this, and it just made me laugh. And it didn't even ask why I was laughing, but that's why I was laughing, because I just don't know if that'd work. Do you see my point? But yeah.
Hey, I know you've heard this before, folks, but prayer is a big, big thing in my life, and I wanted to pray over the room real quick. I'll keep it short. Heavenly Father, thank you for letting us gather here in this room to talk about our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions, our concerns, what we think about all things. Please guide us in our understanding of the way we should go, how we should love our fellow man, how we should love our spouses or girlfriends, however that is. And we just want to be protected. If there is an evil to be worried about, please protect us from their schemes. If there is an elite group of people trying to control us, manipulate us, brainwash us, help us to be as free as we can be as humans. And thank you. And please protect this room. As so many people come in here to talk and listen, I pray against any kind of spirits that would want to divide and have us be confused by what each other's saying. Help this room to operate in love and light. And pray this in Jesus' name, amen.
That's right.
Amen. Is that what you're supposed to say? I think, I don't know.
I'm just sharing, brother. Love y'all. I got to go. I'll be listening, but I got to go.
Yeah, thanks for that, dude.
Thanks, man.
Later, Boston.
Yeah, Boston. Peace, bro. Boston's my neighbor. He says he's from East Texas. Weird name, Boston, though. Yeah. But yeah, I just really want to say I appreciate you guys, the way that you guys all handled yourself. Your demeanor today was on point, like perfect. And I think if we strive for that more often, then we can't be as divided, because normally we have someone to debate against. It seems like they want to debate less and less these days. So maybe we kind of need to maintain the spirit that we had today, and it would be much more fruitful conversations. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll mention that with the debate thing. It's interesting. About 3 weeks ago, this is sort of a topic change. So I don't know if that's, unless anyone wanted to comment on some of the other things that were said.
I think we're about ready for a topic change. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I was just gonna say. Okay. Did someone have something else they want to say?
No, I just want to say Terry Tibbs wanted to debate me on something in like a minute or so.
Well, I would just say this. So I would say, like, on this server, we've always had sort of an open panel vibe. And so if anybody came in and, wanted to debate, we will obviously have that be the case. The thing is that a lot of the quote unquote debates end up being what I call more like a food fight, where there's just like food being thrown everywhere, interruptions, ad homs. We all know how that goes. And it ends up being very chaotic and just, it ends up being very like, the emotions get going and people are more like fighting, like you're an idiot and all that stuff. Of course, we try to moderate for the direct kind of name calling stuff, but it still tends to go that way. And it can be very chaotic and hectic and just pretty wild and sometimes hard to follow. And people are getting clipped and interrupted. And I guess in a way we it's maybe just the nature of things that it sort of was that way for quite some time. But I think it's definitely like a much higher stress kind of thing. And especially with the kind of the shape of the earth discussion can be very like rigid and, the different sides on it. And it just can end up being, I think a lot might agree, it can end up being fairly unpleasant when people are just pushing one idea, the other one's pushing another. And I guess like a few weeks ago, I just had something within myself as I was just like, a lot of other people have expressed frustration with that kind of style of, a little bit more of that food fight style, fighting kind of thing. And I just had something within myself as I was just like, wow, like I just feel so just losing interest in that style of discussion. And then kind of naturally, it wasn't really anything that we purposely tried to did, but we just naturally started moderating a little bit tighter. And especially if two people are going to start going back and forth and they're going to interrupt and ad hom, instead of just, continually saying, please don't interrupt, we'll just do like mute and unmute. So we'll mute the one guy, the other guy speaks. When he's done, mute him, unmute the other guy to have it really clean so both people can be heard. Now, the thing is, we started doing that and it seemed like in general, the folks that tend to want to assert the globe sort of in like just almost vanished in a sense. And there was a couple where we did that muting unmuting thing. And I'm not going to go too long in terms of why I think that may be the case, but it seemed like that was like kryptonite in a sense for folks that were wanting to do the globe, because it's like if both sides can be heard and there can't be, and I'm sorry to kind of hone in on the globe as it were, because I guess it can be on both sides if you're going to call it both sides. But anyways, and then since then we've kind of just started moderating tighter in general, because like a lot of the toxicity that can be in the text chat and stuff, we've just kind of tightened up on moderation overall. And then it does seem like the last 2-3 weeks, there haven't really been any of those fighting, or maybe the last week and a half, 2 weeks, there haven't really been that fighting kind of energy. And I think anyone else can share what they think, but it's just been like this huge relief. Like the last 2 weeks on the server, it's like just so peaceful and chill. And everyone's just like able to share their ideas. Granted, there hasn't been as much of those heated debate, which can still be fun. So to have, and it could, there can still be there can still be something to that. So I have more thoughts on it. Of course, I'm sorry for being long-winded, but it's just a thought. And I think that, from here forward, if people want to actually debate, that's great, but let's have it be a real debate. Like, let's have the audio be clean and clear. If we have to mute and unmute, we'll do that. If the people can't not interrupt each other, and try to have it be as productive as possible, like an actual mature debate type discussion rather than these kind of chaotic, things where there's just a lot of, we know how those go, and it's, I think it's unpleasant and it makes a lot of people's day, unpleasant as well. It's like you're going along your day and then you're hearing that. It's like your parents are having a fight or whatever, rather than something that's, conducive to something productive. So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more actually with that. There's lots of negativity in that, and it certainly, especially for the people involved, I don't know, maybe even for the audience as well, it can leave a nasty taste in your mouth.
So you want an echo chamber then, Geo? Is that what it is?
Well, look at that conversation we
I'm
just
just
had.
joking.
That was a great conversation, wasn't it? I mean, that's one of the best conversations we've ever had on religion, I think. And if we can go like that, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
More
let's
of
keep
that,
the ball
please.
rolling.
I personally can't stand when people talk over one another. Like I just can't handle it mentally. I'm sure it's just a personal thing, but with a more moderated debate, I would be able to listen to that much more easily.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, there was one, like, I'll call it out, Noah and Doofus. There was one where we started doing this, and I did the mute and unmute thing, and it was just amazing. It was so much better. Like, there was none of the ad homs and all of the underhanded stuff that happens in the interruptions. And then ironically, what ended, like, Noah was being very calm and just kept restating his point when it was his turn. And then Doofus was responding. And what ended up happening is Doofus just literally threw an ad hom and left the VC when it was his chance to speak. So he still ended it in that way. Now, I'm not saying that only globe earthers do that or anything. I'm just saying in that case, that was the scenario. But yeah, the interruptions are very difficult. And the thing is, the emotions just run so high that it's really difficult for someone not to say that because they feel like they were misrepresented or they feel like there was a fallacy, but if we do it in a more structured way, then each person can have their full time to respond. And it's really only fair to everybody listening because when the interruptions happen, your brain can't even follow it. So perhaps we should have done this earlier, but I think there's a kind of evolving process to everything. And it did seem like once we tightened in the moderation, at least the folks that want to assert the globe seem to have not been coming around very much at all. Like there's maybe only 10% of the live stream these days seems to be those more types of discussions. So, but I mean, anyone's welcome to have that more debate style, but we're definitely not going to do any more of that chaotic, constant interruption type of thing. And if two people want to have a more debate discussion and they can't do it without the interruptions, then we will moderate it in a way that it can be clean audio. So both people can be fully respected to have their full time to respond. And everybody listening can actually hear everything being said instead of all the side rails and derails and chaotic interruptions and all of that stuff, which is, I think, just a thing of the past. Maybe we've just grown past that as a human community with these discussions.
Well said, Gio. I know
we
that
growing up?
Terry Tibbs was trying to have a little discussion here with me. If we could change the topic, if that's cool.
It's just a slight change.
Just a slight change.
Still on
You wanna
like religion and stuff.
You want to start it off, Terry? You want to continue where we left off about your dog, or?
Yeah, sure. So it's like if God has the power over life and mortality, then surely He's responsible for the mortality part. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like, if He's responsible for the mortality part, then surely He's responsible for the death and intentional killing of my dog.
So you think that just because every single person has lived, when they die, God is murdering them? Basically, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that He has the choice whether they ever die or whether they die at some point, and that's ultimately up to God. And I'm saying that if that's up to God, then it's Him who's doing it. It's not like He's accidentally just letting things happen. It's actively up to Him.
No, because He gives us free will. We
Does He
can
give
lengthen and shorten our lives as we see fit.
Right. But does He give my dog free will?
No, He did not give the animals free will.
So He did kill my dog. The dog's life is completely up to
He
Him.
technically, through this perspective that you have, He kills everything. Yes.
Right.
But it's not. It's not that He arbitrarily is picking, a date out of a hat as for when your dog is going to die. He made the dog a living creature that has a natural life and death cycle. This is not a kid with a magnifying glass over an anthill. This is the Creator creating life itself, which entails death.
Right, but the life entails death part, that's ultimately up to God. He never had to assign the death part. That's God's choice.
So you're saying that because of the way God created life as entailing death and suffering, that he is bad? Or what's I'm trying to get your thesis.
Well, I'm saying if someone kills my dog, I don't care if it's like supernatural or a human. You know, it's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. If someone does a bad thing, and they do it to a lot of things, that's a bad person. So I'm attributing that to God.
Well, I think logically, your thesis is broken.
How so?
Because, well, you're not really differentiating between the nature of something and then somebody of their own free will, like extinguishing a life. Like the nature of life, of mortality, is that we live and then we die. And that's just it's very silly what you're saying, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Humbly.
What you're saying, the nature of life and death, you know, that again is God's choice. He never had to make things die. He never had to make things live. Both of those choices were God's. You
So
know?
why don't okay, look, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but if
That's
you
fine.
think that dying is bad and that suffering is bad, what's going to be your solution? Just to not live? Like you can complain about how God made life all you want. It's not going to change the fact that you are alive. You're going to have to, go through the suffering and that you'll eventually die someday. What is your solution to suffering?
Well, it's to not suffer. You know, if someone's making you suffer, say they put you in a prison and they torture you, you know, those aren't good people who are torturing you. Those are bad people. They are torturing you because that's their choice to do so. And God is doing the same, and that's his choice to do so. And I don't think that's a good thing to do.
No, God gave you life and he gave you free will. He's not like actively torturing people. This is just the consequence of being alive, dude.
Does God know? Yeah, but the consequence of being alive is also God's choice. You know, it's not like he
Okay, well,
can't.
if you're upset about the choice of that God made to make you alive, that's a totally different discussion. But you can't. Well, you can, I guess, say what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense.
I'm saying the way he made me alive, or the way he made things alive, is a bad way of doing so.
How would you have done it?
I wouldn't have made things suffer.
Oh, so then what would that mean? What would that look like?
Well, you wouldn't get, say, poor people who are starving, who can't afford food and will die. You don't get people who can't afford medicine who will die because of it. You won't get stuff like that. It's not necessarily exclusive to the poor. There are issues that people have that will cause them to suffer, and you
So we
won't.
would be living and breathing fleshly bodies that never die, never get sick, and never experience hunger. And what would be the point of that?
Well, it would be that they never suffer. The point would be, it's not necessarily a point so much as it is a god that doesn't cause things to suffer. A good god. You know, I see no value in a god that causes things to suffer.
Huh. That's interesting. I mean, I guess I'd have to ask where you get your ideas of good and bad from. Like, what's just because you seem to you seem to think you know the difference between good and bad because you're saying that what God did is bad or what we think God did is bad. But I don't understand where you're getting the ideas of good and bad from.
Well, I'm getting them, as far as I can tell, from myself. You know, I don't think that suffering is a good thing, and I don't think that anything that will know that something will suffer and causes that thing to happen is a good thing. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
that doesn't answer where you think, where did you get this conclusion from? You just made it up on your own, is basically what you're saying?
Making it up on my own kind of downplays it, but basically, yeah. I don't think.
Well, couldn't you
suffering is a
just
good
change
thing.
your mind then?
I don't know why I would change my mind
But you
on
could.
my
You
own
could
experiment.
conceivably change your mind, though, right?
Based on what?
Based on a new experience.
That suffering is a good thing.
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's say you try a drug, right?
Oh,
And the first time you try it, it's great. Your
right.
experience is that drugs are good. And then the next time you try it, you do a little too much, and you have a bad reaction, and you spend all night throwing up. And now
Right.
your experience has changed, and you think that drugs are bad. So in the
Yeah.
same way that you have now changed your mind, I'm saying it is conceivable to you that you could change your mind on what you think suffering is and whether or not it's bad, right?
Right, but God, in this example, never had to make me suffer. God only had to let me know that drugs are bad, and I would have never suffered in the first place. I would
Which
never have to
sorry,
find that thing out by
which
myself.
God are you referring to? The God of the Christian Bible?
Just any God, whichever God you choose that created me and
Okay,
my
well then I would
existence.
be referring to the understanding of God through the Christian perspective.
Right.
Sorry,
And
could I just ask? I think these arguments only apply to an all-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing God. Do you believe in one of those, or in a God that is all three of them?
yes, I do.
Okay, that was it. Continue conversation.
Yeah.
Why would there be any limitation if he's the one who created limitations in the first place within our own perception?
Yes, that's true. I agree with that. The reason I asked to specify which God we're talking about is because when it comes to God telling you that drugs are bad or whatever, that's the opposite of free will. He gave us free will so that we could make up our own mind. He respects us and loves us enough to allow us to do all the wonderful and terrible things that we do and learn from those experiences. Does
Right.
that kind of clear things up a little bit?
I understand where you're coming from, but again, it causes because he has intention and he knows that things are going to happen. He's like omnipotent, omniscient, and the other word that I don't know. He knows what's going on, and he knows that what he's doing is going to cause me suffering, and he knows that what he's doing is going to cause other people suffering. And
But
if he's going to cause unnecessary suffering to other people, including myself,
No, it's
how do you know?
Hold on.
causing the suffering.
Whoa.
How do you know it's unnecessary in the first place?
well,
Play.
because
Hold on one
he
second. I want
has
to
the
respond to what
ability.
he's saying. That's cool. Just because this was originally between him and me. This is totally open. You guys can jump in. I just do want to respond directly.
Sure.
The whole point of having free will and learning from my perspective, seems to be lost on. This idea that suffering is bad. I've already pointed out that your ideas of what good and bad are completely subjective to your experience. They're not objective. I'm saying that good and bad are objective. They are dictated by God. And that the reason that we are allowed to do all the wonderful and terrible things out of love and respect, and it is a form of a learning process. The idea that suffering is bad, dude, when you do push-ups, it hurts. You get sore, but you get stronger. You know?
Right.
There is a bit of suffering that you go through, but then there is a reward. And I believe that pattern transcends, macrocosmically.
Right. Well, God, using his power, his abilities, would be able to let me know that doing push-ups is good, or he could have made a stronger me. That those are both choices of God, which would have made me suffer less.
Okay,
Or not
you're not
more.
understanding. You're arguing that God should be making choices for you to make you stronger, to make you wiser, when the whole point of it is that he made you who you are and gave you free will, the free will to become stronger, to become wiser. It's up to you, though. The respect
Exactly. You keep
and the
saying
onus
he
is
made
on you.
decisions.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, real fast. Let me say this. You keep saying he made decisions that make you suffer, but it
Right.
is your decisions that make you suffer.
Here. Well
Only
said.
someone else wanting to say something.
On the other hand, I'm always asking this myself: how would the world be where there would be no suffering? How would you even be able to appreciate days where you have no suffering, where everything is fine and beautiful? You could never have this type of appreciation or either a view on what is beautiful or not if there wouldn't be suffering. You know, I think it would be a terrible life, a boring life, if we would be like perfect and we would never suffer or never fall into a trap. You know, it kind of is a in certain ways it's necessary. You know, as a kid you sometimes suffer because you do a stupid thing where you touch the you know the stove and you burn yourself. You will suffer, but from that suffering you will have also learned an important lesson. So the Father makes through free will makes it able to have suffering and existent a thing within our life, and I'm thankful for the pain and suffering I have and still going to have in my life, because it's a beautiful part of it that makes life.
Yeah,
Count it all joy.
So not only suffering has its place, it can also be a great teacher. How wonderful is that? It's amazing.
Right.
But again,
I've
this
got
God
a
is
question.
all powerful.
I've got a
This God is
question
all
for
powerful. He could allow,
Tibbs.
he could make a world where all of us were happy and didn't have to suffer. He doesn't need to make a world where suffering allows happiness. He could have just made a perfect world where we're happy.
Cool,
No,
but
you
did
would
he
have to
do
be a
that?
robot.
Again,
Did
that
he
would be
do that?
boring.
Well,
He
hold
did
on.
make that.
Again, you're saying we would have to be a
Go
robot,
ahead,
but no,
Elisha.
we wouldn't. He's all powerful. He could have made a world where suffering doesn't exist and we have
But did he do
challenges
that,
and
though?
obstacles. No,
But did he do that? So what's the point?
because that means he's just allowing suffering for no reason. He's allowing it because he's allowing
No,
it.
that's just
No,
how
I'm
you
not
choose to paint
understanding.
it. But what's
How do
what's
you
the
not understand
argument
that you're
exactly?
making the decision? You're free. In order to allow you to be free, you have to be able to make decisions. That means good and bad decisions, and bad decisions cause suffering.
Wait, so
The
sorry, are you
alternative is that
saying...
you're
Can I just
free.
ask a question though about the
Wait, sorry, let
argument?
me
Is
just
it
respond to
is
that
the
real quick.
argument just that you don't like the reality?
Hold on.
No,
Hold
no.
on. Everybody's going to get their piece, but I need everybody to speak one at a time. If we have to, we'll just mute and unmute, and we can do like a list, or you guys can just, mod yourselves.
All I was going to say to Witsit is, are you saying that God isn't powerful enough to make a world without suffering and where we have free will?
No, I'm saying it doesn't even logically make sense that that can exist. If you have free will, you have the ability to also make bad decisions. So what you're suggesting is he should give you the ability to make bad decisions, but remove the ramifications of bad decisions, which means you don't actually have free will.
So you are saying that you don't think it's possible for God to create a world with free will and without suffering. That is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying that the necessary byproduct of free will is that bad things can happen because you're allowed to choose things that make bad things happen.
You're just saying that God isn't all
Hold on,
powerful.
just 1 second. No, he's not saying that. What he's saying is that if you're free enough to skateboard, you might wreck yourself, right? But if you have your free will taken away, then you're not going to be able to enjoy the pain of sliding down the rail and landing on the bottom and racking your testicles, right? So freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Again, God made it so that you feel pain when you fall off that board. He could have just... God is all powerful. By definition, he is all powerful in your mind. If you are saying that he is physically incapable of making a world with free will and without suffering, you're saying he's not an all powerful being.
Again, the question is
No, nobody's saying
suffering.
that. What is the reality exactly? Describe it to me.
He's an all-powerful
The
being.
reality is
He's
that
not
suffering
an
exists.
illogical being. Dude, what you're describing
Can
is
I
just not logical.
can I
That's
Platypus,
the issue.
can I continue the dialogue with him?
Isn't it interesting?
So, one
Oh,
second.
sorry.
Yeah, so you said the reality is suffering exists. So what's next?
Sorry, no, I was going to say the reality is suffering exists, and quite a lot of that suffering isn't even because of someone's at fault or something. Sometimes people suffer for no reason.
No apparent reason. I
No.
grant you that. But again, what's next and what's the point?
I'm saying my argument there is that you can't have an all-powerful, all-loving, and all-knowing God in the world that we have. You could have an
Why not?
imperfect God in this world because he is allowing suffering for no reason.
Imperfect by what metric?
By any metric. I don't
Let
really
me
care.
ask one more question.
Let me clarify. Imperfect by your subjective metric. All you're stating here,
Sure.
you're presenting it as if it's an argument, but all you're actually presenting is your dislike for the status quo.
Let me ask
Yes,
one more
I
question.
dislike the world that God created. It is imperfect, and there's illogical suffering for no reason.
But
Okay, so you're unhappy, but does that make it an argument that you're unhappy about the situation?
It's not that I'm specifically unhappy. It's that suffering exists, and quite a lot of suffering is for no reason.
Right, but does that make it an argument that that's your position, that that's how you feel about the situation?
Yes, an all-loving God wouldn't, an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God could not create a world where people suffer for no reason.
But isn't
How
it?
do you know?
But
how do you know? That's just an assumption.
Because he's all-powerful, all-loving, and
Can I-
all-knowing.
can
Why
I
would you allow
please-
people to
Hold
suffer
on.
for
So
no
if
reason?
somebody's all powerful, all loving, and all the rest of it, they can't just do what the flip they want.
Sure, they can do what the flip they want, but
Okay, so
that wouldn't be
if
all-loving.
if that character has all those attributes, then who's the arbiter in that situation of what they do?
Again, if God allows
Please answer
suffering
the
for no reason,
question. Please answer the question.
your
If there's a
question is
character with those,
deviating from my argument.
no. I'm having
Yes,
a
it
dialogue
is.
with you. I'm having a
Yeah,
dialogue with you. If there is a character with all those attributes, who is the arbiter of what they do?
Everyone is the arbiter of what they do. They do whatever they want.
Okay, so if they're the character with all those attributes, then and you said that they're the arbiter, then you don't have an argument. Or other than that you dislike the reality, there isn't actually an argument there. It's just an expression of your stance or your perception or your feelings about it. And I'm not saying that that's incorrect, right?
Okay,
I'm not denigrating that, but I am pointing out that to use that as if that's an argument against the claim or the description of this character with these attributes, it's just a non-starter.
And
it's like you're at the race, the guy smashes the bell or the gun, right? And you haven't moved.
Can I please ask
That's
one
what you're
question specific
presenting,
to
and
his-
I think
That's
I think
not
I'm
what I'm
finished now. But
presenting.
you really need to consider the implications and the consequences of what you say. And I'm not talking about you specifically, but just if you're going to say something, it has to line up. It has to be congruent with itself. Otherwise, it doesn't have any real value.
Can I ask you a question?
You know what?
Can
Real quick, let me respond, and then I'm not even going to say any new stuff. Real quick, you are right. Actually, my response to who is the arbiter of what he does is wrong. If you are all-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing, there are certain things that you can't actually do that would go against that.
Okay, can I ask you this question? Does
Go ahead.
free will include the freedom to choose to experience suffering?
In this world, yes, but you're saying that it's impossible to create a world where free will and suffering and no suffering exists. I don't.
No, you didn't answer my question.
In this world, in my answer to your question is in this world, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the case for every world that could possibly be made.
No, I'm just meaning no. I'm just meaning in general, logically speaking. Does free will include the freedom to choose to experience suffering?
In this world, yes, but if I was an all-powerful being, literally infinite power, I could very obviously create a world that includes free will and doesn't include unnecessary suffering.
But wait.
But you're not that character, are you?
If you're removing that choice from someone, then that's not free will.
Again, you're just saying that God isn't powerful enough to create a world without suffering and free will.
No, you're not listening. If you have free will, that includes the freedom to make decisions that result in suffering. If you remove that freedom to choose something that results in suffering, then you're not granting free will.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're saying that suffering is a necessary consequence of free will. But that's only because this world exists how it is. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You don't have to create a world where suffering and free will are synonymous. You do not have to. God chose to.
Yeah, but that's the reality,
That's not
right?
quite what I'm saying, though.
That is the reality.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm actually saying is that free will includes the freedom to make any decision. Any decision. That's what free will means. If you're saying that he should have pick and choose what decisions one can actually make, then that wouldn't be free will by definition.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he should or shouldn't have allowed something. I'm saying that if you are arguing he is all-powerful, all-loving, and all-knowing, he should have created a world where free will and no suffering exist. And if you are saying that he can't, and
Why?
if you're saying that
Because you say so.
wait. And if you're
You're
saying
that this character ought to
wait.
have done something, but who gives you the authority to put that ought to onto the character that you're describing?
Let me get through. The things that give me that is the three things of all-powerful, all-loving, and all-knowing. If you are saying that God...
That doesn't give you any authority.
Wait, brother, wait. No offense, but let me get through my argument. If you are saying that God was physically incapable of creating a world with free will and without suffering, you are saying that God isn't all-powerful. That is...
That's what you're saying. What that is that's a straw. That's a straw man.
No. If God can't do something,
that is the definition of a straw man. Saying that somebody is saying something that they're not saying.
Okay, if God can't do something, is he all-powerful?
Let me get in just for a
I
second.
didn't say he can't do something. Go ahead.
Just hold on. You've been talking, right? Just real fast. Listen to what I'm saying. It's a true dichotomy for you to have free will and no suffering. For example, if you have free will, you can drink too much, right? So if you're saying if God can't violate a true dichotomy, then he's not all powerful. I got news for you, pal. Nobody can be a married bachelor. You're either married or you're a bachelor. You can't do both.
He made the logical order that gives you the dichotomy. That's what you don't understand. Is the he could have made the decision to remove suffering, but logically speaking, that necessitates that you limit decisions. There is no other way, logically speaking, to take that and then say, oh, that must mean he's not powerful. No, it's just the actual logical order of freedom to choose whatever means freedom to choose whatever. Things can't coexist contradictory. They can't be like, oh, you have the freedom to choose whatever, except you don't have the freedom to choose whatever. His decision was either give them the freedom to choose whatever or do not give them the freedom. He chose to give us the freedom. That's it. That means you have the freedom to choose whatever.
Can I point out something? Can I point out something real quick, which is quite funny regarding the whole thing in itself? Isn't it funny how he gave you the freedom and understanding to know the difference between suffering and good things, and that you have the discernment right now, purely objectively from my perspective right now, I say that I think that suffering is a part of life and a very important part, and you think the opposite, that suffering shouldn't be existing. So isn't it funny how he gave us the free will and ability to actually think about these type of things? So how cruel and bad can a creator be that he doesn't even hide this very discernment from you? Why did he give you the ability to have this moral compass where you say, I personally think suffering is bad, but for example, me, I come along and say, I think suffering is very necessary and is a good thing. And maybe at some point in your life, you will see it with different eyes, maybe the same way as I look at it. Who knows? Not implying that you need to, but I'm just saying it is a wonderful creator who gives us all these abilities to actually even be able to criticize him. Just imagine, like, he's not throwing a rock at you right now. He lets you freely do it. So, I mean, how bad can he be?
Okay, so my response to the first argument is, again, you are just saying that God is incapable of making a world where free will and suffering are not a dichotomy. You are saying that he cannot make a world where free will exists and
no one
where
said
there
that.
isn't. That is what they are saying.
No.
Again, they were saying that suffering is a logical consequence of free will. And that is true under our world's rules. But again, God made the rules. He made everything. He made it so that suffering follows free will. He could have just not made it that way. He is all powerful.
So what? Why do you even bother? I mean, why don't you think about this thing I just talked about, which is even more mind-boggling? Why does this creator, which you at this very moment think is a probably evil because he makes suffering a thing to be existent, why in the first place does he give you the ability to come to that conclusion? Why is he not just making a filter where he hides the ability to understand this from you? Like he gives you the choice to be critical about him, that we can even have these discussions. So
let me break it down like this. Let's say there's a tree. You're looking at a tree, okay? You have the freedom to either water the tree, let it grow, right? Or you have the freedom to cut down the tree and destroy it. If you go and try to cut down the tree, but then the tree doesn't fall, did you actually have free will to cut down the tree?
Again, you're working from our logic of our world. God made the logic. He could have just made the logic differently. You are either saying that God is incapable.
That's not an argument.
Wait. Sorry, I've got one sentence left. You are either saying God is incapable of making a world where free will and suffering are not synonymous, or you are just saying that. Oh wait, no, that's it. You are just saying that God is incapable of making a world without free will and suffering. And not
you're appealing to possibility that you're appealing to possibility that you can't even logically articulate. So that's why.
So are you saying that God couldn't?
Let me just say this, man. Let me just say
This
this.
is not
You're
a
basically
coherent
suggesting
argument.
that the creator. You're basically suggesting that there's a situation that the creator could give us free will, but there would be no suffering. But you won't be able to articulate how. You're just saying that God should be able to do it somehow. I don't know. Because it makes no sense. It makes no sense because if you have the freedom to either water the tree or cut the tree down, if you go to cut the tree down, but then the tree doesn't fall, you didn't have free will. You had the illusion of free will, but as soon as you went to act on that free will, you didn't actually have it. So that's the point that I'm making to you. Can you actually articulate some alternative logical system that would include free will, but not the ability to attain suffering? Because if you cannot, you're vaguely appealing to possibility from a mortal mind, pretending that you can understand the complexity of this decision.
No, you are the one who is appealing to a mortal mind. You are saying that God is physically incapable of creating a world where free will.
You keep reiterating that as if we've said that. Nobody has said that, right? So
yes, you are. You're saying.
You appeal.
Don't interrupt, please, Elijah. Yes. Elijah, please let him finish.
Thank you. You are saying that you cannot have a world where free will does not lead to suffering. That is using our world's logic. And God created our world. He could have just created it differently.
Meaning that he could have created it where if you go up to the tree and cut it down, the tree doesn't actually fall, right?
This whole tree example, none of it matters because God created the tree, God created the act, and God created the logic system. He could have just made it differently. He could have made it where if you cut down that tree, there are no negative consequences.
But did he do that?
Yeah, exactly. He did it. That's my argument. That's exactly my argument.
No, that's not your argument. I asked you a question. Did he do the possibility that you're claiming?
No, that's my point. He
Okay,
can't
so
be
what's the
all
point
powerful.
then?
My point is, he can't be all powerful, all loving, and all knowing, and have created a world where free will leads to suffering.
That's
You
just
can't
your
even
opinion.
define the words
That's
loving
literally just an
without
expression
the
of
antithesis.
opinion, as if it's an argument. That's not an argument. That will never.
Wait,
that will
how
never.
can you even?
That will never hold logical water.
But this is what I don't understand. Like, how do people understand this? You can't define love without the lack of love. Nothing can exist without nothing can exist without the absence of it also being a thing. This is just basic logic. Your argument
agree
keeps
with you.
reverting back to your argument keeps reverting back to, well, that's the logic of this world. Okay, that's why I asked you, can you articulate an alternative, or are you just appealing to vague, ambiguous possibility?
No, it's why does it matter if I can or can't articulate an alternative? If God is all powerful, there is no alternative that he can't create. He is all powerful. If you are saying that there isn't an alternative that God can't create, then you are saying he is not all powerful.
Let's do another one, right? Let's make another argument like that. Okay, so either God created the universe or he didn't. Well, no, if he's almighty and all powerful, he could have done both. So let's think of a way where he could do both, where he did create the universe and he didn't at the same time. Because that's me mirroring your argument. It's a dichotomy. It's either one or the other. You're either married or you're a bachelor. You can't do both. So you pointing out a dichotomy, which is a true dichotomy, and saying, ha, this is a dichotomy, therefore your God is not all powerful, that's weird, bro. It's a squatting dog fallacy. You're pointing out a truthism. This is true. Therefore, what I'm saying next is automatically true, which is not true. Thanks.
Again, God created the universe. He created it such that is a dichotomy. He could have just made it so it wasn't a dichotomy. He created everything. He created that dichotomy, and he created the fact.
If there wasn't a
Is that not
range,
the
then nothing would
story?
have meaning.
How do you know that he could have done anything you're suggesting?
Because if he's all powerful, then he could have done literally anything.
But
I don't think you understand the. I don't think you understand the definitions of the words you're using to bolster your position.
All
So wait, this
angry.
is what.
Is that
let's
not?
just say, no,
Wait.
I got you.
All
I got
powerful.
to figure it out for you. Okay, you're right. He could have done it. Okay, he could have done it. He had the decision of making a life with meaning, or he could have chosen to make a life void of meaning. You're saying that he should be able to do contradictory things at the same time.
No,
That's what
I'm
you're
not saying that. I'm saying that he made it such that was a contradiction. It didn't have to be a contradiction. He made that so it was. Wait. So that it was a contradiction. He made everything. He made the rules of everything. He made it so it was a contradiction. He could have just made it so it wasn't a contradiction.
Why do you think?
Why is it a contradiction? Where's the contradiction here?
Why do you think he gave you the ability to state the things that you're stating right now? Like literally.
So my belief.
Where is the contradiction? I want you to articulate it.
I'm sorry. I mean all contradictions. He made it so that all contradictions are contradictions. So the light and dark being a dichotomy, he made it so that light and dark were a dichotomy. He could have just made a different universe with different sets of rules.
Yeah, but why are you bringing up? Why are you bringing up But hold on. What's it? Why is he bringing up non-substantiated possibilities as if that makes an argument?
Because God is all powerful. There isn't something that isn't possible
Okay,
with God.
okay. When you bring up God is all powerful, where are you pulling this from?
Is that not? That's why I asked this at the start of the
but
thing when
just
I
answer
joined.
the question.
Hold
Just
on,
answer
there's
the question.
interruptions happening. Let's not have that. Go ahead. Username.
I'm assuming that you guys are thinking that. If you guys don't think that, then yeah, you're right. My argument doesn't apply. Only for and all loving, all powerful, and all knowing God does my argument apply.
Do you believe that?
Do
you believe in a God and that he is that horrible thing?
I'm an agnostic, but there are logical arguments against him.
So
against him
agnostic
being
meaning that you
all-powerful
don't have
and-
enough information?
Yeah, but I believe there are logical
Okay.
arguments against a
then,
God existing that's all
pretend
powerful.
you're
and
agnostic, as you say.
Briggs,
Well,
relax.
he's
bro. Let me
going in
finish.
circles
I
and
don't
no
care,
one's helping
dude.
him.
I don't care. Let him
I know
finish
you
his
don't
thought,
care,
please.
but now you're interrupting the actual conversation.
Just let him finish his thought.
Well, I'd like to continue the dialogue.
He's been repeating himself over and over. I'm trying to close it up.
I've been trying to respond. I think when someone asks me why are you saying that there's a world where free will and no suffering exist, I respond because God's all powerful. He could have made a world like that.
Right. Can I go back there? So when I
go ahead,
asked
Elijah.
you where are you
Go ahead.
pulling this from, I asked that specifically because I'm assuming that you're pulling it from scripture, right?
No, I
that's
asked it at the beginning of this conversation.
Right, but you're citing the scripture that we hold to, right?
I was just citing your belief in general. I don't
Right.
care where you get it from.
Yeah, right. So along with that belief, there's other things that are stated. So if you're going to just use that one thing to make your argument, you could perhaps have maybe a quarter of a coherent argument based on like subjective point of view. But if you're going to do it in totality, then you have to include all the rest that's said about the creator. And the other things that are said about the creator which pertain to what you're talking about is that he has a certain order that he will not violate. So he cannot change is one of the fundamental statements that he makes of himself, and that is said of him. And I'm not going to go on and like do a whole preach, but if you were to look up all the different things and put them together and then see if you can find as you feel a contradiction, then perhaps you might be somewhere. But when you take them all into account, there is no contradiction as you're suggesting, because it's not as if he's going to go and do something that's against his very nature. And he describes his nature, and it's all to do with the Torah and the ways of doing things, and that he can't abide certain things, and etc. etc. I'm not going to get lost in that. But if you ignore all those things when you bring up one of the other things in scripture, then your argument is effectively just cherry picking, and that's a bad argument.
So
I'm
sorry, let me try to understand. Let me try and understand. Are you saying that God places limitations upon himself?
I think the way you're framing it is kind of...
No. Clarify if
hold
I'm
on,
wrong. It was genuinely a question.
No, I understand, but even the way you ask the question, it suggests something as if it's like the tee up for a gotcha or another argument. But it's not as if limitations or anything. It's simply he has his way, and he's not going to deviate from his way. So if you consider that a deviation, sure, but I think a better way to say it would be that's his fundamental integrity, and that it's by that unchangeable nature that the whole of the creation and the universe is able to even be sustained in the first place.
Right. His decision to do that's not synonymous with an inability to do something else. Does that make sense? Let me progress the conversation. Trust me, this is going to progress the conversation. Let's say like this. Okay, let's say you're right. Yes, if he's all powerful, he has the ability to do anything. There's no limit on what he did. And like we just said, he could have made a decision, and that's not synonymous with an inability to do it, right? So say that he did have the ability to do any hypothetical you're talking about, but he chose to make it this way so that it has meaning, and you have the ability to fail, so that not failing or doing what's right has true meaning. Okay? Let's say he made that decision. What this now does is boil your argument down to an argument that you're claiming a position of moral superiority. That's what this comes down to. Say he did make that decision, and he's chosen to make it this way so that suffering exists, so that you can understand fulfillment by understanding the opposite of that. He chose to make it that way. You're saying, well, he could have not made it that way. Like, okay, so then you're implicitly suggesting that he could have done it better, right?
Well,
that's your actual argument.
I hate to be like this, but you've just added another word. Are you saying that God is incapable of making a world with free will, without suffering, and where we don't have meaning? And where we have meaning, sorry. You've just added another list.
Buddy, what I'm saying is he chose to make it this way. Your actual argument is that he could have done it better. That's the facts. That's your actual argument.
Sorry, my argument is a God who is all-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing wouldn't have made a world this way.
Yeah, and
that's your claim. That's your claim, right? Your claim that all-powerful, all-loving God would have done it. yeah, would have done it differently or could have done it better. So again, your argument is actually that of one of moral superiority to a creator. So, meaning that if there's a creator that exists, you would have been able to do it better than him, and that you think that his decision is not all loving by your definition.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he could have done it better. It's not that I think he could have done it better. He literally could have done it better. Suffering
Right.
exists.
When you make that
Well, what do
statement,
you,
right?
is it because of suffering and pain? Oh, sorry.
Well, it's yeah.
Is that
Can
why
I
you're
just-
saying that? Well, I'll just say real quick. What if it wanted to create that suffering and pain? For example, like people love, I'll just use a video game analogy. People love making video games where they're shooting and blowing people's heads off. People like watching horror movies where they're in fear and they're, the person in the movie is being chased with a knife or whatever. So I'm just saying, just as that analogy, like, have you considered that the creator actually wants to create all of these things, including the pain and suffering, as part of its own experiential desires within its own being?
Here I go back to, you're using in-universe logic to the creator. You are saying that God couldn't have made a film.
Where does that logic come from?
The universe that it is as now. I'm saying there could have been a better universe. If God created... Wait. If
Let him
God,
finish, and then Elisha, you should go next, because I kind of interrupted you. Let's let username and then Elisha. Go ahead.
God could have made a world where free will exists, where there is no suffering, and where we all have meaning. He could have. He's all-powerful. He simply didn't. This world is not that.
Right. When you make that statement, the moment you said could have done something other than what is done, and especially like I told you earlier, how you're effectively cherry picking because of your, without being impolite, you're just a lack of complete understanding of the attributes of the creator, right? So don't take that as personal insult. Just, it's relevant, right? When the moment you say could have done such and such, that isn't the case, you're not talking about the same character. Anytime you enter in the realm of possibility of something that is not, you're now moving the goalpost from the character that you're talking about to a non-existent potential character. And I think if you can at least acknowledge that that's what you're doing every time, then you will realize why I'm saying, and I hope you don't take it like too personally, the argument in and of itself is not like, it's not a proper argument. There isn't actually a point there because you're talking to nothing effectively. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whether you agree, do you understand?
Yeah. But here's my response to that. You're talking about the attributes of God, but the attribute of him being unchanging is simply a consequence of him being all-knowing. All of these attributes of God are simply logical consequences of the three pillars: all-knowing, all-loving, all-powerful. You can't change your opinion on something. If you've always known about it, you will always know about it, and you know the future entirely. You physically can't. So these attributes that you're talking about are just logical conclusions from the three main pillars.
Yeah, but wait up, dude. What you just said a second ago
It's still not
what
an
you said a
argument,
second
though.
ago. Well, let me say this. What you said a second ago was, I'm not saying it could have been better. I'm saying it factually could have been better. Okay, that is fundamentally illogical because you're implementing the word better, which is subjective. So you're claiming that your determination of better subjectively is objective. Okay, so this goes back to my other point, which is that your whole argument is, in fact, that say he's all-knowing and all-loving and made the conscious decision to make this world the way that he did, it is of your opinion he could have done it better. It has to be your opinion because the word better is subjective.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I just wanted to say, it's not that sorry, your quote at the start was he could have done it better. Sorry, I meant to say I can't think of a way that he could have done it better. I'm not an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God. But kids are born with cancer. Babies are born with cancer. Random violent acts of evil occur for no reason. Suffering happens for no reason. People suffer not because of the choices that they've made, but because the world forces that suffering upon them.
That's
You
not
cannot
true.
invoke.
People
You cannot
absolutely
invoke.
suffer. Sorry, people absolutely suffer from the choices they make. Yes,
What did
my
a
son
baby
had
do?
cancer. Hold on. Yes, my son had cancer. But who set off thousands of nukes in Earth's atmosphere? We
Okay,
did,
but what did that baby do
right?
to deserve cancer?
It's not what the baby did. It's the ancestors before him that set off the nukes in the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Free will.
That means
Free will, right?
that means the baby is suffering because of past humans, something that isn't even the baby's fault. If the baby
But
isn't
to
at fault,
prevent the suffering means you had to eliminate the free will before that, which
again,
comes
you're
back
saying
to
that.
the full. No, no.
You're,
Oh my gosh!
you're saying that, but God is all powerful. He could have made a world where these three things exist. He could have. He's all powerful.
So if you're all powerful, you can make true dichotomies, like
If
that
you're all
are
powerful,
both.
you decide what is a dichotomy. He made it such that that is a dichotomy.
Correct.
Light and
Correct.
dark don't have to be a dichotomy. He made
But they
it that
are.
way.
But they are. So you're suggesting that you could have done it better. Like there's no way around it. What you're saying when you say stuff like when the bad things happen for no reason whatsoever, and you say it with all this conviction, you are literally and physically incapable of making that claim. There is no way possible that you could say no reason whatsoever unless you were all knowing. What you're doing is claiming that you could have done it better or that you can think of a way that you could do it better. But when pressed upon that, you say, I can't think of any other way. And then you pretend it's objective, although it is factually not objective because you're invoking subjective terms like better. So you have two fundamental
Babies,
problems here. You're making an objective argument, although built upon a subjective opinion. And secondly, you're invoking the phrase no reason whatsoever, although you're incapable of ever knowing such a thing.
babies being born with cancer is objective suffering that wasn't caused by them. That's not a subjective argument. Babies being born to die is objectively suffering for something that is outside of their control.
How do you know? How do you know what decisions they do or do not make? Can you please show me how you know that? Since now you're the one that's all
is your
knowing.
argument a baby deserves cancer?
See, now what you're now trying to do is flip it around to virtue signal and try to make it sound like I'm somehow immoral, right? That it's just a basic tack. It's like a leftist tack. No, you made the claim. Don't flip it on me. You made the claim that you know the baby had nothing to do with why I had cancer. How do you know that?
Because it's a fucking baby. It hasn't had any actions yet. The reason I brought that up wasn't virtue signaling. It's because you said my argument is subjective. So I gave you babies suffer for no reason. That's an objective fact.
It's not. You can't say no reason because that would require you be all knowing. Third time I've said that. Secondly, I'm asking you to back up your claim that you know the baby had nothing to do with it, and you said because they've had no time to do actions. What? As soon as they're conceived, they're doing action.
So
Well, can we talk?
baby
Can we talk
kicking
about that real quick? Because I want to make a point on.
Wait. A baby? Are you saying that an unborn fetus can make actions which God then decides they deserve cancer?
I'm saying that I'm incapable of possibly knowing, but you're claiming that you do know.
No, you're saying that. But
you understand?
What you are effectively saying is that baby deserved cancer. There's a reason that baby deserved cancer.
No. What I'm saying is I am not all-knowing. Therefore, I could never make a claim as to knowing all the variables at play, whether it be that baby's actions, decisions, or intention, whether that be where that baby was before it was in this life, whether that's the same spirit that was here before it, whether it's actually their ancestors that are causing it and they couldn't remove the ancestors' free will. If you prevented it from suffering the consequences of their ancestors, you have to remove the ancestors' free will, and thus on a holistic stage, that would be the lack of freedom, thus the lack of meaning. I'm the one that is humbly admitting I am not in a position to possibly know all the variables. You, on the other hand, are claiming that you do know the extent of all the variables, and thus are in a position to morally critique a creator. This is definitely what your argument is.
So two things. If you are saying that the baby deserves suffering because of ancestors or people other than itself, then again, you are just saying that the baby has suffered for reasons outside of its own control. I can't control what my ancestors did. Why do I have to suffer for their actions?
You notice how you didn't actually address my point? You notice how my point was that you're not addressing it.
That's why I said I've got two bits. The second bit, again, you are simply saying that there might be a possibility that that baby did something to deserve cancer. How can you possibly argue that? Seriously, this is a genuine question. How could you possibly argue that babies deserve cancer?
See, first of all, I didn't say that they deserve cancer. And you keep on trying to pigeonhole me into that, making as if I made that claim, because it's virtue signaling. Because when people lose logical debates, they turn to emotion. What I actually said was, I'm incapable of knowing all the variables. I even gave a random, pulled out of the blue example. What if that spirit has a previous existence that's being punished for? What I do know for a fact is that you have no idea, and that I have no idea, and yet your entire argument is built upon the presumption that you do know, and that you're all knowing regarding the culpability of the baby. Right? So that is the point that you will not address.
Okay. So let's say it is a past life. Does the baby have any memory of its past life? If your memory is wiped and you have amnesia, you are not the same person as before. That is a different person. You don't like the same people, you don't have the same interests. You can basically be called a different person. And again, that would just be the baby suffering from someone else's actions.
Well, no, you don't know what you're talking about.
Can I get in line?
I've been trying to get it, but it's nearly impossible. So yeah,
why don't you go ahead and I'll go after you.
Well, basically, are babies consciously aware? Because last I remember, they're not really completely consciously aware until a certain age. And in order to suffer, well,
they can feel pain from the moment of birth.
Sure,
even
they
before.
They can feel pain, but that's not addressing the fact of my question as to whether or not they're consciously aware. Because I was circumcised, as a baby. Do I remember that happening to me? No. Did I suffer during that time period? Well, I guess my parents could vouch for that, but I think that they would say that they suffered along with me through that experience.
So are you saying if
I remember? Well, I'm not done saying anything, really.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
But go ahead, make your point.
No, finish your point. I interrupted you.
Well, I'm just saying, because it's no different than when you're suffering as an adult, right? Like, and you go to sleep at night, and you're completely asleep. Are you suffering at that point? No, you're not completely consciously aware. That's not to say you're not alive, you don't feel pain. You're just not cognizant of it. And so if we were to drive that point home, then we could say that maybe the babies got cancer due to something that the parents did, not necessarily that baby's individual choice. I mean, that's the point I was trying to make.
We've got 2 points, and then I want to pass it over to the guy that wanted to speak before. My one is, are you saying that if you don't remember your suffering, it's allowed? And then secondly, if the baby is suffering because of something that their parents did, again, that is just saying the baby is suffering from something outside of its control. So it is unfair.
Well, the point I was trying to drive home was the fact that in order to suffer, you have to be consciously aware of it.
So are you saying that if you cannot remember the suffering, or if you aren't consciously aware of the pain, it's allowed?
Not saying that it's allowed, just saying that are you really suffering if you're not realizing that you're suffering? Basically,
you're feeling pain. You feel pain in the moment. That is suffering. Just because you might not remember that pain tomorrow, you still felt pain in that moment. So
well, you're kind of skipping over the point, because again, it's about being consciously aware of the pain. Like I said, like I feel pain, right? But when I'm sleeping and I'm dead asleep, that pain is no longer there. Am I still suffering at that point, even though whatever's causing me to suffer prior to me going asleep is still present. I'm just not aware of it. Am I still suffering at that moment?
Is someone allowed to attack you whilst you're asleep? As long as you don't wake up, as long as there are no long-lasting ramifications, can someone just decide to attack you?
Well, no.
Obviously not. Just because you aren't awake to experience the suffering doesn't mean it isn't suffering.
Well, that's the point I'm making. Like, that's the question at hand. Like, what do we call suffering?
I just don't understand how this is not understood. If a mother wants to hurt her baby after it's born, okay, that's egregious and it's terrible, and the baby didn't do anything to deserve that, as far as we can tell. And this happened recently. Someone got arrested for it, right? So the mother wants to hurt the baby once it's born. The alternative is that you don't allow the mother to do that. So you prevent her from doing that, which means you remove her free will. Okay? So although there can be an innocent victim, to remove that possibility means you must, by definition, remove the free will of the person inflicting the harm. So this applies to the same thing that everyone likes to bring up, pretending they're more moral than a creator, which is babies having cancer. Okay? When in reality, the parents just start injecting them with all kinds of crazy stuff as soon as they're born, and then they have parasitic cellular infection, misdiagnosed as cancer. So
that is
people
true,
want
by
to
the way.
pretend they want to pop out just dying. No, that's not even really what happens. They get injected. So should the mother be disallowed from harming the baby? Because if your answer is yes, that means that you're advocating for no free will.
Just two things. One, fetuses can have cancer, so even before they're born, they can have cancer. But that's beside the point. Again, this goes back to my point of you are saying that God is incapable of making a world where we have free will and where there is not unnecessary suffering. You're saying that free will leads to suffering because people can choose to do bad things. I understand your logic, but again, God created that logic. He could have just made it different.
Am I able to respond just yet?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, man.
Okay, so here's where I'm coming from. God's intention was always for this place to be perfect. There'd be no disease, no death, no decay, but he had to give free will to Adam and Eve. He knew they would choose their own way to go, and he knew that death and decay and cancer would enter into the world, but that was not his doing. That was our choice to bring the brokenness of the fall into the picture. But this is what we're doing. This is amazing, by the way. It's philosophy, it's daydreaming, it's wondering, and it's pondering. And yes, if you're thinking about like a Hollywood movie, someone could create a God that could be all powerful and make it a certain way different than it is now. But since we live in reality, and since we're in this temporal state of brokenness, this is not where it's always going to be. He has a redemptive plan. The earth is going to be refined by fire. The new Jerusalem is going to come down. The evil one's going to be slain. There is going to be no more pain, suffering, or death. You're judging the creator in this finite, infinite, like a little tiny moment, being all upset about it, when in the grand scale of eternity, and I'm just speaking out of my own faith. I'm not saying you have to believe like me. If you're looking at eternity, this is a blip on the radar where he's correcting it as fast as possible, and he is sovereign, and it's not going to make sense to our brains, but it's going to work out. And that's the reality we live in. So the last 30 minutes, how much glory have you brought to the Creator by honoring Him and being humble and worshiping Him? Or have you just been mad that the God that isn't one you want to serve because cancer exists?
All right, hold on. Somebody else said, can I respond now? Or was it you, Boston?
No, that was me. Yeah, I just wanted...
Oh, okay. You just sounded different. All right.
Yeah, I
We're
just want to
judging
point
him
out
harshly in this tiny moment when his redemptive plan includes the restoration of all things.
I don't know if you're trying to say something right now, because
I think your Bluetooth disconnected, Austin.
Yeah. Was that
Right,
Austin? It sounded like Boston was the one.
Yeah, I believe it was run Boston.
I think Larry was trying to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it doesn't matter what you believe, right? There's suffering in this world, right? And I heard famous people quote say that to be alive is suffering. So if you take a look at like what that really means, like if you're alive, like eventually you're going to die, right? And you talked earlier about some things, and I just want to point out that, you know, we have all these things built into us that are designed into us. For example, the will to want to survive, right? So if I get too close to the ledge, my brain is going to do this thing where it like shuts me down to where I can't get too close to the ledge to where I can't kill myself. And if, you know, I touch a TV and I get electrocuted when I'm 3, like I'll remember that to when I'm 40, which I do vividly, right? And even though I suffered when I touched that hot wire, like I have, you know, trauma that's embedded in my memory where I know to shut down the breaker anytime I do anything in my house. So that suffering is a good thing. And I must ask this question: how else do you create diamonds or pure gold? Right? In order to have the finer things in life, you must suffer through it, right? You got to suffer through your college debt, right? That gave you all this programming and, you know, the way that you talk and walk and everything. Like I could tell you're a college student. Like the fact that you're afraid to say baby and you keep saying fetus like it means something other than offspring. Like you got to suffer through that college debt that you're racking up for yourself. But it might make you a better earner in the future and attract better mates. And that goes for all men. You're going to suffer if you want a high quality mate. You're going to suffer through the heat. You're going to suffer through the labor that you're having to do to acquire the goods, because any woman in her right mind is going to want a man who can suffer on her behalf, because she's going to suffer for him while she's weak, in a weakened state after labor and taking care of her young. So life is all about suffering, but suffering isn't necessarily a bad thing. The suffering that I went through made me who I am today. My son suffered immensely in the earlier part of his life, going through spinal tap after spinal tap after spinal tap, bone marrow, all those things. But that dude is tough as nails. He's a Taekwondo black belt. We box. I'm a 300-pound man. I punch this dude in his liver and he keeps coming. You know why?
Does he
Because he
remember
suffered.
that?
He
Does he
remembers a lot
remember
of it,
that
yeah.
suffering? Okay.
Oh, yeah, a lot of it, yeah. He remembers a lot of it. Because he was 2,
What was
right?
the
So that means
oldest?
he was
What was
still
his
going
oldest
through
age?
chemo. Sorry, he was still going through mild chemo treatments at 5 and 6 years old. But the most of his suffering was when he was 2. But he immediately went into remission after a month, but still kept going for years back and forth to Dallas and getting spinal taps and methotrexate and vincristine, and I think that's what it was called. And, you know, all this stuff. But that dude is tough as nails. He's got more heart than anybody I've ever met. And I mean heart like in the boxing sense. He has
Let me ask you a
so
question
much
about
freaking heart because of his suffering.
Could I
I
add
want to ask you
one
something
real
about that.
quick thing?
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be quick. It's one of the key attributes of the creator is that he's long suffering. So for the guy who was talking, you had to, I think you should add that to your descriptions and the questions that you're asking. But go ahead, Flat.
What'd you call me? But Larry, let me ask you something. Did when your son was going through all that, did anything change within you? Was there any like significant
Oh,
changes
yeah. Oh, yeah.
made within you? Because that was
Oh,
the point that I was mentioning about the kid's suffering. It
oh,
might
yeah.
not be for the kid rather than for the parent, or maybe the parent's actions or something along those lines. Not saying that it's justful, but who am I to say, right? It's just I'm just trying to make sense of it. That's all, man. I know it
Yeah, for
sounds a little
anybody who like
far-fetched, crazy.
who's heard me speak for years and they know that I have patience abundantly, there's a reason why I have patience abundantly, and it's because the Most High God put my family through a test in the early stages of my family development, and we passed that test, and we are 10 times stronger because of it.
Right. So had your son not go through that, maybe those changes would have never happened within you, and maybe your
Absolutely.
whole relationship, yeah, would have been different with your kid. Like, who's to say, right? But
Yeah, but all that was just suffering, you know. Damn God for that, right?
You know what's funny? If you understand the word that's being used, it's to endure something. So you can choose to suffer or you can choose to not suffer. Like, the saying, "I don't suffer fools lightly." So, if you think about what life is and what suffering actually is in practice, then life itself is intrinsically linked with suffering. And the suggestion that that's like somehow not a good thing is weird, because it's fundamental to our existence, and it's also fundamental to the Creator, because you lot don't live that long. He's been here since day dot, and he knows exactly all the nonsense that we're gonna get up to. Anyway, carry on.
Hey, Larry, you said that he put you through that situation. What I think may have happened is, because of the fallen nature of the world, that situation arose and he saw you through it. Of course, things pass through his hands and he has to approve or let things happen, but I don't think he chose per se to have that happen. Another thought was to you pick a username. If you think about it this way, if a man walks into the back of a crowded room and starts handing out money, hands $1, $5, $20, $100, 50, all over, just started handing random bills out to everybody, no one would call that man to evil. And if you think about it, life is a blessing. Even if conception happens and a woman loses the child in the womb, the whole thing with life and death is not my business. It's not. I don't have authority over life and death, but he does, and he understands it. And so I believe him to be sovereign. I don't think he's evil if a baby gets cancer before they even come out. That's God's deal. But I do trust him, and I do know that he's watching over us. So that's where I land.
Sure, for you said something a little while ago about Adam and Eve. The original sin from Adam and Eve is why the world is the way it is today. And from the story of the Bible, that is true. But God, as soon as God created it, even before, God created Adam and Eve, and he knew that they were going to eat the apple. He knew that. He could have chosen to create an Adam and Eve that have free will and that didn't eat the apple. He, again, allowed all of these actions to lead to suffering.
Right.
And, by the way, I agree with you that suffering can be a good thing, but it also can be a bad thing. Babies being born with cancer that is not survivable. I'm not talking about cancer where you take a bit of chemo and you survive. I'm talking about a baby being born destined to die. The parents suffer and the baby suffers, and that is illogical.
There's information you're kind of removing from this statement or position that you're taking, though.
What information am I leaving out?
To suggest that the reality is illogical,
guess we'll never know.
No sense. That's
you said
like saying water is wet, and that's illogical because water is wet and you don't like that it's wet and you prefer that it's dry. And those sentences that you're putting together, you really need to understand the consequences of the words you're using.
Okay, but
well,
then
I'm happy to help you, but Jeremy would have to give me permission, I guess.
Are you saying that babies should be born with cancer? Is that what you are saying to me? Because if that is your argument, then I have no clue how to respond to that, because what the fuck?
Elijah, you're a little quiet, just so you know.
I understand. Sorry if you couldn't hear me, but no, nothing I said suggested that. So the fact that that's what came to your head really troubles
that was your response to my
really
baby
troubles
argument.
The concerned citizen to whether you're. It's not because I don't get the impression that you're taking the mick, right? You're engaging in a constructive way. So the question is, why are you not able to follow the line of dialogue, and that you jump to such weird conclusions? Because all I'm saying to you is the description that you gave, right? If we were to break down each individual case, so just pick a random fairy tale one, for example, child's born with uncurable cancer. Okay, but there has to be a consequence for that, right? Whether you understand the consequence or not is irrelevant. But just because that's the case and that certain events led up to that case doesn't mean it's illogical. That had to happen if those other events happen in the first place, right? It's cause and effect. So that is perfectly logical. Now, does that mean that the negative perception the father and the mother and the grandmother and all of that have about that event, does that mean that like I'm nullifying that? No, I'm not. Obviously it's painful, obviously it's horrible, but to suggest that in and of itself makes it illogical is an illogical statement. So hopefully you understand me a bit more clearly now.
I'm sorry, at one point you said actions lead to consequences. Are you saying that the baby could have got cancer, uncurable cancer, because of something else?
It doesn't just generate cancer independently, like spontaneous cancer. That doesn't happen.
That's what cancer is. It's a random mutation.
No, that's not true. You have to go back to the drawing board. Your fundamental understanding of some of the topics you're bringing up is lacking.
I agree with that sentiment there.
Cancer is a random mutation in cell regeneration.
They want you to think it's random.
That's not. No,
It's
that's
not
just
random.
not true. That's just not true. Where are you getting this from?
This
You
is
got
just
carcinogenic
cancer.
items. You got
Yes, carcinogenic
items.
items can, radiation can, all of these things can lead to cancer. But again, one form of cancer is just a complete random mutation during cell division.
That's what the doctors tell you, so that they can act like they don't know where it comes from.
Okay, but even if you're saying
maybe we just need to give you a biology lesson because
sure.
maybe the reasons some of your arguments are so seemingly unsound is that your fundamental understanding of the world that you live in is lacking for whatever reason, be it because you haven't really investigated the topics that you're bringing up, or I don't know, you're just not aware of it. Ignorance is not it's not a sin, it just is what it is, right? But that seems to be, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, and maybe the room could chime in and give their opinion, but that seems to be the overarching linchpin to everything you're saying in this discussion, is that somewhere along the line your fundamental understanding or position is either unsound or lacking relevant information.
One of the things you brought up is something can lead to cancer. You know what? Sure. Let's say a baby, an unborn baby, I don't care what you call it, by the way, I've switched between fetus and baby. An unborn baby is given cancer because the mum went near some, I don't know, fucking radiation, or she ingested some toxins. That isn't the baby's fault, is it? The pain that baby feels from that moment, wait. The pain that baby feels from that moment until it dies is suffering which was caused by something outside of its control.
Right. What's the point?
Why did the baby suffer? It had no reason to suffer.
Well, no, that's not true, though. It literally, hold on, even in the example you gave, it literally did have a reason. It was in the case you gave, an ingestion of a toxin.
He's asking the same question for over an hour now. Can anyone else like to address this guy?
It has
it all started in the beginning, man.
It has a logical reason. I understand that you're saying it has a logical reason. I am saying ethically, morally, it does not have a good reason to exist. That baby didn't do anything to cause that suffering. That baby could not have stopped its mum from ingesting something. That baby didn't choose the suffering. It suffers because of stuff outside of its control.
Right. So, I don't understand what the problem is.
So that the point is, people suffer for things that they can't control. People suffer,
and they also suffer for things that they can control. What is the point? What is the point, though? Like, stating the obvious is one thing, but what's the point?
I believe the whole time he just has a worst case scenario fallacy of some sort.
It doesn't matter if this is the worst case. This is a case.
Let him address what is your point? What is the point?
My point is, you can't have an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God that allows people to suffer for no reason, for reasons outside of their control.
There's a reason.
There's a logical turn of events, sure, but there isn't an actual good ethical reason for this.
Well, I mean, there is an actual reason, and it all started in the beginning.
Yeah, but why are you conflating? Why are you conflating actions and consequences and the reasons behind those to morality and your subjective take on the moral discussion.
Because actions do lead to consequences. I agree with you. But someone outside of your control, shit outside of your control, if something happens outside of your control, why should you face the consequences for it?
Because that is how actions and consequences work.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, no, it literally is.
Wait,
if you're walking down the street and some clown closes his eyes and his car veers off and knocks you over, that is completely logical in the sense that because he did that, the end result was boom, you're dead, or boom, you're hit. What you're doing is you're taking that and suggesting that somehow those things that are just reality, right? This is not something to be argued. It's a reality that whether you do a good thing or do a bad thing, sometimes things happen outside of your control. Okay, big deal. What you're doing is you're conflating that with somehow this shouldn't happen from this moral perspective that I'm choosing to define in my own specific worldview. This is you speaking, right?
May I speak to Elijah?
Words into your mouth.
I want
I'd like to speak to Elijah.
I'd like to speak next after you,
sentence.
sir.
Okay,
I
sure,
promise
Pam.
one sentence. I promise one
Okay.
sentence. All I'm going to say is,
I might as well go to another chat room. Holy shit!
Sorry, one last sentence.
It's okay.
God could have made a world where you do not have to suffer for actions or stuff outside of your consequences. He could have made a world where that didn't happen.
Well, he did.
But you've said that again, and then you're coming in again. You've said it at least 20 times. Okay, Elisha, if you want to continue with this guy, I think that you have a chance, but you have to attack his ideology. What you're doing is you're attacking a symptom that keeps popping up, but you're not attacking the cause. The cause comes from his lack of logical deduction. He said that he was agnostic, but he's clearly. I am not finished. He said that he was agnostic, yet he's making definite claims about God and his abilities. This is a total contradiction. You cannot say that you have not enough information about God. Hold on, dude. You cannot say you don't have enough information about God to make a decision about God, and then make all these claims about what God could have done as if you're any better. The dude made you. So it sounds like what's really happening is that you carry disdain, which usually happens when someone goes through trauma and they think that they hate God because of XYZ. All right. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it's typically the case that someone who is either atheist or agnostic, they went through a situation and they think to themselves, well, a real good God wouldn't have allowed that. Okay. But you, in your case, you're saying you're agnostic, which is a lack of information, a lack of knowing. So how could you know, especially with something that is supernatural and has all the abilities to make this world, the people, everything, the physics, all that stuff? How could you assume to have more information than God and what he had limitations of? Because if you're going to make a range of good and bad, you have to have everything in between. All right. So when it comes to the baby, you're assuming that death is a bad thing. This is something they've programmed into us from the beginning of time. Okay. It's one of the slave control methods. In several religions, death is actually a passing. It's a celebration because you're going to the place that you deserved to go. You ever hear about babies or children that get hit by cars or die very young or get cancer, right? Everyone says they were taken too soon. This is what they say. And everyone agrees. They were taken too soon. They were so pure. They didn't deserve that. Well, guess what? That is the same situation that God would say, you know what? If you learned all your lessons and you're already a pure soul, you're done here. We'll take you back. Maybe he used that person or that soul for a lesson for someone else, but you don't have enough information, right? You don't have enough information, so you can't make that claim. What you should be doing, sir, is you should be humbled. You should say, I don't have enough information. I'm going to humble myself instead of making conclusions and telling everyone else and God what they could do. I'm going to decide what I can do. So what you really need to do is either work on yourself or decide what you can do for everyone else. And maybe through there, you'll find enough information to make your conclusion about God or lack thereof.
I'm sorry, Rick, you've misunderstood what my argument is. I'm not saying death's a bad thing. I'm saying that suffering being allowed for reasons outside of an individual's control is not fair. An all-loving, all-knowing, all-powerful God wouldn't have made the world that way.
If everything is fair, then there's no opposite. There's no comparison to be made. It's comparing an iPhone 5 to an iPhone 5. There would literally be nothing. It would be everything in this world would be one color. There'd probably be one human, and it would just be the world. Like you have to. Well, no. In order to have logic, you need to have a 1 and a 0, a yes and a no. There needs to be objectivity. There's one of these puzzle games that have a bunch of squares inside of them, right? And you move the squares, and there's only one hole in that whole square, and you got to move everything around to make the picture. Okay? What that means is that logically deduced, you need to be able to make space in order to have expression, and in that void is darkness. In order to make good, you have to have bad. It's a consequence of making good. So this is one of those another pieces of information maybe you don't have. You don't understand that dichotomy. In this whole world, we have what's a duality. We have a sun, we have a moon, we have a vacuum, we have solid matter. Okay, everything has its dichotomy because that's what creates meaning. It's contrast. Thank you, Smurf. I'm not going off on tangents, Trality. I'm going to the heart of the problem, is that he's making a logical deduction without having enough information. And then he's putting that burden on everyone else immaturely. What he needs to do is humble himself and accept that he is agnostic and he just doesn't know all of the variables. He's judging someone without knowing what they're going through, is what I'm saying.
Okay, again, Riggs, God made the logic. He made a dichotomy a dichotomy. He could have just not made it that way.
According to who? According to you.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Thank you, Elisha. According to you.
Created. See, this is the problem. This is the problem.
Real quick.
It's the pawn. You know what it is. It's the pawn talking to the king, telling the king what it could do. Meanwhile, the pawn can only move in a certain direction.
Okay. All of these arguments are based off of three things.
No,
God
you don't.
being all
You do
loving.
not have an argument.
Wait,
you have an
brother.
opinion.
Hold on, Elijah. Wait until let him.
All of these arguments are based off of God being all powerful, God being all knowing, and God being all loving. If those three are true, my argument holds.
No, you don't have an argument. You have a subjective position. And again, you're cherry picking and talking from absence of knowledge, which the wise person would go, oh, what Riggs said is correct. I need to humble myself because I don't know what I'm talking about. So if I don't know what I'm talking about, anything I say is fundamentally flawed. And then this is the point. This is where the point where if you continue and people give you license to continue in this room, what you're doing now you're being stubborn and disingenuous because you've been given a clear description of the error in what you've said from so many different people with so many different sources that are objective, and you continue. So all this shows is a stubbornness and an unwillingness to learn.
May I talk, please?
Please, Pam. Go ahead. Yeah. Floor is yours.
Okay, I think you have to go back to even further than Adam and Eve, and you need to see that the first angel who had sin come into his heart, and Hasatan, Samuel, whatever his name is, and he was the first one who allowed the sin to grow in his heart. Father knew, the Creator knew, when he created the angels, he knew this would happen. But he also wanted everyone to have free will. He also wanted to demonstrate by allowing sin in this place, because he knew that Samuel or Hasatan, he was going to do this. And he could have just wiped Samuel out before he convinced a third of the angels to follow him. And there wouldn't have been any more sin. But then the angels would have feared him because they would say, wow, okay, if we turn to the right and don't follow on the path, we're going to get zapped. We're done, okay? Because this is the all-powerful, sovereign Elohim, God, He could have done that, but he chose not to. He didn't want people to serve him like robots. He didn't want the angels who didn't choose to sin, didn't choose to follow Hasatan to fear, to obey him and serve him out of fear. Okay, that right there, he has a problem that he needs to resolve, and he wants to resolve it so that and throughout eternity it will never come up again. And through that, his plan, he is being attacked by the enemy. He's being said that he is a dictator, that he is an awful ruling sovereign creator God, that his rules, his commands that he has in place are unfair, that his government is unfair. This is what the enemy is doing. He is attacking the creator, the Father. Okay, so there is like a big trial going on between the enemy, Hasatan, and the Father creator, where the Father is on trial, not the enemy. So the enemy he's got his rules of engagement. Father put rules of engagement in place. Okay, well, then we have Adam and Eve. Because he loves so much, who wouldn't want somebody to choose to love them out of free will, not to love because they have to? Okay, all right. So Adam and Eve, they messed up. Eve messed up, and now we have sin in this world. I mean, in our earth, right here. The enemy came to this earth. Okay, he was kicked out of heaven. He came down here. All right, so now we have Adam and Eve, and sin happened. Now we have sin. Sin is unfair. Unfair things happen to innocent people. I've experienced it myself. But in order to let everyone see how horrible sin is and what it does to people and what kind of a government the enemy, Hasatan, would do if he was in control, he had to allow it to show its full color, sin. So in that, he has this plan that he would send his only son to this planet, to Earth, to redeem his fallen people, his fallen children. But also, he is testing us. He is testing our character. What kind of a real soul character do you really have? And suffering, it can be really good. Okay, out of suffering comes good qualities in your character. Do you look at someone who raises a child and they have all the money and they give this child every living thing that they possibly can? They spoil the child rotten. What kind of a character does that child have? They are not appreciative. They don't have a good character. Most of them are brats. Okay, so I disagree with you about your beliefs, and suffering is necessary. Okay, and when Father has the last person that Father knows is going to come and repent to him and turn away and surrender their life and walk according to his path, obeying his commandments, his Torah. He is going to send his son, and he is going to take away all this sin, and this world will be perfect. And you know what? Sin will never rise its head again, because you know why? People will know what sin does. And you have forgotten another thing, brother. You have forgotten about the second resurrection, which is of more importance than this short term of life here. If I die the first death, so be it. If I have to suffer so that my children can accept the Savior and be in Father's kingdom for eternity, so be it. Give me cancer. I'll suffer. I'll do whatever you want, Father, because I want my children there too. And when that is only a first death. So if my children had to die a first death, as long as I raised them right and they accept the Father in this world, that's okay, because they'll be resurrected. They will live eternally. So that's my point.
Well said, Pam. Thanks for sharing.
Okay, I understand your point, but in fact, you said something there that's actually even more useful to me. You said that once something happens, there will be a world without sin. I assume we're still going to have free will at that point, right? So you are saying it is possible to create a world without sin and free will. My point is,
after sin has raised its head and people see what sin is really like, then free will can be given, and people will never choose that way of life because they don't want to have sin back. You see the point?
Actually, so
Pam,
can you please let him? Can you please let username finish, because he did not finish his statement?
Yes, boss.
So you've actually shown that my point is real, that you can have a world without suffering and with free will. God just simply didn't make it that way.
He did.
He didn't. Right
Oh,
now,
he
there
did.
is suffering and
No,
free will.
no, he did. But the problem was that Adam and Eve invited sin in practically because they pretty much ate of the fruit of the of the knowledge or whatnot. So what happened after that? So let me ask you a question: does cold exist?
Yes.
It does not. Cold exists because it's a lack of heat, but it doesn't exist. Actually, it doesn't exist. It's just lack of heat. Does dark exist?
It's a lack of light.
It's a lack of light. So therefore, that's why sin exists, because God decided to not. He also said when in the time that he said when after the deluge, right? He said my spirit would not contend with men. In other words, he removed himself away from men. Therefore, the less of God you have, what else comes in?
Okay, well, even
Hey,
with
I
your
got.
Adam and Eve. Oh, sorry, go on ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I got to roll. I believe at the resurrection, when we receive our imperishable bodies made of water and spirit, they will both be incapable of sinning, and they will be incapable of not doing the Torah, which are the eternal commandments of Yah. Second comment: when you can create a tree with the word of your mouth, we'll listen a whole lot more. But you're judging a creator that made all things and are holding all things together and have promised to us it will all work out if we trust in him. You're not trusting in him. You're saying you don't understand him. You don't like him. He should have done it better. And it's just kind of lame.
Well, let's make it more objective. He is already trying to insert something upon someone he doesn't know in the first place. It's kind of like you have truly never known your father, but you just listened or you just made up some conclusions of the person you have truly never known, and then one day you actually meet him and he's the complete opposite to the picture that you have created in your mind about him or what he's supposed to be. And the only thing that the Most High wants, and we can't imagine how much he loves you, man. The only thing he probably wants is to give to put down your guard of things you already made up about him and actually make room in order for him to show who he is, because many people go around in this world and they already have a pre-assumed notion of this is how this is how God needs to be to my own according, which in a sense it makes yourself be the judge, and you put yourself in the seat of judgment, and you make God the one sitting on his knees in front of you, and that's something that will never happen. So we need to humble ourselves and understand that we are not in the position to make any pre-assumptions about a creator. Neither can we say he has to be this way, he should have done it this way, he should either do it this or that. It's just it will, if you go into this world and you think like that, he can not help you. A father that is having a son that is blocking any access to him cannot do anything about it. He can't force you to understand who he is if you already want to think you know who he is, if that makes sense, or you have a pre-assumption of who he should be. So,
and could you imagine if it was simply you realizing that you were created by the creator, living in a creation? Like, it was that simple. That's all it was. Just to trust. Hold on a second, Clay. Just to trust in the idea that just as he told us in Genesis and written in scripture, that I created you, I know who you are, right? I'm planting you here, and all I'm waiting for is for you to come back to me, to come back home.
Exactly. 100%, man. That's the simplest way of saying it. It's just like a son that run away from the house and forgot the way back home, And he's like saying, "Hello, can you hear my voice? I'm right here.
Hello.
It's not far away."
See, that's a wonderful way to bounce off, because what you said about the son running away made me think of the prodigal son, and this is exactly where all of this comes from. So the prodigal son starts with the tale of Adam and Eve eating the apple. Now the fruit from the tree. So now you might think, well, where am I getting this from? The reason I say that is because what happened is the younger son in that parable or in that story, he goes, you know what? I want to make the decisions for myself. I want to take my inheritance and do as I will with it. That's exactly what happened when Adam and Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge and good and evil. Because it's not simply the understanding or the knowledge of the fact that there's good and there's evil. That's not what that verse entails. And I'd encourage people to go and study this out, lest they just take my word for it, right? What's actually happening there is they're taking the position of authority to decide what's good and evil. And fundamentally, that is a problem, because if you're a created being trying to take on the authority of deciding and being the arbiter of what is and isn't, then you're going to fail every time.
Yes.
And this is the exact reason why the young gentleman is making this position and articulating his opinion on this whole subject, because he's going from the position of having eaten that fruit. He's going to be the one to decide what is and isn't, while talking about the creator. And those things are just completely incoherent, incongruent combinations that lead to confusion. And to finish off with the parable of the story of the prodigal son, what happens is, like you were saying to Killen and Clay, you two were talking with each other, right? What happens is he realizes, like, sugar, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to humble myself. I need to go back. And it would be better even to go back as a servant, right? So he humbled himself below his position as the heir apparent to the inheritance, right? Or just as an heir to the inheritance of his father's as wealth. He was like, you know what? I'm going to come back and I will say, I don't even want to be a son. Let me just be a servant. Because he realizes that even in that situation, it's better off than him making his own decisions, being his own authority on what is and isn't the right thing to do. So hopefully that was coherent for everyone. But I wanted to add that because of what everyone said, what Pam said, what Boston said before you had to leave, and what you two were saying. This is the root of this whole discussion that's lasted however many hours.
Exactly. And the thing is, I think it's inherent. It's not bad to question who your father is in the first place, right? I mean, I personally, before I knew who the Most High is, I also had my pre-assumptions, right? Or I was also like, the problem is the only way I came, or the only way he presented himself to me was when I let my guard down, when I said, okay, enough is enough. I actually, I actually cannot be my own God, So when I look back at my old self, I was literally living a life of thinking that I am the ultimate arbiter of what is good and right and what is not good and right. And as soon as I let all that stuff down or go, and I open up, my heart, so to say, the first time to someone I'm actually not really aware of that he exists, he suddenly started to completely twist me 360 degrees into a different person. Imagine that, something that I've never believed in, I just opened my heart to and thought about all the secret things that are in my life. And everyone has secret things that he never said to any other person or can't really say to anyone. And as soon as I talked all this heavy burden from my shoulders, my life completely changed. And
awesome.
I mean, how is that possible if whatever I talk to is non-existent, right? So praise be to the Most High that He is the Most High and that He's always willing and wanting to help us and actually work for us. I think the Bible at some point talks about He is like a donkey that is going to carry all your heavy burdens, so you don't need to carry it around anymore. So you can just be like a little child in the hand of a father, and he can always make sure that everything is all right. You living your best life, because it's essentially what he wants, right? He doesn't want us to die. He doesn't want us to be unhappy. No father rejoices in his child being unhappy, loaded with burdens, and no father enjoys having what is it called, and I finish off with this, like having a fight all the time with his child, right? So yeah, he really loves us, man, and he wants the best for us. That's all. That's what I really understood, and that will make your life so much easier and wonderful.
It's very true. I agree with you. And you know what I think? The greatest burden that mankind can ever bear is to put yourself in the position of arbiter of what is and isn't, basically. Because you just don't have it in you to be in that position. You're not the creator. By definition, you're creation. So the greatest, most difficult thing man could ever have done was what Adam and Eve did, which was go, oh, you know what? I'm going to decide. I'm going to try and equate myself, the one that was made, to the one that makes. And when we let go of that, when we humble ourselves, like, wow, it's not my responsibility. Whew, amazing. It's like the biggest weight off your shoulders when you realize I'm not the one who has to decide right from wrong. I'm not the one who has to go ahead and judge the whole of humanity and all of this stuff. That I'll leave that with the creator. Cool. Let me just focus on what's mine, my responsibility, the body that I've been given. Because it's not like we don't have enough to do. Like you think just living to your 80th birthday or whatever you get, right? You think that isn't sufficiently burdensome as a life? And then on top of that, people want to go, hey, let me be the one who decides what's right and wrong, as if you can be objectively outside yourself. Anyway, so no, I know it's a long-winded way of putting it, but no, I'm in agreement with you, and I think when you think about it from this perspective, even if people don't believe, they can maybe appreciate what we're talking about in a deeper way than just a superficial understanding they might have of scripture.
And I bet that many people who are still on the fence when it comes to the creator, they have never actually truly give it a try at least, right? If it says in Matthew 11:28-30, come to me all who are labor and are heavy laden, I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. I bet many people in here have not even gave that possibility one chance, just to say, okay, you know what? I'm seriously just going to talk about all these burdens in my life, and if you promise that you're going to take that away from me, like it says in Psalm 55:22, cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain, he will never permit the righteous to be moved. If you believe that, or if you give it a chance, what can go wrong? I mean, at least trying to talk to someone that you yet not believe in, will it harm you in any way? No. So why not give it a try? Why not just ask simple questions like a little child would ask his father? What is the meaning of my life? Why am I here? As easy as that. Either you get an answer or not. Just two things that can happen. Does it cost money? No. Is it a hard thing to do? No. So what are we scared of? Is the question. It is indeed scary to then fall into the arms of the Most High, because then you understand, okay, there is a lot of responsibility in our lives, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be a burden. It's actually the opposite.
All right, people. There's a couple of things been said, and specifically about me as a person, and it really doesn't matter whether or not I've questioned